It looks like we're going straight into round one right now.
Okay, so it looks like we've got the Pelipper and the Archaludon in leads versus that Incineroar and this Goldango.
Yeah, so from the board here, from here inside, it looks like Archaludon potentially is one of those Pokemon that can look to get the momentum rolling early, and it's one of those Pokemon that you sometimes see just sit on the field and not switch out. It generally just sits there. It likes to go for those Electro Shots, which is a 2-turn move, and that will allow it to get a special attack boost alongside dealing some big electric type of damage. That isn't really too common in the Regulation H metagame. We've seen in Australia, at least, we do like our Kilowatt Roll. But with that said, we're going to get into some gameplay.
It looks like we've got a Terastallization coming out on turn one. This is, of course, going to be on the Pelipper. So that Pelipper is changing to the Ghost type. Potentially, it's trying to dodge a Fake Out, I'd say, because the Fake Out could come out from that Incineroar here. Let's see if it works out. So the Fake Out is, in fact, going into that Pelipper, and because of that Terastallization, it is immune. And then we've got that Nasty Plot coming out from the Goldango, increasing its attack, trying to set it up for next turn or the future turns of the game, as we've got the Electro Shot coming out, boosting the special attack. And of course, because we're in the rain, this move charges up and fires on the same turn. And that is coming out into the Goldango, doing good damage for sure. And then we've got the Weather Ball coming out into that Goldango as well. And it's enough to knock out that Pokemon. Like we were saying before, that Goldango can Nasty Plot, but if you can successfully knock it out, the Nasty Plot won't do anything here. So great turn from Jai.
Yeah, very big turn there. That's actually from Kieran. Kieran is the one rolling the rain there. Kieran just showing that prowess of knowing that the Incineroar is going to look to go for that Fake Out, basically calling that right to a T, getting that boosted special attack on the Archaludon and doubling up on the Goldango after going for that Nasty Plot, getting a lot of momentum in Kieran's side.
Looks like we've got a Sleep Powder coming out into that Pelipper, putting it to sleep. So it's not able to move for the next few turns, as we've got a second Electro Shot coming out from that Archaludon, getting a second increase to its special attack stat. And we'll see where this one comes out. It's going to be into that, looks like the Vivian here. Yes, into that Vivian, and that Focus Sash item, allowing it to hold on through that attack despite being super effective and despite being 2 stages of raised special attack. Pelipper remaining asleep, of course. It was just put to sleep just moments ago, and the Parting Shot kind of alleviating those Electro Shot boosts a little bit, but more importantly, trying to reposition into whatever we're going to see come out from the back here.
Yeah, we're going to have a look to see what's in that back line, and it looks like it's going to be that Ursaluna. Now, the key thing about Parting Shot here is you immediately get that Flame Orb activation. So Ursaluna is online, ready to go. It might look at trying getting that Tailwind just to get a little bit of that speed support there. Pelipper is asleep, so they won't be able to match Tailwind immediately. Potentially, if the Pelipper is looking to go for a Wide Guard to look at dodging that Earthquake. But I think with the Terastallization gone, there could be a big swing in Archaludon here.
Of course, you've got to keep in mind that to dodge that Fake Out on turn one, the Pelipper did have to sacrifice its flying typing, so it is susceptible to these Earthquakes or potentially headlong rushes if we're looking at the Wide Guard. And we've got the Terastallization coming out. It looks like both players have opted to turn a Pokemon into a Ghost type this matchup. I think to reduce the damage of water moves potentially coming in to that Pokemon. And we've got the Tailwind, so Jai has speed control for the next few turns as he goes for the Earthquake. One thing I wanted to call out there is the Wide Guard could come out, but we also have to contend with the sleep turns potentially. So doing a lot of damage to that Amoonguss, and that Pelipper just hanging on as the Amoonguss consumes its Citrus Berry to get some of that health back, hoping to do something next turn to get back into this game.
There we are. So, yeah, Ursaluna has basically taken over the driver's seat after looking like things were looking in a bit of a spot of difficulty after that first turn with the losing the Goldango as early as it was. But with the Pelipper being pressured into that early Terastallization, it's not a flying type anymore, so it does make it prone to that Earthquake, as you've seen, taking a lot of damage on there. Not too sure if the Amoonguss will be able to be taken out from a Earthquake just from the range it's at after healing HP with its Citrus Berry. So on Jai's end, you might be looking at, do I look at throwing in 2 moves into the Amoonguss? but we will see.
Okay, so we've got the Pelipper switching in the back, saving it for later in the game, as we have the Incineroar coming in here. Or if an Earthquake comes out, that could be quite devastating. But it is going to be reducing the damage of that Ursaluna with that Intimidate, reducing its attack by 1 stage as the Amoonguss goes for a Protect. And we'll see how Jai responds to this one with his Vivian going for Hurricane into that Protect. So it's good Protect there from Kieran. That Flying type obviously is super effective into the Amoonguss, quite a lot of damage. And the Earthquake will still do good damage into that Incineroar because it is a super effective attack. And we'll see how much work that Intimidate can do, doing a good amount of damage to that Incineroar.
Yeah, just showing how strong of an ability Intimidate is in general. Without Intimidate, that Incineroar is more than definitely one-hit KO'd by that Earthquake. But with that, the Incineroar is going to be on the field, allowing itself to even come back in and forth another couple of turns, also pressuring Fake Out this turn onto the Vivian, that we know was on 1 HP because it was taken down to its Focus Sash. Having a look to see here on Jai's end, is Jai going to have a look at maybe throwing off a single target move into one of these two, alongside a potential switch into Incineroar, which just looks like it might be the case.
Yeah, it looks like Vivian is switching out, and I believe that Incineroar was the last Pokemon on the back. So the Incineroar should be coming in here, putting an Intimidate down on the opposing Incineroar, reducing its attack stat, and we know Amoonguss is a special attacker when it chooses to attack, so that's not going to have an impact on the Amoonguss. And the Incineroar is actually switching out here. They had Fake Out pressure, and they chose to preserve it. Of course, you couldn't Fake Out the Ursaluna. So we're getting the Pelipper to return here, as the Facade goes into the Ghost-type Pelipper. So that turn 1 Terrestrialization has come into play twice now. And the Pollen Puff doing some amount of damage into Incineroar, but every bit adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good call out there from Kieran as well. Looking at it, knowing that they might not want to go for that Headlong Rush because that does have the drawback of lowering your defense and special defense 1 stage, with the Ghost-type Pelipper being able to come in and take that. But at the same time, also not risking the Ursaluna that is in the back from taking even a intimidated Headlong Rush. It's still a Headlong Rush.
It's true. So the Pelipper is going to be switching out, and we're going to see which of the 2 Pokemon in the back is going to come in. It's going to be that Incineroar again, getting a second Intimidate into that Ursaluna, but also into the Incineroar this time around. And that's going to be very valuable because, as we've said, Ursaluna looks like it's going to be doing most of the damage in this game. And the Flare Blitz into the Amoonguss is a knockout. It looks like there will be no more Spore Pressure the remainder of this game.
There we are, very handy to have there. Without the rain gone, because that was the last turn of rain that passed as well, it allows that Flare Blitz to pick up. And here's the Headlong Rush.
Yeah, knocking out that Incineroar as well. Jai taking 2 knockouts this turn. It is now 2 Pokemon against 3 Pokemon. And that Pelipper in the back, it's still asleep. It won't be able to do that much. So it looks like it's all in on that Ursaluna. But very fortunately, because the rain has passed, the rain can start again.
The rain will be back up. The Ursaluna is at -2 attack. There may be the possibility that Jai looks at even resetting that Ursaluna attack to bring it back to a neutral point. So it's just got that Guts boost. Potentially, if he's looking to eye off one-hit KOing the Ursaluna with a move like that Headlong Rush. We'll see what Kieran has cooking in the back there, down to his last 2. With the Pelipper still asleep, still very weak as well. I believe only had 1 turn of sleep burnt, so it does have the possibility of waking up this coming turn.
Okay, so it looks like the Ursaluna is going for a Protect there. Maybe the switch was kind of telegraphed and he's trying to catch some attacks there. And we've got the Electro Shot coming out from that Ursaluna, looking to get as many special attack boosts as possible while the rain is still up, trying to make this Pokemon has to do a lot of work to clear the remaining Pokemon on Jai's side, and it's going to knock out that Incineroar. So now it's down to it. 2 versus 2. The playing field is equal. We'll see what the Pelipper chooses to go for here. It wakes up. Very, very good. And the Tailwind. Okay, so the speed is now in the favor of Kieran for sure.
Yeah, those speed rolls have been reversed. We know that the Vivillon is down at 1 HP with that Tailwind up. It looks like just in that turn, Kieran has been able to turn the ties, not attacking that Ursaluna into that Protect. So very good play there from Kieran, calling that one out and going for that Incineroar and getting his board state set up to close out the end game here.
Okay, so that Ursaluna, the fastest thing on the field now because of that Tailwind, going for that Electro Shot. We'll see where it comes out. It could do devastating damage into the Ursaluna, and of course the Vivion's only on one hit point remaining, and it's going to choose to knock out that Vivion, probably to make sure there's no Tailwind in response, make sure that the speed is very firmly in the favor of Kieran here, and the Weather Ball coming out into that Ursaluna doing enough damage, and it looks like game one is going to go to Kieran here.
Oh yeah, very well played from both players there. Jai falling down early with that Goldango being lost, being able to claw it back a little bit with that Ursaluna, getting it in relatively prime position. Kieran playing all of his pieces quite well in terms of getting that early game set up, then going through playing the Incineroar quite well, calling that Facade as well, going into that Pelipper to get Incineroar back in yet again, just being able to stall as enough time as he needed to do, stalling out both his own rain to reset it to have a fresh 5 turns if needed for that endgame, but also the Tailwind that was set up from the Vivion as well to allow Pelipper to come in and get their own Tailwind up too. Very key for that endgame as well, because that allows the Ursaluna to outspeed the Vivion to allow Vivion to not put anything to sleep and not get its own Tailwind up.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see if we have any Pokemon adjustments for this game. I do think the game plans from both sides were quite smart and well thought out. I think the main thing that Jai is going to be hoping to do is to get a bit more value out of that Goldango. I think Goldango is one of the crucial pieces in this matchup, and the fact that it clicked Nasty Plot and got doubled up was very devastating for him. And I do want to remind all the viewers at home that the Terra Ghost to catch the fake out, so Jai was not expecting both attacks because it was quite a big cost to give up the terrestrialization. So it looks like we've got the leads coming out here, and we've got similar leads. We've got the Pelipper and the Ursaluna trying to put on some pressure with that Ursaluna on turn one, but this time we've got the Vivion and the Goldango.
Yeah, so small little adjustment there from Jai's end, looking to lead the Vivion there instead of the Incineroar that we saw in that first game, allowing it to get off that immediate Tailwind or Sleep Powder pressure, which we are seeing on the field.
Sleep Powder on that Pelipper, same as previous game, but the Pelipper is still a Flying and Water type, and we've got the Nasty Plot. So it looks like this Nasty Plot, it's not under pressure of being doubled up, so it's a little bit safer here, as we've got actually the Snarl here, reducing that Nasty Plot a little bit, but crucially breaking that Focus Sash on the Vivion.
Yeah, being able to get both of them there is actually quite nice for Kieran. I've just making sure Goldango doesn't get too out of hand at the same time, breaking that Sash, allowing to get a knockout on the Vivion if required with an Electro Shot, which will allow it to also boost its special attack alongside dealing devastating damage with that 130 base power electric move. Not too many Pokemon really like taking that, especially if it's going to be after a few of them. Pelipper asleep now, so Pelipper did go through that one turn. So if Kieran's stars align, the Pelipper can wake up as early as this coming turn, potentially looking at getting either a Tailwind up. Be interesting to see what options come out from these two players.
Looks like we've got a Sleep Powder going into that Pelipper, potentially calling a switch there, as we've got the Make It Rain coming out doing, despite both targets resisting, that is a lot of damage in the Pelipper, and it's reasonable damage into that Ursaluna. But it does give the stamina boost, so we'll see if that defense boost comes into play as we see the Ursaluna go for the Electro Shot here. We saw how devastating it could be in game one. It's coming out again, and we'll see where that's targeting. Potentially could take a knockout on either slot. It looks like it's removing that Vivion, so there was no Tailwind, and there will not be a Tailwind coming out from Jai's side. But we did get a sneak peek in the back that there's the Porygon 2 there. So maybe Tailwind isn't the strategy here, but you might be aiming to set the Trick Room in this matchup.
There may potentially be a Trick Room coming out here. Jai's just weighing up options to see who wants to come out here. We can see on screen at the moment that there is the Porygon 2 there. There is also a Terra Blast, and there is the Fighting type terrestrialization there as well. So Porygon can look to throw off a surprise big hit into that Ursaluna, especially after a special attack boost from Download, which will take both opponents' defenses and give Porygon 2 an either attack or special attack boost, depending on which overall stat is lower. And in which case, with a Pelipper and Ursaluna on the field, that's getting a special attack boost.
Yeah, that's right. And the Porygon, of course, preferring the special attack boost, it is naturally a special attacker. I do know that after you terrestrialize, the Terra Blast does check if the special attack or the attack that's higher. So occasionally it does do a physical Terra Blast, but definitely happier to get the special attack boost. And we've got the Incineroar switching in here. The Intimidate, not not doing anything to these two Pokemon, but it's a good defensive switch in to resist that Make It Rain coming out. So the first Make It Rain did a lot of damage. The second one doing reasonably less damage, of course, with that special attack drop, and a second stamina boost, which could be crucial because that Porygon is currently weak to the body presses. Got the Snarl coming out. Oh, that Goldengo just hanging on.
One hit point hanging on there from the Goldengo. You would imagine with the Trick Room up, maybe that might have been something that Jai would like the Goldengo to be knocked out to get Ursaluna in as early as possible, but it doesn't look like that is the case at the time being. So we'll see what they'll look to lock in here this turn. We are going to see potentially some big moves made from Porygon this turn with that now neutralized special attack stat, but it still hits very hard nonetheless, especially as both these Pokemon are weak to the fighting type. So
the Goldengo is switching out, looking to get that Ursaluna in, make the most of these Trick Room turns while we have them. And of course, this Terra-fighting Terra Blast, both Pokemon can't protect, and both Pokemon are weak to fighting here. So Kieran maybe has to make a call here, maybe a defensive switch, maybe a Terrestrialization, I'm not sure, or just accept the Terra Blast and say what the partner is going to be doing is just as valuable. So we've got the Terrestrialization fighting on the Porygon 2, as we called out, and it looks like the Incineroar is the Pokemon that he's choosing to protect here with that Ghost Terrestrialization, now immune to fighting. We'll see if it pays off this turn, but it will pay off during the game. And the Terra Blast, again, into a Ghost type. That's deja vu. We've seen that Ghost typing very valuable in Game 1, and the Snarl comes out. Another drop on the Porygon 2, and of course that Snarl drop, just damage on the Ursaluna here. As we've got a parting shot, that Porygon 2 looks like it's not going to be capable of doing much damage now with all of those drops. I think that's 2 Snarl drops and 1 parting shot, so we're at -2 now on the special attack stat. And the Basculegion comes in. Interesting choice. I don't believe we saw Basculegion in the previous game, did we?
No, we did not. That was, I believe, an Amoonguss in that Game 1. So we got the Basculegion in here, in that Trick Room setting. Not to be slapped at, though, because it still does have access to look at firing off some Aqua Jets. Those can be fired off into that Ursaluna, as the Terrestrialization has been used on the Porygon 2. So you can't get rid of that Water-type weakness on the Ursaluna there. So there is still, I believe, the Goldengo in the back at 1 hit point, but is that something you want to sacrifice your Trick Room turns going in to protect it from an Aqua Jet to come back in to stare down an Aqua Jet again? It might not be what Jaya wants to do. Basculegion looking actually quite good into the Porygon 2, being immune and resistant to its attacks.
Looks like that Archaludon switching out. Doesn't want to take a potential Terra Fighting Blast here, doing devastating damage, as we've got the Ghost-type Incineroar switching back in. Hoping if it catches that Fighting Blast, that could be a lot of momentum swinging in his favor there, in Kieran's favor. So yes, again, that Terra Blast going into a Ghost-type is, of course, immune as the Headlong Rush hits the Basculegion. Oh, only just hanging on there. This very, very crucial hang on there as we got the flip turn into the Ursaluna taking the knockout. So that crucial survival there, allowing that Ursaluna to be knocked out.
Yeah, all coming down from that Intimidate, that Incineroar switch in. That's why Incineroar does what he does better than anything else. Being able to get the Intimidate, allowing the Basculegion to live that hit there. Being immune thanks to its Terrestrialization from the Terra Blast. That's a lot of momentum that has shifted Kieran's way. Jai is going to have his work cut out for him, especially with a 1 HP Goldengo, which, because of its Life Orb, the next time it throws off an attack, it will be knocked out. And Porygon 2, with all the drops that it suffered from the Intimidate and from the Snarl, it's going to be quite a mountain to climb here for Jai.
Yeah, for sure. And that Porygon 2 does not have the ability to protect, and Incineroar just switched in, so the Fake Out could very easily prevent Porygon from doing what it wants to do. And we've got the Protect coming out from the Goldengo as no Fake Out, and here comes the Terra Blast into the Archaludon slot, and it looks, reminder of all those drops earlier, allowing that Archaludon to hang on from that hit, as we've got the responding Flash Cannon doing some amount of damage, because we do know that Porygon 2 is a bit of a mountain to climb when it comes to knocking it out, but fortunately it won't be doing as much damage.
Yeah, I did enjoy seeing both attacks sort of just bounce off one another. Archaludon commonly likes to hold an Assault Vest, so that only allows Archaludon to use physical or special attacking moves. It prevents it from using status moves, but it does increase its special defense. And while with the stamina ability boosting its defense, it just makes it quite an all-round good tank with the Electro Shot pairing to boost its special attack as well. But we do see it switch out.
Yeah, the Ursaluna switching out into another Ghost type, so if it can catch yet another Fighting Blast, that will be quite crucial, I'd say, for Kieran. Good defensive switch, let's see. And we do see the Terra Blast, of course, coming out into 2 Ghost types, so we know that that's going to be another immunity as the Flare Blitz is finishing off that Golden Go. The Golden Go did try to go for a double protect. I believe Jai is saying that we need this Golden Go out of Trick Room to do some really, really good damage if I have any hope of winning this game from this position. But now it's just Porygon 2 back against the wall. It's going to be a very, very tall mountain to climb to knock out these 3 Pokemon, and it looks like he's just going to pack it in there, and that's going to be a round 1 going to Kieran Singh.
Yeah, very, very well played from both competitors there, but big one to Kieran. Kieran getting a lot of those key turns correct, calling pretty much almost every single Terra Blast that was put onto the field. He was able to pivot his way into a Ghost type, whether it was the Terrestrial Incineroar or that Basculegion, being able to be immune to those, just buying himself a lot of time, helping with those trick room turns as well. Even though Jai potentially was looking to stall them out, the Basculegion does have priority. There's Rain in the back as well. The Pelipper was still alive. We're still kicking in there, going, we can set it up for a couple more turns. We can look at getting that end game set up even better, but it was not needed this particular time.
Yeah, I did really like the Basculegion adjustment as well. I think Jai was not predicting that to come out because the Golden Go could get a lot more value, but that Aqua Jet, as long as the Basculegion and the Golden Go are in play, the Golden Go is going to have to avoid an Aqua Jet if it ever wants to attack. And we highlighted it in the first game that the Golden Go is quite crucial for this matchup. And he did a better job of keeping it protected. But unfortunately, it still was kind of being pressured a little bit too much from the side of Kieran.
Yeah. Very, very tough here. We're just going to see some key moments here from this game. So this is from the game 1. That's the Amoonguss getting knocked out there by that Flare Blitz there. And this is the round out with that Weather Ball. Just even not being super effective, just still able to do just absolutely massive amount of damage there with a Rain Boost there. Coming from here, and I believe this was the Snarl, taking Goldango all the way down to 1 hit point, looking to just try and fight as much as possible. There we are. With that one, that was the big turn from the Intimidate, living that headlong rush and being able to get the Revenge KO and reshift the momentum. With that Choice Band, not being locked in, being able to change up its moves when necessary. Even though we didn't get to see what move it would want to lock into in that endgame because the Basculegion came in as the game was wrapping up.
Yeah, and also I do want to highlight those Snarls coming out. I think that was a good adjustment because you can adjust your Pokemon, but you can also adjust your game plan. And those Snarls, it was identifying that the Golden Go can get a bit out of hand. It's a good way to alleviate it, but also breaking that Focus Sash because with the Focus Sash Pokemon, it's very common to do like one quite weak attack, like a Fake Out or a Snarl to break it, and then a stronger attack to finish it off. So as soon as that Focus Sash is broken, you don't have that guarantee that you can hang on from one attack and then set Tailwind or put something to sleep. So the Snarl was a really good move, I think, on turn 1. And in the end game, that Porygon 2, with all those special attack drops, despite being super effective with the Terra Fighting Blast, if it could find the Pokemon that isn't a Ghost type, of course, it wasn't doing that much damage. It just wasn't because of the combination of Parting Shots and Snarls.
Yeah, also going to include Intimidate in there. Because Terra Blast is one of those moves where if your attack is stronger than your special attack, it'll become a physical move. It'll go off your strongest offensive stat. But with it constantly coming in with Intimidate as well, it's lowering both of those offenses at the same time. Just allowing to make sure, no matter which type of Terra Blast, if it's physical or special, it's not going to be hitting very hard. And Kieran's team's going to take as minimal damage as possible from it.
Yeah, I do know Kieran is a player who really enjoys having those defensive options. You said the Incineroar for the physical attackers, the Snarl for the special attackers. If he can make the game a longer game with a lot of decisions, it usually benefits him, and he can find those positions to catch the opponent off guard or make a really, really good defensive play or offensive play to take a quick knockout. So with those tools available in Incineroar and Snarl, I think he's got a really good shot this weekend at making a deep run. I think the team's quite strong. A bit of Rain. Rain was strong at the start of the format. Rain is still strong now. The Pokemon are strong. Basculegion hits really hard. Ursaluna really different typing to what we're expecting usually on the Rain core. Usually Rain teams have a lot of water types, of course, but Ursaluna is that Steel and Dragon type.
Yeah, I do believe Kieran's Rain team only has the Pelipper and the Basculegion as its only water types. I was thinking about it while looking through the game one. Just the 4 Pokemon that Kieran brought. He was just looking at it going, well, Rillaboom's generally pretty nice into those Rain teams, but Archaludon 4 times resists the grass moves. Incineroar resists it and has Intimidate. Amoonguss 4 times resists those grass moves. And Pelipper has Hurricane and brings the rain.
Yeah, that's a good call out, because the traditional Rain teams that we may have seen before Scarlet and Violet, before Archaludon was a Pokemon that you could put on your teams, they generally have a lot of those water types. I know like Kingdra is one of the options, the Dragon typing, choosing to not resist because of the water, so now it's neutral to grass. So traditionally, grass typing is really good into Rain teams, but Archaludon just adding this whole extra dimension to Rain types, bringing new typing, and it attacks like an electric type despite being a Steel and Dragon type. And with that stamina boost, if you attack with too many attacks, your physical attackers are just not going to be able to break through it.
Yeah, especially just that big, strong electric type move.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and with that, also just perfectly synergizing in the rain as well, as you saw with those Electro Shots. Normally, Electro Shot is a 2-turn move. So on turn 1, it would normally charge, and then turn 2, it would use the attack. In the rain, you forego that charging turn. You are able to charge, get your special attack boost, and then deal your damage on the same turn with that special attack boost in mind as well. And with just its great defensive options alongside with it, a lot of Pokemon that like to fire off, even like those Rillaboom Glassy Glides, or even like common fake outs, Archaludon loves to swap into those and give itself what they would call a pretty free and pretty welcome stamina boost for another move that we commonly do see on the Archaludon, the form of Body Press.
Yes, of course, Body Press using the defense stat rather than the special attack stat. So even if you put a few Snarls into a Archaludon, it can say, hey, I'm not a special attacker anymore, I'm going to hit you with those Body Presses. So it's really, really hard to, because you can't intimidate Body Press. That's another really crucial detail. And we might see, I'm not sure, in some future rounds, there's a different style of Archaludon teams, those ones where they commonly pair it with maybe Mouse Hold, or you can even do Whimsicott, where you can click Beat Up. And usually, it's in your best interest to attack your opponent's Pokemon, right? But you could put the Beat Up, you could attack your own Archaludon, and because it hits several times, not doing that much damage, you get stamina to trigger on every single hit. So that Beat Up hitting 4 times, not doing much damage, but immediately giving you 4 defense boosts for a Body Press.
Yeah. For any of those old school fans at home, think about beating up your Terrakion. How that Justified is getting your attack boost more and more and more. With Archaludon, swap that attack with that defense, and instead of using your close combat, you're using Body Press. Different. Similar but different.
Yeah, I do remember I started playing, actually, the first team I played was a Beat Up Terrakion team. So it looks like that is the end of round 1 here, as we might cut to a short break here. We will be back with round 2 when it is ready. So thank you for tuning in for the round 1, and we're excited to see all the future rounds in this tournament.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here live at the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships, bringing you round 2. My name is Mark. I'm here with Jack, and we are so excited to be bringing you the second round here. We have a fantastic matchup planned for round 2. Jack, do you want to run us through what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at right now Nicholas Khan, our 2024 Brisbane Regional Champion, versus Diego Vieira, who is our 2025 Regional Champion. Looks like Diego is running a team similar to what we saw in round 1 of the Trick Room Ursaluna Hisui form. We've also got the Incineroar, Indeedee, and Armarouge, and we have a quite tricky mon, Lurantis there.
Lurantis is a really interesting one. Certainly one that I haven't seen in a while. Lurantis typically used with the ability Contrary. Contrary, of course, for those who don't know, invert stat changes, so where a stat would be reduced, instead it is increased, and vice versa. Typically paired with the move Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm will typically reduce your special attack by 2 stages. However, when used with a Contrary Pokemon, it instead boosts it by 2 stages, which allows you to get off a really snowbally effect within the game. Keep clicking Leaf Storm, keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it's also really effective against Intimidate Pokemon, whereas an Intimidate Pokemon comes in, reduces your attack stat. It actually boosts the Contrary Mon, so it's actually throws a wrench in a lot of the plans that a lot of Pokemon might have, like with Incineroar, for example, pivoting around. But enough about Diego. Let's move on to Nicholas Khan's team. Nicholas Khan is running the Mouse Hold, Annihilate, Dragonite, Rillaboom, Golden Go, and another Hisuian Ursaluna.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Ursaluna, incredibly prevalent. We saw it in round 1 as well. Just very strong without Flame Orb. The Guts boosted Facade. Just, it outputs incredible amounts of damage. Even when you're not necessarily in a Trick Room team, it is quite slow. It's still just able to sit there, tank a heavy hit, and then just return with some incredible damage.
Absolutely. That Headlong Rush as well. Dropping the special defense and regular defense of the Pokemon, terrific trade-off for when you're dealing that much damage.
Oh, exactly. So, it's just like if your defenses are lowered, it doesn't matter if the Pokemon that would be dealing damage has already been knocked out.
Exactly.
The best form of defense is a good offense, as they say.
Yes, and also the Annihilate is also there as a tricky Pokemon to deal with. Annihilate, the more and more it gets hit, the more and more damage its signature move, Rage Fist, ends up doing.
Yep. I mean, absolutely. Annihilate's really one that you just can't ignore. If you start chipping it down with little bits of damage, then you're going to start to see a really powerful Rage Fist. You can't start swinging it around with those Intimidates, much like the Lurantis. Because of its Defiant ability, its attack is actually going to increase every time it gets it with an Intimidate. So it's really a threat that can get going if you're not, very careful about dealing with it as quickly as you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. It seems like we have two monstrously offensive teams. A bit of a different strategy in terms of speed control. It looks like that we have a Trick Room setter on Diego's side with the Farigiraf.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Diego famously loves his Trick Room. Very big fan of the hard Trick Room team, where his strategy just revolves around getting Trick Room up as soon as he can, and then using that inverse speed change to just sweep through your opponent.
Yep, and it seems like Nicholas Khan is also ready to deal with that. Ursaluna is typically a solo Pokemon, something that really likes to thrive inside Trick Room. So,
absolutely. I mean, it doesn't need it, but when it's got it, it pops off. So Diego will have to be a bit careful about how he uses that Trick Room against that opposing Ursaluna.
Yeah, absolutely. This matchup just seems absolutely incredible. I feel that we're in for quite the Slovenoka, so to speak, to borrow a boxing term there.
Oh, absolutely. We've got two Brisbane regional champions here. This is truly the heavyweight fight this round.
The back-to-backs as well. So,
of course,
2024 to 2025.
It'll be very interesting to see which of them comes out on top. And they have two very interesting teams as well.
Absolutely.
So, I'm especially keen to see if that Lurantis will have a showing. That's a very interesting Pokemon that we really don't see that often.
Yeah, it seems like that matches up pretty well into Nick's team. So it does seem like that it should have a good chance of coming along. So I am excited to see that thing hit the field, most likely. So.
yeah, but it would be really interesting to see how each player deals with each other. The caliber of the players we have on this round is just
absolutely. We've got next level teams piloted by next level players, so it is, quite the sight to be seen.
Fantastic. Well, I'm super excited to get started. I'm just going to have a look at a bit more in depth at the kind of moves that our players are running here. Just while we wait for them to get set up. So it looks like Nicholas's Mousehold and Annihilate, a very standard set, what the community typically refers to as the Mouse-Ape combination. Mousehold there to support the Annihilate and get it going, swinging with those Rage Fists. The Mousehold does have that Beat Up. So Beat Up, as I believe was explained earlier, you can side target with it, so target your own Pokemon. It gets off 4 hits if you lead it at the start into that Annihilate, and that's 4 boosts to the Annihilate's Rage Fist.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Annihilate starts to get so scary, because even if you're not attacking it and you're not boosting that Rage Fist, your opponent still has the chance to attack their own Annihilate and get it stronger and stronger and stronger as it goes along.
Absolutely. And that Friend Guard as well, that Mousehold is packing, can be terrifying to be up against, because that Annihilate, it's already quite naturally bulky, and then that Friend Guard reducing the damage that it's taking makes it incredibly hard for your opponent to actually take it out. So that's a really big threat there. So it looks like we're actually going to be cutting very soon to the players to see what they're doing. I've just been told that we're going to be starting soon, so we'll see what they're about to get up to.
Absolutely, I cannot wait.
So do you have any tips? Any thoughts on who might pick this one up?
It's hard to say. These are both like next level caliber players. Nicholas Khan does have a World Championship win under his belt. But anyway, let's get into this. So we're seeing the Golden Go Mousehold lead up against Diego's Farigiraf and Indeedee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a really interesting one, not opting for the typical Mouse-Ape, but it looks like Nicholas might be just trying to opt to get as much damage as possible to potentially stop Diego getting that Trick Room up by using that Golden Go to swing very hard. Indeedee there has the option to click Follow Me to keep that Farigiraf safe while the Farigiraf does start clicking that Trick Room. It'll be interesting to see what Mousehold is doing here. Notably, Mousehold actually cannot click Helping Hand onto the Golden Go, because Golden Go's ability, Good as Gold, actually prevents it from receiving helping hand assistance from its ally.
Oh, we're seeing the mouse hold switch out now. Probably seeing that it can't really do quite a lot. We see Rillaboom coming in. Rillaboom, typically a Pokemon that carries Fake Out. However, number one, we have Psychic Terrain that is potentially active from the Indeedee. Of course, Rillaboom removes that, but we also have potential Armor Tail from the Farigiraf. So, seeing a Nasty Plot come off from the Farigiraf there. So, Nasty Plot from the Golden Go and the Farigiraf. We are just boosting our offenses at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very interesting plays from both players, quite passive. Both of them opting for a Nasty Plot. Very interestingly, Diego opting not to go for the Trick Room there, having both the Indeedee and the Farigiraf on the field, and instead deciding to go for that Nasty Plot on the Farigiraf. I noticed that Heal Pulse there from the Indeedee, potentially anticipating that either the Golden Go or the Mousehold would swing for some damage into the Farigiraf, so the Heal Pulse was there to get it back up. But guess we'll see here what the players are planning with those offensive setups.
Cool. So we see the Indeedee swapping out, obviously wanting to preserve that Psychic Terrain, wanting to bring that in a bit later. We see the Incineroar coming in, and the Incineroar is going to be offering Fake Out pressure up against that Rillaboom in case the Golden Go wants to Terastallize. I don't believe that we know what the Terastallize type is for the Golden Go at the moment, but we are seeing the Farigiraf Terastallize into Water type. Makes it weaker to the Rillaboom, which is a bit interesting to see come off, but resisting the Make It Rain that comes out from Golden Go here is, yeah, that does about a quarter of its hit points there.
living that very comfortably there, yes, yep. There does come the Wood Hammer, but the Farigiraf is Sap Sipper. That's a bit of a interesting one there. Very typically, you'd expect to see Armor Tail, but obviously Diego has opted for something a little bit different there, which Nicholas may have missed while reading the team sheet, instead clicking that Wood Hammer into that Sap Sipper. Sap Sipper, for those who aren't aware, whenever a Grass-type move targets that Pokemon, instead of taking damage, it instead receives an attack boost. So Farigiraf, with that Terra Water, just completely unfazed by that Wood Hammer, getting a very handy attack boost. Not sure if that'll be necessary, but keeping it safe from those Wood Hammers, very strong and very unexpected, as you can see with Nick there, perhaps missing that one on the team sheet.
Yes, absolutely. Be interesting to see how Nick wants to play around this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Diego getting that Trick Room up, like I mentioned at the start, once he does that, his aim is just to sweep through. That Farigiraf is now at +2 on its special attack stat, which means it's going to be threatening some very, very threatening damage here. So it looks like we're going to the Terastallization from, that would be Nick's side of the field, going for the Terra Water on the Golden Go, perhaps to keep it safe from a Flabits or a knockoff from the Incineroar.
Yeah, it does end up reducing quite a lot of the damage that the Incineroar would do. But however, the Incineroar has opted to just target right next to the Golden Go after that switch out into the Rillaboom. Just wanting to get the damage down on that thing. The Rillaboom does pack a lot of offensive pressure. And Diego just opting to remove hoping to remove the Rillaboom, or whatever the Rillaboom was going to be switching into in the process. But this does allow Golden Go to be still at full HP, able to throw off a +2 Shadow Ball into the Farigiraf for pretty much free there.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's a really strong turn for Diego there, to be honest. Obviously, that Golden Go was able to get that +2 special attack Shadow Ball off into the Farigiraf, but Farigiraf still toughing it out quite comfortably, whereas Diego was able to take out that Mousehold with that double up, that Farigiraf and the Incineroar targeting that slot. A very wise play from Diego there, I think. But it'll be interesting to see where they go from here. Nick has the Blood Moon Ursaluna out on the field, which obviously outputs a lot of its own damage. So it'll be interesting to see how Diego looks to deal with that before it starts running away with too much damage.
Yeah, despite getting Parting Shot there, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it is still such a strong Pokemon that it's still going to be throwing out quite a fair bit of damage. Doesn't look like the Farigiraf is going to be holding on for very much longer, given that we did not see a Protect come out. Indeed, he comes in, resetting the Psychic Terrain. It's probably why we don't see the Armor Tail from the Farigiraf.
Ooh,
That's
a big knockout in the Golden Go, and the Ursaluna Blood Moon is toughing that one out, but it's not got a lot left in terms of the HP.
That Earth Power, does not pick up the knockout on the Farigiraf there.
Yeah, parting shot for that Incineroar coming in super clutch there. I think that special attack drop into that Ursaluna from the parting shot, really allowing that Farigiraf to just kind of stick around on the field where otherwise it might have been knocked out by that Earth Power.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the Sap Sipper come in again. It does prevent Nicholas from being able to go for his Grassy Glide, which he would probably want to smack into that Farigiraf. Be able to pick up a quick KO. Unfortunately, since the Sap Sipper does make the grass type move totally immune.
Yeah, of course. Well, there comes the Incineroar, switching back in to weaken the attack stat of the Rillaboom and potentially try to get another cheeky parting shot off into the Ursaluna. Indeed, so that is actually a double switch from Diego there, just repositioning, trying to keep his side, as comfortable as possible, especially trying to keep the priority. And there is the Lurantis that I was wondering if we would see, so it'll be very interesting to see what we get from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lurantis coming in and just taking absolutely nothing from that Woodhammer. My goodness.
Yeah,
that is a strong move. That is a very strong move coming off a Rillaboom in grassy terrain, but that resistance paying its dividends right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably a lot of defensive investment in that as well. And it looks like Nicholas is just going to forfeit there, feeling that that game is potentially not one that he's going to be able to claw it back from. So I think very, very well played by Diego there.
Very, very strong play from Diego there. Nicholas seemed to be on the back foot that entire match after swinging a grass-type move into the Sap Sipper for a Giraffe there. That seemed to have killed quite a lot of his momentum, and that he just needs to reset, go into game 2, rethink his game strategy, read the team sheet a little better, obviously.
Look, I can't blame him. I have to say, if I sat down in front of a Farigiraf player and I was sitting there, I would not even think to read the team sheet. I just think it's Farigiraf, it's Armatail. That's what it's got to be. But sometimes you got to remember, some of these Pokemon, even if 99% of the time they've got that one very strong ability that they're using, sometimes they've got a second one. It is worth double checking just to make sure they're not going to throw you a curveball.
Yeah, and it's a good thing too about this tournament being a best of 3 format, that you're able to take those game losses and you're able to just use that as a moment to analyze where you've gone wrong. It's not the end of the world. You can move into game 2. You can take game 2 and bring it to game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go with game 2 now. It looks like we are getting the same lead from Diego with the Ndidi and the Farigiraf, and Nicholas Khan switching it up a bit with that Golden Go and the Dragonite there. Dragonite obviously threatening a lot of damage output along with the Golden Go. So perhaps Nicholas is wondering about, last time it didn't work, maybe I just want to try to hit the Farigiraf as hard as I can in turn 1, maybe stop it from getting that Trick Room off, stop it from getting that nasty plot, get rid of it so that when my Rillaboom comes in, the Woodhammers will actually work, and just kind of prepare the board to be a bit more in his favor. So it'll be really interesting to see how Diego responds to that. Obviously, Ndidi provides a lot of support to that Farigiraf. Went for Heal Pulse last time. Potentially this time it might choose to go for a Follow Me, just to keep that Farigiraf safe, or it does go for a nasty plot or a Trick Room to get Diego set up. So it'll be really interesting to see what each player does here to answer to the other side of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. You also need to take into notice that both these Pokemon, while they are Psychic types, they also possess the Normal type, so they are completely immune to the Shadow Balls that Golden Go would otherwise really love to be throwing off at the moment. But we do see that Follow Me coming through for the Ndidi there, wanting to support the Farigiraf, while Golden Go goes for another nasty plot like we saw turn 1 of game 1. But interesting to see what the Dragonite wants to do. Throws off a Scale Shot, increasing its speed.
Yeah, that's a really interesting play, going for the Scale Shot there, because it does get that decent amount of damage off into the Ndidi, or potentially the Farigiraf if that's where it was targeting. It does raise its speed stat, as you mentioned, which could actually be a bit of a liability if Diego is able to get the Trick Room up here. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going for.
Just going straight for the...
So that's a bit of a disadvantage there for the Dragonite to have that speed stat set up. But, he's not necessarily in a bad spot, Nicholas, because he has got that nasty plot on the Golden Go. Which means that if Diego isn't able to answer the Golden Go, that Golden Go could be outputting a heap of damage pressure with those Make It Rains.
Yes, absolutely. And he still has terrain control in the back, where he has the Rillaboom that he could potentially bring in at any point in time, being able to remove any immunity to priority moves that Psychic Terrain offers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without that Armatail on the Farigiraf that they would usually run, Diego really is relying on that Psychic Terrain to protect his side of the board safe from the priority moves such as the Grassy Glides and the Fake Outs.
Yep. And it seems that he wants to keep his Farigiraf nice and healthy, given how much work it put in game 1. bringing in the Incineroar, who also brought in a lot of work game one with its Intimidates and Parting Shots.
Yeah, of course. Psychic from Indeedee to deal some damage to that Dragonite, to pop its multi-scale ability. And there's the Make It Rain. That's doing a fair bit of damage there to the Indeedee, knocking it out. Seeing the critical hit there. Not sure if that was particularly relevant with that +2 special attack. And then getting a respectable amount of damage on that Incineroar, considering that was a resisted hit through its fire typing. But there's the scale shot. It is reduced by the Intimidate from the Incineroar, but it is still doing respectable damage there. Obviously, Dragonite holding that loaded dice means it's going to get at least 4 hits every time it goes with a scale shot, and it is going to pick up 5 hits there, taking that Incineroar to quite a low amount of health there.
Yeah, it seems like Incineroar is going to be within range of the next Make It Rain from Golden Go, despite the special attack drop that comes with using that move.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got the Nasty Plot from earlier, set it up to +2. Make It Rain did drop the special attack, but it is still looking at +1 special attack, so it's still in a pretty good position there offensively. It's obviously got to be concerned about Incineroar going for either a knockoff or a Flare Blitz. Golden Go, of course, being weak to both of them, but it does have access to that water terrestrialization to kind of keep it safe and maybe continue shooting off those Make It Rains. Diego on his side, threatening that offensive pressure with the Incineroar, and there is a Psychic Terrain up at the moment, so potentially he might want to opt to go for a Expanding Force into Nicholas' side of the field, get that spread and the extra damage from the Psychic Terrain. However, it will be a bit concerning if we do see the Rillaboom come back from Nick's side of the field. Diego's Indeedee has been taken out, which means once that Psychic Terrain is gone, it is gone.
Ooh, we see a really strong knockoff from the Incineroar there into the -2 defense Dragonite, as Dragonite used the scale shot.
Of course, yep.
It's lowered its defense 2 stages. So it's very, very strong hit.
Yeah, Nasty Plot from Farigiraf to increase its special attack, but there is the +1 Make It Rain from Golden Go, dealing a massive amount of damage, taking out that Incineroar and taking out that Farigiraf to quite a risky amount of health. Farigiraf obviously benefits from having that +2 special attack, which means it can now come out swinging. But obviously, if Nicholas does bring in that Rillaboom, if he has got that in the back, then that is going to set that grassy terrain. It's going to take away Diego's ability to start doing that massive spread damage with that Expanding Force, which he might look to do.
And it also gives the option for a draft to be faked out by the Rillaboom.
Absolutely.
There is no Indeedee to be able to come in to reset the terrain. So.
No Indeedee and no Armatail. You're safe from terrain. Sorry, you're safe from the Woodhammer, but unfortunately you're not safe from the fake outs now. We do see Lurantis back on the field now. It'll be really interesting to see what Diego's actually cooking here. Because we obviously didn't get to see it do anything in the first game. I'd love to see what it's here to do right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I am stoked to see this thing actually be out on the field and actually being able to go for a move this time. So we're seeing a terrestrialization onto the Farigiraf, trying to take a lot less damage from that Make It Rain that might be coming out from the Golden Go.
Yep, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see how much damage it does here. Make It Rain down to a neutral hit. There's the fake out into the Farigiraf now that there's no terrain. And knockoff into the Golden Go, not quite doing enough damage to pick it up. So Golden Go is actually able to move this turn, having not been knocked out. There's the Make It Rain. It is going to pick up the Farigiraf, even through that water terrestrialization. So that Farigiraf is unfortunately going to be taken out there.
Yeah, so that's Trick Room support gone for Diego. That's his Psychic Terrain gone. It is Lurantis versus the world. That is Nicholas Khan's team.
Yeah. I mean, it really... interesting to see if Diego's actually going to be able to pull it back here. You know, we were curious to see what Lurantis is going to be doing. I'm not sure it's going to be enough protect from the Golden Go there to keep it safe from potentially another knockout. There's the superpower from the Lurantis, which would typically reduce your attack and special attack, but obviously the Lurantis gets the boost instead because it is contrary.
Yes, attack and defense, not attack and special attack, but at the same point in time, it's going to be getting stronger and stronger with those attacks. Yeah. And it is going to be taking advantage, obviously not against Nick Khan's team, but against other teams of Intimidate Pokemon, such as Incineroar coming in. It's only going to be making it stronger and stronger.
Yeah, well, there's the end of Trick Room there. So Lurantis looking to be moving after that Rillaboom, although the benefit of the superpower boosting its defense stat means it's now pretty comfortable against those Woodhammers, even though they are grassy terrain boosted. There's the Make It Rain coming out. Not going to do a whole heap there. So we'll see what Lurantis is going to do in response, although there's the Woodhammer, and it is going to pick up the knockout there. So game 2 is going to go to Nicholas.
Yeah, and it just goes to show just like how powerful losing game 1 can be for you. You can still glean a lot of information with this game. So Nicholas Khan, he forfeited game 1, but he knew game 2, he's got a plan. He knows how he's going to execute this, and he knows what he's going to be doing going into this, and he really showed it.
Oh, absolutely. You can kind of tell that every step of every turn there, he knew exactly what he was doing. He kind of had his roadmap planned out. That Golden Go Dragonite lead, he knew that Dragonite early on, obviously it wasn't a bit of a disadvantaged position from that scale shot, dropping its defense, raising its speed into that Trick Room, but it was able to actually deal a lot of damage into that Indeedee, which meant that in the following turn he was able to pick it up and just completely take control of the terrain there, get his own grassy terrain up, allow that Rillaboom to be outputting massive damage with those Wood Hammers, boosted by the terrain. Also meant Diego wasn't really in a particularly great spot offensively, didn't have the Psychic Terrain anymore to keep its Farigiraf safe from those fake outs, which ended up being his downfall. It also wasn't able to take advantage of the terrain for those expanding force boosts, getting that spread damage, the extra damage from the terrain, which meant Farigiraf was in a bit of a weak position there despite getting that nasty plot off.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though Dragonite was in Trick Room with boosted speed, it wasn't there to stick around for multiple turns. It was there to get the damage off that it needed in order to punch the holes through Diego's team that Nick needed in order to succeed there. So brilliant game 2, brilliant adjustment from Nick Khan. I can't wait to see how game 3 is going to be going. Because just like with game 2, even though Diego has lost game 2, he now has a solid idea of what Nick Khan's plan is and how he wants to go through and counter that. That's what you're always thinking about when you're this level of player, that you're wanting to see, okay, so this is how my opponent's adjusted. Okay, so I've lost this game. I'm going to play this out, and I'm just going to think about how am I going to end up not in this position in the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, you learn from your losses, and each of these players has now had a loss to learn from. So Nick was able to adjust in the second game after the first one, after that loss. But now Diego has the opportunity to adjust in response to what Nicholas did. So each player now really bringing their A game, having been able to scout out the opposing player's win conditions, figure out what the opposing player is going to try to do. So they're now each kind of sort of in each other's heads, knowing exactly what they need to prevent on their own side. So we're each going to come in with an adjustment. It's going to be really interesting to see if Diego does go for the same lead coming into game 3. Obviously, Nicholas switching it up in the second game, but Diego going for the same leads both times. And in fact, I think he brought the same Pokemon both times. But here we go. Back into game 3. Just terrestrialization right off the bat into the Golden Go there on Nicholas's side of the field, into that water terrestrialization to keep it safe from those hits coming out from Diego's side of the field. It does look like Diego has that Incineroar and the Farigiraf, so Diego has switched it up. Terrestrialization coming out from Diego's side as well into that Farigiraf. So we are going to see a Terra Water on both sides. Defensive moves from both players, obviously keeping the Golden Go safe from those Flare Blitzers and keeping the Farigiraf safe from those Make It Rains. Super Fang into the Farigiraf, take it down to half health, and there's the nasty plot once again from Golden Go. Nicholas trying to set up so that his Make It Rains going forward are outputting a lot of damage.
Yep, but we're seeing a knockoff come out from the Incineroar there, taking away Golden Go's Life Orb there, which, while it is okay for Golden Go to be able to be throwing off moves without taking 10% of its hit points in recoil, that 30% boost to its special attack is really going to be missing. Those Make It Rains were so strong that last game because of that 30% boost from the Life Orb.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Life Orb provides a lot of offensive output, but last game, Nicholas, even with the +2 from the nasty plot, was still missing out on a little bit of damage there, not quite able to pick up the KOs. So without the Life Orb, it's going to be even harder for him to kind of be putting out the damage that he needs in order to pick up those knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see now the disadvantage of Diego terrestrializing his Farigiraf right there is that it no longer has that normal typing anymore, is that it can now be hit by those single target Shadow Balls coming out from the Golden Go.
Yep. There is the Indeedee bringing in the Psychic terrain. Obviously, there's not necessarily any priority on on Nicholas's side of the field that he needs to watch out for, but that is going to proc the Farigiraf's special defense with the Psychic Seed. There's a Follow Me from Mousehold, but the Expanding Force means it doesn't matter. That's going to hit both Pokemon on Nicholas's side of the field and deal very respectable damage.
That Friend Guard paying dividends there for the Golden Go, otherwise it would have been knocked out there.
Yeah.
The single target Shadow Ball, despite the Psychic Seed going off there, still picks up the knockout on the Farigiraf, so terrific turn for Nicholas Khan there. You can see how that could have gone either way that turn. That is such a pivotal moment in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Mousehole coming in or being in on the field with that friend guard, keeping that Golden Go from being knocked out by that expanding force. You know, the expanding force psychic damage with the psychic terrain was doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough, unfortunately, which did allow him to pick up that Farigiraf. As you mentioned, no longer being immune to that Shadow Ball, meant Nicholas was just safe to click that Shadow Ball directly into that slot and pick up the knockout there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nicholas is protecting his Golden Go, keeping that health. It doesn't have that much left, and it does seem that we've got a double protect. I'm assuming that we might have missed a Trick Room turn at turn 1.
Yep, Trick Room was set up by the Farigiraf, so we now are in the Trick Room, which means Nicholas might be looking to stall that out. And also to just kind of scout what this Lurantis is doing. It's quite possible Nicholas is confused as the rest of us are to see exactly what it's here for. So perhaps he's just there, double protect, scout out, see what is exactly Lurantis planning here going into this turn, having seen that is now able to pick that up and run with it. But, you know, Nicholas' side of the field, both Pokemon are on fairly low health, so, you know, quite possible that Lurantis could pick up a knockout into either one of those. Indeedee itself as well, also able to put out offensive output for those Psychics, but it looks like in Golden Go here is actually just going to hard switch out.
And it's kind of a nice thing that if you are Diego, if you cannot pick up a knockout, if you're still going for those superpowers, you're still getting those boosts to your attack and your defense. You are setting that Pokemon up to win the game.
Yeah, and there is the double protect on the Mousehole, but that is going to fail, unfortunately. Superpower, however, going into what was previously the Golden Go is now the Rillaboom, dealing a decent amount of chip damage and also getting those boosts for the Lurantis, which means its superpowers in the future are going to do a bit more damage. Psychic from the Indeedee is going to come in to knock out that Mousehole, which means Nicholas no longer has access to that Friend Guard.
Yeah, so even without the Psychic terrain, that Psychic was enough to pick up Mousehole. Mousehole isn't a particularly bulky Pokemon. It's not particularly high defenses. It's more there for its friends to be a lot more defensive.
Exactly. Outside of Trick Room, it obviously functions very well with its high speed stat, but that doesn't do well when Diego's got that Trick Room up. So indeed he was able to pick up the knockout with the Psychic. Lurantis now also having that +1 its attack and defense means it is going to be outputting more damage than it did last turn, and is also going to be able to take hits from the Rillaboom a lot stronger than it previously would have done.
Yeah, absolutely. Although we did see last game that those grassy terrain boosted Woodhammers still do a lot to a +1 defense Lurantis. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you can never be too comfortable in the face of a Rillaboom with the grassy terrain active. Woodhammer with that 120 base power boosted by the grassy terrain, that hits like a truck.
Absolutely. So we're seeing Indeedee swap out, wanting to preserve that terrain control there.
Yeah,
that is super important for Diego to want to be able to win this set.
Yeah, well, we saw from game 2 that, you know, losing the terrain control really lost him the game. So he is going to try to keep it so that Indeedee is in the back to come back out to turn that Psychic terrain back on. The fake out into the Blood Moon, into the Lurantis. Nicholas obviously not wanting that Lurantis to get any moves off, faking it out so that it does flinch, and then getting that Blood Moon off to try to take it down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, as strong of a move as Blood Moon is, it's not enough to pick up the Lurantis there, so Lurantis gets to stick around for at least 2 more turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blood Moon, you can only use it every second turn. Well, once you've used it, alternating turns. So Lurantis is safe for a second Blood Moon here. I do believe Trick Room is now down.
Yes, Trick Room went down that turn.
So it looks like Nicholas is back to having that speed control and is in a more offensive situation. It'll be interesting to see if Diego is going to try to perhaps get that Indeedee back in to try to set that Trick Room back up, or if he's more comfortable to just kind of like leave it going and try to play from behind. Woodhammer into that Lurantis, still doing respectable damage as we mentioned, but there is the Hyper Voice to pick up the knockout on the Lurantis, which unfortunately means Lurantis is not going to be able to continue swinging there.
Yeah, Incineroar opting to not utilize the fake out pressure that it had, rather going for the parting shot, probably to get up the terrain advantage that it's looking for. But it doesn't have access to its fake out pressure anymore. So I'm interested in Diego's thought process there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, it's a really interesting position for Diego to be in. A bit of a tricky one, given that he's down to 2 supporting Pokemon. Incineroar obviously has the potential to be outputting damage with those, you know, knockoffs and their Flare Blades, but it's mostly there for damage reduction, for that fake out, which obviously he can't use anymore because of his own Psychic terrain. So very curious to see what Diego is planning here. Perhaps he was just anticipating that the Lurantis would be able to tough out those hits, or perhaps that it wouldn't be targeted like it was, so that it could continue to swing, and that Incineroar could get that parting shot off safely. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So Diego is in a very tough spot here.
Yep, and the Earth Power comes out.
Oh,
Doesn't
it's
pick
not
up the
gonna pick up the
Incineroar,
knockout.
it barely hangs on.
Yeah, there is the knockoff coming out, knocking off the Assault Vest on the Ursaluna, which means Indeedee is perhaps going to be able to deal more damage to the Ursaluna with its own psychic moves. But it'd be very interesting to see if that's going to be enough for
Yeah,
Diego.
Indeedee has set the Trick Room, but I feel it might be a little too late. It does seem like this game is pretty firmly in Nick Khan's favor. I can't really see any way of Diego being able to pick it up from here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really rough. Like I mentioned, we've got two supporting Pokemon here. There's the Parting Shot again, just to reduce the damage coming out from the Ursaluna. Perhaps Diego's just kind of hoping to tough it out for the rest of this battle. But there is the Hyper Voice taking out the Incineroar and dealing some chip damage to the Indeedee.
Yeah, doing minuscule damage to the Indeedee there.
So Indeedee going for a Heal Pulse into the Incineroar, which unfortunately is not going to work because the Incineroar has already been taken out. Mega Rain coming out here, taking Indeedee down to relatively low health. And I think it's pretty safe to say it is all over for Diego here.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Diego, but well fought games. That very dominant game one really played that very, very well. And despite losing game two, he also played that incredibly well as well. So
yeah, look, all three games played incredibly well by two former Brisbane Regional Champions. Like we said, this is going to be tough games, right? You know, these are some incredibly strong
two of the highest echelon players that we have playing in round two here, so it's a bit of a rough tournament run for Diego, very unfortunately.
Absolutely,
something that you would like to be seeing in your final rounds.
Of course,
like your round nines, but any player can do it. A former champion.
Yeah, look,
absolutely.
I mean, Diego down but not out there. He's 1 win, 1 loss, but you've got two losses that you can have under your belt to make it through to the second day. Very strong player. I'm sure it's very likely we will still see him in day two, perhaps back here on the broadcast, so we can see some more of what he's got cooking without Lurantis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame that we didn't see much from Lurantis. We only saw it take a few hits and get off a superpower for 2 games. But that very, very interesting brain. That is all I have to say about Lurantis.
Yeah, I'm still so curious about what he's cooking there. I really hope we get to see him in later games so that we can really see him bring it to his full potential. Knowing Diego, he's tested this team extensively. I'm sure he's got a plan for exactly what it's supposed to be doing, and I really hope the rest of us are going to be able to see his vision.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully he gets to face up against more Intimidate-focused support teams, whereas Nick Khan hasn't had a single Pokemon with Intimidate on it, which is where I feel that the Lurantis would absolutely shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can never really sleep on a Pokemon that has the ability to benefit from Intimidate. You've got the Defiant Pokemons like Annihilate, competitive like Kilowattrel, and then obviously the contrary on the Lurantis, allowing it to get attack boosts rather than attack decreases from those Intimidates, means it's likely very, very threatening into the right team.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's... I think we should talk a bit more about what Nicholas was cooking there, because obviously he played incredibly well. Looking like he was in quite a disadvantaged position after the first game, but he was able to readjust and then readjust again in the third game. I think that mouse hold and Golden Go lead was a very, very strong way to play. Identifying that Farigiraf as the threat, being able to click that Super Fang into it to take out half of its hit points, and then allowing it to then chip it down later with those Make It Rains and with the Shadow Ball ultimately. And then also just having that Friend Guard on the field, as you pointed out earlier, allowing that Golden Go to, tough out that hit that it otherwise would have been knocked out by that Expanding Force from the Farigiraf. That Friend Guard, giving it that damage reduction in order to keep the Golden Go on the field, to swing with that Return Shadow Ball, pick up a knockout on the Farigiraf, and get Nick into an incredibly advantaged position.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick's play for those games 2 and 3 was absolutely phenomenal. He absolutely deserves the accolades that he has accumulated over the years. As we said before, he's the 2024 champion. In 2017, he won the Junior Worlds Championship.
Yep.
He is a phenomenal player, and we got to see that on full display for this round 2 of Brisbane Regionals 2026.
Exactly. We sometimes get asked the question, what makes a good player? What differentiates a good player from your average player? And watching games like that, I think really kind of exemplify exactly what makes Nicholas Khan one of the greats. A serious Worlds contender last year, serious Worlds contender the year before, and a serious Worlds contender this year as well. I would be very surprised if we don't see him with a Worlds qualification and seeing him up there, making it all the way at the World Championships. An incredibly strong player. And I think, Diego really had his work cut out for him, as we saw there.
Yeah, absolutely. As dominating as that game 3 did seem against Diego, that game 2 was still very well paced between the two players.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and like that game 1, he also absolutely dominated that game. So it's, again, even though he is going into this round 3 at 1-1, he is still a force to be reckoned with. He's still an incredibly strong player, and I'm looking forward to see more of both these players later on in the tournament.
No, I absolutely wouldn't want to be the person who gets paired up against Diego in round 3 because that is a formidable opponent. Like I said before, I'm more than expecting him to be able to go all the way in this tournament. One loss, it's a setback, but it's certainly not the end of the world, especially when you're a player at the level of Diego. I'm sure he'll be able to fight his way back from here.
Absolutely. So I think that we have said all we need to say about this round.
Absolutely. We'll be right back in a little bit with some more coverage of your 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. Welcome back, trainers, to round 3 of the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. We just had an absolutely hype round 2 with 2 former Brisbane Regional Champions, which was incredibly exciting to watch. Coming with an equally exciting round 3, I'm joined here with Harry, who's returning to bring us round 3 of the action. Before we get started into round 3, though, I just want to quickly talk about the Pokemon that we as casters have predicted will do well this tournament.
Yes, of course. As casters, we're also players, and we do enjoy playing the game. And we have played quite a few games in Regulation H.
Too many, some would say.
Yeah, too many. Most Pokemon players, too many. But we have kind of felt the metagame a little bit and thought these Pokemon, I think, a combination of their strength alone and what other people are choosing to bring, we think that these Pokemon have the potential to stand out at this event. So I'll start.
Go for it.
If you know me, I do not like Fake Out, and because I don't like Fake Out, that means I really like Ghost types. And with my picks, I've picked 2 Ghost types. It's a bit of a conflict there, because you'd think I'm picking Basculegion, a rain Pokemon, and I'm picking Typhlosion, a sun Pokemon. But I'm leaning more towards the concept of a Basculegion not on rain. I've seen a lot paired with Ninetales, actually, Snow Basculegion.
Yes.
But instead of going for that Swift Swim that we saw in the first round, they are more often opting for either Focus Sash, but usually Choice Scarf and Adaptability, an ability that that same type attack bonus, normally a 50% boost to your damage, is now 2 times. So those Wave Crashes hitting even harder, those Last Respects in the endgame, even harder.
Yeah, I mean, it hits like an absolute truck when it goes off. That adaptability, incredibly strong. As you said, with that Choice Scarf, I mean, even without the Swift Swim, it is still able to move first and just hit first, hit hard.
Yeah, and particularly why I really enjoy using it is because Basculegion on leads, it's very, very safe because it can't be faked out. And most of the time, barring Whimsicott Prankster or maybe Talonflame with Gale Wings, most of the time it's moving first. And if the position isn't great for you, you can just click Flip Turn and then make the position good for the next turn. So it's just a very safe and reliable Pokemon. It does one thing, hits hard, moves quick, and it does it really, really exceptionally well. And I also want to highlight that a typical way that you can combat the rain strategies, because they like to use Electroshock, an Electro-type move, and then Water moves, is with Dragon types. And although Garchomp, ground typing, doesn't actually resist Water, I think Garchomp is a premier Dragon type in this format, using a very, very high speed stat. It's very desirable, but also the potential of clicking Earthquake, similar to those Ursalunas we've seen before, but instead of needing to set up Trick Room, set up Tailwind, it's just ready to go as soon as you bring it onto the battlefield.
Yeah, of course. I mean, very, very strong Pokemon. All of them, really. I think you've got some good picks there.
Yeah.
I notice you haven't spoken about the big yellow bird yet.
Yeah, I believe we have both picked the big yellow bird, the Killer Wattrel. It's a good way to... We all know that Incineroar is a Pokemon that maybe half the field, a lot of people like to bring to tournaments.
Oh, yeah, very prevalent, very common. That Intimidate ability, very strong. A lot of people like using it to keep their side of the board safe from opposing physical attackers by just reducing that attack stat on the other side of the field.
Yes, of course. And Killer Wattrel, with the competitive ability, I believe we've mentioned earlier, if you get any stat drop, so the most common case of that would be the Intimidate, like we've been saying, you get 2 stages of raised special attack. So essentially doubling the offensive pressure from one attack, but it's also kind of wearing the opponent off clicking Icy Wind or Electro Web, because the speed drop, yes, it's valuable, but it does come at a very steep cost if you put it into that Killer Wattrel, and it can kind of, in a way, protect your partner, because like Garchomp and Ursaluna, it wants to be intimidated, but there is a cost if you want to intimidate that and trigger the competitive ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Coupled with that, Kilowattrel, one of the highest speed stats in our Regulation H metagame. You're not going to find a lot of things faster outside of, as you mentioned, the Gale Wings from a Talonflame or a Prankster from Whimsicott. But other than that, that Kilowattrel is moving first in a lot of senses, able to set the tailwind for your own team and really get you off to a good start with that speed boost there. And also just start swinging with Air Slashes, Thunderbolts to start picking up damage on the opponent. Very, very strong Pokemon. Very popular over here in Australia, especially over on the East Coast. I know it's very popular with the Sydney and Melbourne players. So I expect we'll probably see a fair bit of it today, especially going into the next round, given that we might be seeing the pioneer of Kilowattrel here in Australia from the last time we were playing Regulation H.
Yes, we do have a treat in store for you. We might be seeing the big bird straight away. And of course, the player we are alluding to is that Dimitri.
Yes, Dimitri Koziaris, who came runner-up at the Perth Regional Championships back when we were playing Regulation H in the last season. He was running a team with Porygon 2, Ursaluna, and of course Kilowattrel, which kind of put Kilowattrel on the map, because before then it wasn't really seeing a lot of play, but Dimitri leading up to it had a lot of faith in it, and that faith really paid off, I think.
Absolutely, yes. So we're expecting to see Kilowattrel in the next match, and his opponent is going to be Sam Pandelis, who in fact was a world's runner-up in the Masters division.
Yeah, absolutely. So both, once again, very incredibly strong players. It looks like both of them are also running Kilowattrel as well. So it'll be very interesting to see that mirror. It looks like the players might be ready to go. So we'll be cutting to that game very shortly. But we'll have a quick look at the teams. So there is Dimitri running that team mentioned earlier, that Porygon 2, the Ursaluna, and the Kilowattrel, of course, supported by Incineroar for those Intimidates, for the Fake Out, for the Parting Shot, and Amoonguss for the Spore, for the Rage Powder, to really kind of support his core Pokemon. And then obviously Golden Go is there, as we saw in round 2, very good at just being a very strong damage threat to just sit there and start outputting insane amounts of damage. Going over to Sam's side of the field, we've also got the Incineroar and the Amoonguss and the Kilowattrel as well, and also the Golden Go. However, instead of the Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna, Sam has elected to go for the Garchomp to output that ground pressure, but in more of a fast mode than the Ursaluna, being more of a slow Trick Room sweeper. And then Sam also has the Tyranitar there, a very interesting pick, which we have seen being picked up a lot over the past couple of months in Regulation H, being able to bring its own weather to combat both those rain teams and those sun teams, which are very strong, really helps that. And Tyranitar itself, just very, very strong, very capable at taking hits, especially on the special side. For those who aren't aware, whenever the Sandstorm weather is up, rock types like Tyranitar actually get a 50% boost to their special defense stat. Tyranitar will often couple that with an Assault Vest as well, which in itself boosts the special defense of the Tyranitar that's wearing it, which means it's actually incredibly tanky on the special side. Even those super effective Make It Rains coming out from Golden Go tend to really not be doing nearly as much damage as you'd like to those Tyranitar.
Yeah, we were talking about Blood Moon before, but I'm not sure. Have you ever seen a Blood Moon come out into a Tyranitar with the Assault Vest and that Sand Boost? It does essentially no damage.
It's hilarious to watch. I like to run my Golden Go with Terra Steel and Choice Specs to really output that massive damage from Make It Rain. And even then, you're really not doing as much damage to that Tyranitar as you'd like to see. So it's incredibly bulky on the special side, and it really does then allow it to come back swinging. 134 base attack stat. It's hitting like a truck, really.
Yeah, Tyranitar's a very strong Pokemon in this metagame. It's got really, really good move pool. It's got knockoff in the dark typing, of course. I believe this one that we're seeing today is actually opting for Terra Blast with Terra Flying. It's a very interesting Pokemon, but I think the main reason people like to consider it is because we see a lot of rain, we might see a lot of sun. These are very, very strong kind of archetypes to bring to a regional level tournament. And Tyranitar, yes, it likes the sand. It doesn't need it. It's fine if you override the sand, but being able to override the rain and the sun, that is crucial to the game plans of rain and sun players, whereas Tyranitar is a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether or not Sam opts to bring the Tyranitar here. It's not a weather matchup. There's not really any weather on Dimitri's side of the field. So it'll be interesting to see if Sam does opt to bring the Tyranitar on its own merit. But we are going to see the leads here. So Dimitri is going to lead with the Kilowattrel and the Ursaluna, and Sam is going to lead with that Kilowattrel and the Garchomp. So we really are seeing the double up in that Kilowattrel next to its preferred Earthquake user.
Yes, of course. So you're alluding to the Kilowattrels, and we see them both straight away. Kilowattrel plus Earthquake, very strong combination, of course. You set the Tailwind, will pick Earthquake, and the partner flying type is totally immune to it.
Absolutely, and there is the Tailwind from the Kilowattrel on Sam's side of the field, which means Garchomp is then going to go for the Dragon Claw into the Kilowattrel. It's going to take it down to the Focus Sash. Kilowattrel obviously opting to hold that Focus Sash to keep it from those one-hit knockouts that otherwise would have received from that Dragon Claw. Tailwind coming out from the Kilowattrel on Dimitri's side of the field to even the score. And then there's the Facade coming out from Dimitri's Ursaluna, which is not quite going to take the Kilowattrel down to that Focus Sash. But now that the Ursaluna is burned, that Facade is going to be doing a lot more damage in following turns.
Yeah, both trainers opting to do very similar strategies there. They both identify that if one person gets a Tailwind and the other doesn't, that could fall behind really quickly. So they're both saying, hey, if you'll get Tailwind, I'll get it too, and we're back to square one. And we also want to target down that Kilowattrel, potentially preventing a second Tailwind in the late game from coming out, just saying, Kilowattrel, strongest Pokemon in the format, right? We need to remove it from the field as quick as possible.
Exactly. It'll be really interesting to see if that was a speed tie from Sam and Dimitri, if they have the same speed on both their Kilowattrel, or if Sam's is faster. Obviously, its Tailwind went first there. Check coming out from the Ursaluna, from the Garchomp, Air Slash into the Ursaluna, and then Thunderbolt from Dimitri's Kilowattrel, taking out the opposing Kilowattrel, having identified it as the main threat of the team.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like that Kilowattrel has moved first 2 times in a row there. If it is a speed tie, that could be quite impactful, because the Thunderbolt obviously would have gone out before the Air Slash, and that little bit of damage on the Ursaluna, it might add up later in the game.
Could end up being very relevant here. Golden Go coming out from Sam's side of the field, threatening that damage with the Make It Rains, with the Shadow Balls. Garchomp as well, now in a really good position to start threatening damage on the Ursaluna or the Kilowattrel with big Dragon Claws, obviously safe from any electric type moves coming out from Dimitri's Kilowattrel thanks to its ground typing.
Yeah, of course. So the Kilowattrel is really good for setting the Tailwind, but a lot of the time you want the Kilowattrel to set the Tailwind and lead. So Santadelis' position here is quite good, because he's got 2 very strong offensive threats already in play.
As you mentioned, there is a switch from the Kilowattrel, obviously wanting to preserve it for when it can come back in later. And there's the Incineroar. Now that Sam's Kilowattrel has been taken out of the picture, Dimitri really is safe to bring in that Incineroar, start getting those Intimidates off without having to worry about the competitive from the Kilowattrel. Ursaluna switching as well, so it looks like it's just a hard reposition from Dimitri, trying to get a safer position on the board, bringing out that Porygon 2.
Yep, so the Incineroar and Porygon 2, very common to see them both on leads, but Porygon 2 maybe feels a little bit out of place, usually preferring the Trick Room conditions to the Tailwind.
Of course, there's Dragon Claw coming out, not doing a heap of damage because of that reduced attack stat from the Intimidate, and there's a nasty block from the Golden Go, setting itself up to be able to swing with a lot of damage later on in the game.
Yeah, so we've got an interesting contrast in the positions here. We've got Incineroar and Porygon 2 traditionally very defensive, supportive Pokemon, facing off against Golden Go and Garchomp, 2 very, very powerful Pokemon, capable of doing a lot of damage. And of course, that Golden Go, the nasty plot, it's very, very primed and ready to do a lot of damage here. Incineroar, it's pretty good in the face of Golden Go's potential attacks, Shadow Ball and Make It Rain, but it does have to be careful of Garchomp, capable of doing a lot of damage with those ground moves. The Intimidate, we'll see how safe this Incineroar feels here, but the speed is very much in Santadelis' favor.
Yeah, of course. 2 Pokemon that will both be moving first in the face of Dimitri's Pokemon. Obviously, as you mentioned, the Garchomp at -1 attack, but it's still threatening a decent amount of damage output into that Incineroar. The ground type move is hitting for super effective. Terra Flying from the Golden Go there. Potentially that means we're expecting to see a Earthquake from the Garchomp, keeping it safe from on the Golden Go, but there's the Fake Out, so I guess we'll never know. And there's a Make It Rain +2. We'll see how much that does. Not really doing a heap to either of them. Obviously resisted on the Incineroar. The Porygon 2 just relying on its natural bulk, especially bolstered by that Eviolite, to really keep it from taking too much damage from that +2 Make It Rain.
Yeah, so really interesting here. Both players opting for the Tailwind on turn 1, and then Dimitri saying, no, let's slow things down again, and let's go into the Trick Room. So of course those Tailwinds cancelled out, but now, as I said, the speed was firmly in Santadelis' favor with both offensive threats moving first. Now we've got the Trick Room up, so we'll see how Dimitri can make the most of these Trick Room turns, of course, with that Ursaluna, capable of doing a lot of damage if he can safely get that in and start attacking with it.
Well, there's a recover from the Porygon, really making up the damage that it took from the Make It Rain earlier and bringing it almost back to full health, which would be quite devastating for Sam. Knockoff coming in, knocking off the Metal Coat, which means those Make It Rains are doing even less damage. Still +1 special attack, but without that Metal Coat and without the +2 that it had last turn, really not doing as much damage as it would have liked. Dropping the special attack again back to where it was at the start of the game. Earthquake coming out from Garchomp. There it is. Terra Flying keeping the Golden Go safe. and it's really not doing a heap to that Porygon 2. You know, even with the Porygon 2 being very bulky, certainly not hindered either by the Garchomp having a -1 attack stat from that inhibitor.
Yeah, of course, that Porygon shrugging off both of those attacks, but you do have to keep in mind that it didn't get to do damage that turn because it opted for the recover there. And taking that knockout there allows the Ursaluna to come in safely. As I've highlighted, when you set the Trick Room, the second step in these Trick Room strategies is finding a way to get that Ursaluna in safely and quickly so you can make the most of as many turns of Trick Room as possible. And I believe Dimitri's done a pretty good job here of getting the Ursaluna in. It was a steep cost. He did have to lose a Pokemon, but he's ready to go on the offense this turn.
Yeah, of course. Bringing that Ursaluna in fresh is fantastic. It's really just able, because of the burn from previous turns, to start swinging with those massive damage on those fake outs. Garchomp switching out there, potentially to reset its attack stat, and Golden Go going for the Protect to keep it safe from any hits this turn. Ice Beam coming out into the Golden Go, that is going to go into the Protect. And then Ursaluna instead opting to go for the Facade into what is now the Amoonguss slot. And it's not quite going to pick up the knockout. It is going to stick around on a sliver of health, but that's still obviously very strong damage coming out from the Ursaluna.
Yeah, so it looks like Sam Pandelis did come prepared for the Trick Room, bringing his own Amoonguss here. Amoonguss, traditionally a very slow Pokemon, capable of even outspeeding Ursalunas. So the Trick Room was set up and he wasn't completely caught off guard, able to get the Amoonguss in, and hanging on there on that sliver of health is very, very crucial for Sam Pandelis in this match. If he lost Amoonguss there, I'm not sure how he would have gotten out of these Trick Room conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Very vital that Amoonguss was able to stick around. I think, its natural bulk doing a lot of work for it there. Even though that Facade is doubled by the burn and obviously the Guts boost as well from the Ursaluna is doing a lot of damage, still wasn't quite enough to get through the Amoonguss's incredible bulk there. But it looks like the Golden Go is going to get switched out there. Sam obviously trying to preserve it for as long as possible, maybe preserve it for when this Trick Room is down and it can start swinging safely again, bringing the Garchomp out onto the field. Spore coming out into that Porygon 2. As you mentioned, Amoonguss is now the slowest thing on the field, which under the Trick Room makes it the fastest thing on the field. Gets that Spore into the Porygon, which means Porygon is now asleep and not able to really swing or use a recover to keep itself safe. Facade coming out from the Ursaluna into the Garchomp, and that is going to pick up the knockout there. Amoonguss with its bulk is able to tough that one out. Garchomp, unfortunately, not so much.
Yeah, so it looks like that's a very crucial piece of the puzzle for Sam Pandelis removed there. Garchomp capable of doing a lot of damage. Now we know Amoonguss, Spore Pressure, it can put on a lot of pressure, threatening to put Pokemon to sleep. But we do have to win the game by doing damage, and it looks like Golden Go is the Pokemon that's going to have to carry the lion's share of the damage for the rest of this game. It looks like we've got one turn remaining in Trick Room, so Sam Pandelis' team is opting for much faster mode. So as soon as the Trick Room ends here, it looks like the offensive pressure will be on Sam Pandelis' team more. Unless, of course, Dim can get Kilowattrel that he so smartly preserved in the early game. If he can get that back into play, then he can take the speed control back after those Trick Room conditions get reversed.
Absolutely. And the Kilowattrel as well, being able to swing with that Thunderbolt. Golden Go having that flying terrestrialization to keep it safe from the Garchomp Earthquakes now means it's actually at risk potentially of taking damage from those Thunderbolts. Hard switch from the Ursaluna there, which is very interesting to see on the last turn of Trick Room, bringing his Kilowattrel out a turn early. Pollen Puff from the Amoonguss to get some more hit points into that Golden Go, and we're not seeing Protect, which means we are likely to see either a nasty plot to set it up to do some damage, or just a Make It Rain here to try to get some more damage output. And there is the Make It Rain. It is going to pick up the double knockout into both the Porygon and the Kilowattrel. Very risky move from Dimitri, switching that Ursaluna into the Kilowattrel, which looks like it may not actually pay off, unfortunately. I wonder if perhaps he was wondering if Sam was going to go for the double Protect to stall out the last turn of Trick Room, going for that reposition, but unfortunately Sam saw right through that, just went for the swing, and is now in a very favorable position with that Golden Go sitting there in what is now no longer Trick Room, being able to swing into that relatively low health Ursaluna.
Yeah, of course, Sam Pandelis, only 2 Pokemon remaining on his side. He's kind of priming himself really well for when those Trick Room conditions reverse. And now we've got 2 Pokemon against 2 Pokemon.
I believe it's only one.
Only
I think, no, Incineroar is still in the back, or was it taken out earlier?
I believe so, but we will find out. No, it was not.
Yeah, there we go. It's just the Ursaluna remaining. Unfortunately, it being the slowest thing on the field, Dimitri can see the writing on the wall. He is going to concede there and go into the game too.
Yeah, so it really did look like Dimitri was in a strong position there. But Sam Pandelis wisely kind of preserving the important pieces. So once that Trick Room gets reversed, he's in a very strong offensive position. And all he has to do is click Make It Rain one time. And if as long as it's faster, he's in a great position there to close out that game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think it really came down to that second last turn there. As I mentioned, quite often players in the last turn of Trick Room will opt to just protect both of their Pokemon to keep them safe. Then when Trick Room's down, they can start swinging. I think that's what Dimitri was anticipating. Obviously, if that is what Sam went for, it would have been a tough spot for Dimitri because he would have had Ursaluna and Porygon on the field. No way to switch out into the Kilowattrel. And it would have meant that Sam was then able to start swinging to pick up those knockouts. But unfortunately, Sam was able to make the correct play there and instead just think, you know what, I don't think you're swinging into my Golden Go with that facade. I think you're just going to switch it out and I'm just going to go for a Make It Rain here. And played out very well for him, was able to get that double knockout.
Yeah, it was a crucial decision for Dimitri there because if he had chosen to not switch in the Kilowattrel and Sam Pandelis did not take a knockout, then the position was really bad for him the next turn because he could just Make It Rain. So he had to find a way to get Kilowattrel in next turn and maybe preserve some protects. And his options there are to say you can attack, as you said, and then you take a knockout, Kilowattrel comes in, you're in a really good position, or you switch in manually and say you're not going to attack. But of course, Dimitri on the wrong side of that coin in that last turn, and that will make game one go to Sam Pandelis. Now, do we anticipate any adjustments, do you think?
To be honest, from Dimitri's side, I'd be surprised. Potentially from Sam, but I think Dimitri really came prepared with those, both the Tailwind and the Trick Room as options. So I think we might see the same thing, but there it is. Dimitri, once again, with the same leads, with the Kilowattrel Ursaluna. Sam mixing it up with the Amoonguss Golden Go. Perhaps after watching the first game was just like, well, these two were the MVPs. Let's just lead them right off the bat.
Yeah, interesting decision for Sam Pandelis, opting to not immediately lean into that Tailwind option, which Dimitri obviously has with his Kilowattrel on leads. I know Amoonguss plus Golden Go is a pretty safe lead. It gives you a lot of options to easily get a nasty pot on turn one, and hopefully you can get enough damage there, but it might be difficult if he's always attacking second in this game.
Yeah, of course. Golden Go really quite a bit tricky for the Ursaluna there, because obviously he's got the flying terrestrialization. Now, Sam opts to terrestrialize his Golden Go, and then it can be hit with facades, but it's otherwise immune to the Earthquake and the Headlong Rush. However, if he doesn't terrestrialize, it's immune to the facade. So if you're clicking a move into it, you've really got to be kind of guessing. And it looks like it is the flying type here, terrestrialization on the Golden Go, which will mean it is immune to those ground type moves. We will see what Dimitri has opted for here. Thunderbolt coming out. Looks like he did make that read, and it's not quite going to pick up the knockout into that Golden Go. Golden Go going for the nasty plot there to set up for future turns, although it'll be interesting to see if that does pay dividends, given that it is slower than the Kilowattrel. Earthquake going out there isn't going to hit the Golden Go, nor the Kilowattrel, as they're both flying types, and it's going to go into the Amoonguss, dealing just under half damage. Spore coming out there into the Kilowattrel, which means it's not going to be able to swing in that turn too.
Yeah, Dimitri identifying on this turn that, yes, I can set Tailwind, but I don't really need to right now because both Pokemon you've led with are relatively slow. Of course, the Golden Go typically faster than the Ursaluna there. So rather than clicking the Tailwind there, opting for the Thunderbolt and Earthquake. That way, if this Golden Go chooses to terrestrialize, you've got a super effective Thunderbolt. But if it doesn't, you've got the Earthquake coming into it. Of course, that Kilowattrel flying in the air can't be touched by the Earthquake anyway. Also covering for redirection, because that's another thing that Amoonguss is threatening here, but Earthquake ignores the redirection.
Exactly, yep. If you're hitting both Pokemon on the field, it doesn't matter which one you're targeting.
Exactly.
So that's very strong there. Kilowattrel remaining asleep as it would. Make It Rain coming out here at the +2. It is going to pick up the knockout on that Ursaluna, which is quite unfortunate for Dimitri, as it is one of his main damage dealers. Golden Go going to lose its special attack there from the Make It Rain, taking it down to a +1 special attack. Kilowattrel going to hang on with its Focus Sash. Amoonguss there going for the Pollen Path into the Golden Go to try to restore some of the hit points that were lost earlier from that Thunderbolt.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent turn from Sam Pandelis. He took a knockout with the Make It Rain and did essentially a knockout on the Kilowattrel. Now it's asleep and on one hit point. And the Amoonguss might have been struggling. What's it going to do this turn? Well, we're going to restore that damage. That is so crucial, those hit points on Golden Go. Because we've actually seen, I think, in all 3 games we've passed so far, Golden Go being just a crucial element in this game, and it's a crucial element in this format.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Good players, if they're able to get a Golden Go well positioned on the field, set it up well, it really just is a win condition for many, many teams. And it looks like both Sam and Dimitri are recognizing that here by targeting that Golden Go. Really, really unfortunate for Dimitri that he wasn't able to pick out that knockout in that first turn, because I think things would have been going very, very differently. We are seeing Incineroar come out from Dimitri here. The Intimidate not mattering so much, as it's not really facing down into any physical attackers. The Fake Out Pressure, on the other hand, I think doing a lot of work for Dimitri, especially to just kind of keep him ticking along to try to see if that Kilowattrel can wake up soon, try to stall out those next turns of sleep.
Yeah, absolutely. So terrestrializing that Golden Go does come at a cost because you do give up that ghost typing, and all of a sudden you can be faked out.
Yeah, absolutely. So Amoonguss switching out there into the Tyranitar. Looks like Sam has adjusted and brought it for game 2, setting up that sand, which will be very threatening to that 1 health Kilowattrel. Just a safe protect from Sam. Obviously, if Kilowattrel does wake up here and go for the Thunderbolt, it would pick up a knockout into that Golden Go, considering how much we saw it do in the first one. There is the wake up and there is the Thunderbolt into the Golden Go. Very well played by Sam, respecting the Kilowattrel and protecting it there, keeping the Golden Go safe. And that Sandstorm is going to deal that chip damage, which is going to take out the Kilowattrel there, unfortunately for Dimitri.
Yeah, solid play there. Instead of knocking out the Kilowattrel with damage, switching the Tyranitar, the Sand Chip is going to finish off because, of course, that Focus Sash item, leaving it only on 1 hit point. So not that much happened that turn in terms of damage, except, of course, 1 damage is enough to knock out that Kilowattrel.
Exactly. Fake out from Incineroar doing very little to the Tyranitar there. And the Thunderbolt going into the Protect. But sometimes the Sandstorm chip damage is all you need to really get you into a favorable position. And even though that Kilowattrel was on that 1-turn wake up, it was taken out by the Sand, which means Sam is now in an incredibly favorable position. Golden Go still at the +1 special attack. Incineroar already being on the field isn't able to go for that fake out. So it looks like Golden Go really is going to be moving first here. It'll be interesting to see if Dim is really going to be able to claw his way out of this at all.
Yep, so we've got this terrestrialization coming out from the Porygon 2 into the fighting type, potentially looking at a Terra Blast here because that Tyranitar definitely cannot take fighting Terra Blast or Burial. Sorry, on the wrong side. And then we've got the Make It Rain coming out. We know that Porygon 2, it's got a lot of bulk there and that Incineroar resisting.
Yep.
And their Flareblitz here coming out into that Golden Go.
Oh, and it's going to stick around on 2 hit points, although that may not end up mattering as that Sandstorm, which Sam himself set, is going to take out the last little bit of the hit points on the Golden Go there. Rock Slide taking out the Incineroar and dealing respectable damage to the Porygon. And we'll see if the Porygon is able to move. It is able to get that Terra Blast off, targeted into the Tyranitar. That is doubly super effective. It is going to pick out the knockout there. So not a terrible turn for Dimitri, but it is unfortunate to see that Incineroar get taken out, as that Porygon is going to be the last Pokemon on the field for him.
Yeah, we did see a critical hit actually come out from that Terra Blast, and the combination of the Assault Vest and the Sand does really help on the special attacking side, but it is a times 4 super effective.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if that mattered, but either way, it's done now. Dim was able to get that shot off into the Tyranitar, but Sam still does have 2 Pokemon in the back, and we are seeing here the Incineroar coming out, and also the Amoonguss as well, which will be very difficult for Dimitri to deal with just his Porygon 2.
Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of players that say, if you give me an Incineroar and an Amoonguss, I can win any game. And here we are, Incineroar and Amoonguss. 2 Pokemon very, very strong together. One's threatening Fake Out, one's threatening Spore. It's really, really difficult to break through. Just the immense HP and defense, special defense on both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and there's the Fake Out from the Incineroar into the Porygon, which unfortunately means the Porygon is not going to be able to move. And there's the Spore from the Amoonguss, putting the Porygon to sleep, which means Incineroar and Amoonguss are going to have a lot of breathing room to really just try to take it out over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, Porygon 2, it's a very strong Pokemon. Its strength comes a lot from its defenses. Yeah. It's really good when there's a partner there to help set up the Trick Room or put some meaningful damage there. But when Porygon 2 is left on its own, it can be quite difficult for it to finish up a game.
There is the concede from Dimitri. It looks like he is going to step away and acknowledge that Sam has won that one. So very well played by Sam Pandelis there. I think both times really able to maneuver exceptionally well around Dimitri's plays. I think Dimitri in both games was in some very favorable spots, but it just looked like, wasn't quite able to maneuver it well enough, or Sam was able to maneuver out of it quite well. Very unfortunate a couple of times. Dimitri wasn't quite able to pick up the knockouts that perhaps he would have liked to have done, which I think really put him in the back foot. That game 2 would have been vastly different if that Kilowattrel was able to pick up the knockout with that Thunderbolt. And I know we spoke earlier about the Kilowattrel and its strengths and how it's able to do so much. Sometimes its downside is it doesn't quite have the damage output that you'd like to see from one of your fast damage dealers. It's going first, it's clicking that Thunderbolt. You really want to be seeing those knockouts from those super effective attacks, but really wasn't quite able to pick it up into that Golden Go that turn, which really was a game loser for Dimitri there.
Yeah, I do want to highlight in game 1, I think a crucial difference in the teams that kind of decided that game is the choice of the Earthquake user. Now, Ursaluna, with its Guts ability, can offer to do a lot more damage, but Garchomp is faster, so it's harder to interact with it. It can do the damage more immediately. And we saw they both opted for the Tailwind strategy and then the Trick Room at the end. But in the end game, Garchomp being able to move first, I think was quite crucial in Sam Pendelis' choice of a ground type user, because the teams are quite similar, but they have deviated from A, the Trick Room mode is absent on Sam Pendelis' team, and B, the ground type attacker is one of the faster Pokemon in the format.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. Something we didn't shout out earlier that I think was very relevant, the Flame Orb on the Ursaluna. One of its key strengths, as well as proccing its Guts ability, the other benefit to that burn condition on the Ursaluna means that it is actually immune to other status conditions. Pokemon can only have one status condition at a time, so if that Ursaluna is already burned, it means it's actually immune to the spores coming out from the Amoonguss that would otherwise put it to sleep, which is really a boon, and we did actually notice that in the first game. The Ursaluna was able to sit there comfortably in front of the Amoonguss without having to worry about those spores and just continue to swing with those facades or those headlong rushes.
So it looks like we've actually got Sam Pendelis, the winner of that round, with us now, if he'd like to join us for a quick interview.
Yeah, I'll step out of the way. I'll let him jump in. Yeah, I'll clip you up real quick. Hold on. What play did?
Yeah, that's how we're going.
Hello, Sam. How are you doing?
Not too bad. It's a good start.
Congratulations on that win. You're in a pretty favourable position. That's 3-0 to start this regional here. I've got a question for you. I'd like you to talk to me a little bit about the choice of Garchomp. I know Ursaluna, for example, is a more traditional Earthquake user, but Garchomp, the faster option. Just let me know why you've chosen that one.
So this team is Ray and Gwezi's team that he got top 8 at the Lille Regional last week, the one that Marco Fiero won. And I was really, I take no credit at all for the team, by the way, but I was really impressed by the way that Rayan piloted the team. And I felt like he played really good in the top 8 set against Marco. And he got into a position where Marco needed a double protect to win. And usually when I see things like that, I feel like this team is like a really good team, because like it probably should have won the regional. So I started like paying a bit more attention to it, and I made my own EV spreads around it. And yeah, it's been working out really good. So Garchomp has come to, I think, almost every game today, except that last game too. So very happy with it.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I do think Garchomp is in an overwhelmingly strong position right now in this metagame, because I think the speed that it offers, it's very beneficial, and it allows you to make a lot of aggressive plays. Like in your game 1, for example, all you had to do was wait out the Trick Room, and then your 2 faster threats of the Golden Go, and the Garchomp, I believe, was knocked out by them. But the Golden Go just had to make it rain, and that game was over there.
Yeah, Dimitri is a really good player. Like, he's someone I respect. He's one of the newer generation Australian players who've really stepped up. That game 1 was the turn where I got the nasty plot up on the Goldengo, what kind of secured the game, because if he attacked me with his Ursaluna, I probably would have lost. But I know Dimitri, like, I respect him as a good player. He's not going to risk the entire game right there, and like me clicking make it rain and his Ursaluna dying. So it was just a read that you have to go for sometimes, and it worked out. Game 2, you guys might have noticed I changed completely. Like, I did completely different strategy. I think that caught Dimitri off guard a little bit. And yeah, I think Amoonguss was probably the MVP of that set. Doing a lot of good work.
Yeah, for sure. We were highlighting that the Spore into the Kilowatt Roll as well. Just the Kilowatt Roll, it can set its Tailwind, it can do one thing, but once it's put to sleep, it kind of struggles to do a bit. And then the Golden Go living that Thunderbolt as well, despite the terrestrialization of the flying type. Of course, that was crucial for the match.
Yeah, I'm quite bulky, and also Kilowatt was not the most defensive Pokemon. But that turn 1 I was pretty happy with, because I figured like he could go for like Tailwind Headlong Rush into the Goldengo, or he could go for Thunderbolt. I don't think he's ever clicking Thunderbolt Facade into the Goldengo. It's just way too risky. And since he hasn't got the Guts boost yet from being turn 1, I figured that's a pretty safe play I can make.
Yeah.
I considered sporing the Ursaluna, but there's a chance it protects, obviously. So I figured the Spore would always stick into the Kilowatt Roll. So it was a pretty safe turn just to go for like a nasty plot.
Yeah, of course, forcing him on the back foot straight away by putting that Kilowatt Roll to sleep. Now, I want to ask you, so the season, this is the first region of the season, it's only just started. Do you have any major goals that you'd like to see for the duration of this season?
Well, the biggest goal I have is I want to qualify for 10 World Championships in a row.
Wow.
And if I qualify this year, it'll be 9th.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm going at the moment. Like, I haven't been playing the game a lot, but I'm slowly I'm enjoying it a little bit and having a good time with it. And I'm eager for champions, I guess.
Yeah, Champions. It's set to change the landscape of this game. I feel like. So Regulation H. Are you a fan of this format, or do you like the?
I think it's better than some of the previous formats because we get to play with, Pokemon that aren't so centralizing the format, like Calyrex, Shadow, Miraidon, Koraidon. I think it's a lot more fun when you open it up to like the National Dex Pokemon. So I enjoy it more than the last ones, but if you ask me for my favorite Scarlet Violet format, it'd probably be Reg B or C.
Yeah, it is always interesting that when we move the restricted Pokemon or the legendary Pokemon Urshifu away, it's interesting to see who's going to rise. Like Sneasler, for example, I did not anticipate that to be as dominant as it was the first time we saw Regulation H
for sure.
come around. So do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give while we've got you here on the stream?
Yeah, I'll shout out Alexis and Fiona for getting my team because I wouldn't be able to actually get my mons without them. So they helped me out a bit. I guess I'll shout out Rayan just for, building the team. But other than that, I'll shout out, the boys. They know who they are. But I'll leave it at that.
Very good. So I think the next round might be starting shortly. So best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, man.
And it was a great round showing there, starting off in the best position, of course.
Cheers. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Brisbane Regionals. I am here with Jack Buckley. We have our round 4 starting up fairly soon. They're just in the middle of getting everything ready in that. So before we go into that, we're going to dive back into some of our caster predictions.
Yes, we are. So I want you to start with yours because you've got some of the most interesting ones that we have on the screen so far.
Alrighty, so we'll start basically going from left to right. So I am a big Stonjourner believer. So basically, if you're running through, you're getting a team prepared, you're going, right, I can live this attack, I can live this attack, I can live the multitude of these attacks. But if you add Power Spot, which is giving like an extra boost on top of what it already has, all of a sudden it's, I'm knocked out by that. I don't live that anymore. And it's also got a very useful tool in the form of Wide Guard. We haven't seen too much Wide Guard, but we've seen quite a lot of spread attacks as well. So Wide Guard is a move that it spreads out and protects your team from spread moves. We've seen the Make It Range from the Goldango. We can also see it come from like Muddy Water from Pelipper, Eruption from Torkoal.
Earthquakes from Ursalunas and Garchomps.
Yes, very, very key. So
yeah, all of which Stonjourner is incredibly weak to, not only because of the type disparity, but because that special defense stat is horrendous.
It is the lowest special defense stat in the Scarlet and Violet Pokédex. So that understandably a drawback, but it does have a very high defensive stat, and its main form of damage I found to use is Body Press with a fighting terrestrialization. It hits harder than you think, and it also has a pretty nice speed number. When it's as fast as possible, it outspeeds a lot of common Dragonites, which like to be the adamant nature. So the speed is at a neutral nature. That generally hits up top speed of 132, where Stonjourner, if your Jolly max speed hits 134, that can allow you to use a move like Rock Tomb, not only to break the multi-scale, but to drop that speed one stage for a partner to pick up a knockout. So I'm a big Stonjourner believer. I don't think anyone else in the building is, but that's okay. We're going to talk about Dusclops now as well. So Dusclops is another more of an unorthodox pick, but I have found it is quite a fantastic Trick Room setter. It's very, very bulky. Like a lot of moves you can throw into this thing. We'll use the term, it bounced off. I have seen a Woodhammer in Grassy Terrain deal 32 hit points of damage to this Pokemon. It's a bit wild. So I'm a big fan of it. And it also has a very nice move in the form of Haze. Haze allows you to just offset any sort of stat buffs from the opposing side, and also potential stat drops from your side as well. If your Trick Room sweepers are hit with a Snarl, dropping that special attack, the Dusclops can haze those away, and you're back hitting at least neutral special attack or physical attack for those Intimidators. If it's on like an Ursaluna being intimidated, you get a Haze and a Facade. Not much is going to want to take that.
You also have access to Pain Split and Will-O-Wisp, two terrific support moves.
Two fantastic support moves in there. And we're going to see another one of my caster picks on stream as well. We will dive into that one when we do get the time to do so. But the fourth one is Volcarona. It's another one of those fire types that can set up with that Quiver Dance. You see it quite a lot floating around in the Regulation H metagame. Nothing that we've been able to showcase on stream at the moment, but it's out there. And if you're unprepared for something like Volcarona and it gets that turn or two, it can just take games away from you. So very, very scary Pokemon to deal with.
In terms of roles as well, Volcarona is incredibly versatile. Like, it does have access to the Quiver Dance, Fiery Dance, Bug Buzz, just blow everything up. But it also has a lot of really good support moves. It gets Tailwind, and it also gets Rage Powder.
Yep.
The redirection is so key, and with that Flame Body as the ability, being able to redirect a physical attack and get the potential burn is absolutely pivotal. It changes your opponent's game strategy so much.
It also has access to a move very similar to Snarl in the form of Struggle Bug. It's a 100% accurate bug move, and that lowers the special attack. That is a spread attack option as well. So it's covered from both ends with that burn and with that Struggle Bug on those supporting as well. With the Flame Body ability as well, even because some variants did used to run Will-O-Wisp in some other regulations. Here, not so much. There's a lot of moves that Volcarona really does appreciate having, especially having something like Protect with the Pokemon like Urshifu not in the format, not too much able to run through and either break or attack past that Protect, threatening big damage or a potential knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. Volcarona is just such a good Pokemon. It has been such a good Pokemon since it was introduced, and has just continued to be, not overly centralizing, but it's been a really good Pokemon.
So we're going to go into it now. We've got some teams here. We're going to have a look at Simon's team first. Simon looks like he's got more of a prominently Trick Room heavy variant in the form of the Annihilate, the Hatterene, the Armarouge, the Indeedee, the Dragapult, and the Torkoal there. So a lot of those slow Pokemon, like your Hatterene and your Torkoal, both fairly slow Pokemon that do really thrive underneath that Trick Room. Annihilate is a very versatile Pokemon. Generally, on a team like this, you'll like it to be Focus Sash, and generally it'll have the move Final Gambit. That's a move that'll do damage based on the amount of remaining HP you have. And because Annihilate has a very high HP number, that's going to throw out a lot of immediate damage, potentially getting up a 1-for-1 knockout, essentially trading Annihilate for another Pokemon that's on the field as a lead.
Yeah, it's also a very good, like, one of the main problems that you see with players that are running Trick Room is that they really need to preserve their positioning in such a way that they're going to be able to get their Trick Room attacking Pokemon, such as an Ursaluna, in with minimal damage and actually being able to get it in and utilize those Trick Room turns. When you're able to use something like Final Gambit, you're able to get rid of that team slot and be able to switch in something at the beginning of the turn for free, which is something that Final Gambit really excels at. There are some other moves such as Memento that also do something similar, but Final Gambit, being able to trade hit points on your opponent's Pokemon through one of your Pokemon and for good positioning, it can come in very, very useful.
Yeah, so very, very useful tool that Simon does have at their disposal. We're going to have a look at a quick run over Joji's team. So Joji, we've seen the Porygon 2 Ursaluna Incineroar core that a lot of trainers do like to run. There's the Kilowattrel there as well. As we said, Kilowattrel, which is one of those Pokemon that's making quite an appearance out here at Brisbane this weekend. So there is the option for a team archetype known as Tail Room. There's multiple different names for it. That's generally how I refer to it. So it gives you the option of having both Tailwind and Trick Room as a form of speed control. Even the option just to have Trick Room reversed into something like Simon's quite predominantly Trick Room heavy team, with the exception of a few of those Pokemon there, like the Dragapult, and we are going straight into game one.
Yeah, and we're seeing something more in line with the Tailwind setup of the Tail Room, as you called it, or Wind Room, as I've also heard of it. So the Kilowattrel and the Goldengo playing up against the Dragapult and the Annihilate. The Annihilate's not really supporting any Trick Room going up with this Dragapult here. The Dragapult might want to just throw out some beefy attacks, or maybe just get out of there with a U-turn and get some better positioning.
Yeah, we do have a pretty offensive lead here this time. None of these Trick Room options, as we discussed. Dragapult generally quite a fast Pokemon in the metagame unboosted, generally like to be backed by that choice band. And we're seeing here backed by a Terrestrialization Dragon, allowing those Dragon moves like the very common Dragon Dart, and even though a lot of people have put on Outrage, just for some absolute sheer damage output that Pokemon can provide. So we do see the Kilowatts will go for Protect there, protecting itself from having its Focus Sash broken from that potential U-turn, as you mentioned, Jack. And we are going to see the Dragon Dart here. Now, Dragon Dart is interesting. It has a smart targeting mechanic. So both of these hits, normally they would go into one Pokemon each, but due to the Protect, it does double straight into that Goldango slot as the Kilowatts are protected. And we're going to see a one-hit knockout on the Annihilate from that Shadow Ball from Goldango.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the Annihilate didn't really get to do much there. It didn't get to break the Focus Sash of that Kilowattrel. There was a very smart protector on Joji's end. But that exchange, while he did lose a Pokemon there, Simon isn't particularly in too rough of a spot at the moment. While he is one Pokemon down, he's gotten some terrific damage off on the Goldango there. And Goldango, as we've normally seen in the previous rounds, really likes to get a nasty plot up before it starts attacking. And since that +2 special attack isn't in play at the moment, Goldango isn't really as threatening as what it would like to be.
Yeah, not too much of a massive threat at the moment. Even though it was a Dragon Dart, it was a resisted move into Goldango, and it's still just doing an absolutely massive amount of damage. That's just the sheer power that Dragapult can put out. We do see Armor Rouge hit the field as well, and from what we have seen, it's one of those Armor Rouges that has stored power, so it's very likely that it could potentially be one of those weak armor weakness policy variants. Getting that up, that stored power with all of those boosts that it can accumulate does hit for some very nasty explosive damage that can all happen in a matter of a turn. So we are going to see the Dragon Darts come out here as well, and you're going to see how it just targets one slot at a time. So the first hit's going to go into Goldango and knock it out. So that Goldango has fainted and will no longer be battling for the rest of the game one. And we're going to see that taking Kilowattrel straight down the Sash.
Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is a strong Terrestrialized boosted, Choice Band boosted move coming off of something as strong as the Dragapult. And once again, like we said before with the Annihilate, that losing it wasn't too much of an issue. Joji is now down 2 Pokemon, but has gotten Tailwind up and is now in an absolutely terrific position. Being able to outspeed that Dragapult that can do that much damage in such a short amount of time is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, we do see the Ursaluna come in here, as well as the Amoonguss, two not generally known Pokemon for being too fast. However, depending on how that Ursaluna is trained, it does have the ability to outspeed the Dragapult in Tailwind, so we will have to see what happens to be the case on that end. In regards to what the Dragapult can do, it might fear it and respect it, maybe do a little bit of scouting. Because it is game one, Pokemon is quite an information game. Even though you do have team sheets available, you don't have how Pokemon are trained from your opponents, so it's good to get a feel of that in that game one sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. But you also have to, if you can pick up the game, you want to pick up the game. And right now, I think the most scary thing for Simon at the moment is that Amoonguss, because that Amoonguss isn't going to go down to a critical hit Dragon Dart.
That is a big hit.
That is
a very
huge
big hit.
Really undercutting me as I'm commentating it.
Yeah, 2 very big hits there. The Headlong Rush going into the Indeedee. Indeedee taking that relatively well. That's because there is no Gut yet, and with the -1 as well going into those defenses, Ursaluna is a little bit more prone to taking some more damage from some of its attacks. But we do see what Amoonguss likes to do. Clicking Spore, putting a big threat to sleep.
Yep, and now we have an Ursaluna that outspeeds the Indeedee, perfectly capable of picking up the KO, and a Dragapult that still has 1 guaranteed turn to fall asleep.
So we do see the Protect coming out here from Indeedee, just looking to keep itself healthy for a turn. We do see the Amoonguss Protect there, so there may potentially be an Earthquake coming out here from the Ursaluna, just looking to pick up a potential double knockout for Joji, and that is exactly what we do see here. So with that Guts boost and with the damage that's been previously done to the Indeedee, that would have picked up a double knockout there, but we are going to see that come through now. Never mind, the Dragon Ball actually lives that. So
Dragapult holds on for dear life. Unfortunately, depending on how the speed works out here, the sleep works out here, Dragapult, 50% chance of waking up at the moment. So if Dragapult is able to flip that coin, get heads, and be able to throw off the Dragon Darts, Ursaluna is still very, very bulky, still going to be able to take that hit and still be able to secure the knockout on the Dragapult. But since that critical hit happened on the Amoonguss, there is now a chance that, and with the helping hand as well, there's a chance that the Dragon Darts can pick up the Amoonguss. Unfortunately for Simon, not the case. Flip the coin, got tails, and Dragapult goes down. Indeed, he goes down.
Yeah, so he need to go down there from the side. Just looking to not pull the Earthquake there. Amoonguss doesn't really want to take that. The Pollen Puff is enough to take out the Dragapult. I do believe we might be coming close to the end of that Tailwind, which might be what Simon was looking for. With that Psychic Terrain up, there is an Armarouge still in the back with Expanding Force at its disposal. With Psychic Terrain up, that is a spread attack. With Amoonguss being weak to it, and with Ursaluna with those minus defenses, there may be a possibility that there might be a double knockout here. But we do have to remember, Joji, I still do believe, does have his Terrestrialization at hand at his disposal to use.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that come out right now. And it is coming out on the Amoonguss, taking away that poison weakness and giving up the water type. This might be exactly what Joji needs in order to cinch out this game.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a Protect there, and potentially Amoonguss is going to look to leave that Expanding Force and go for that Spore. If that Spore lands on that Armarouge, Ursaluna is one big hit away from a knockout here, taking that one.
And Amoonguss barely holds on. That critical hit from earlier in the game, nearly costing Joji the game here, but that tiny sliver of HP, Amoonguss holds on and is able to put the Armarouge to sleep. So Ursaluna should be able to pick up this game here.
That's it, just that small little bit of HP. That could have been anything as small as like one to 3 hit points. We don't know from our end. That's got to be absolutely big for Joji. Joji must be very happy about that, being able to live that hit and secure that game one. If that Expanding Force does pick up, that would very much likely be curtain for Joji, and Simon would run away with it. So very, very tight game one there between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very. Could have gone either way. Again, this was a very offensive game. Both players losing Pokemon so early on in the match, but it really, really did not matter. It was all about the positioning that losing those Pokemon provided. Ended up carrying our players into a very, very contentious endgame there. That could have gone either way at any point.
Yeah, Joji making very solid use of a defensive Terrestrialization in that game, as opposed to Simon, who pulled the Terrestrialization turn 1 for the offensive. So you can see that Terrestrialization as a mechanic in Generation 9 Scarlet and Violet has offensive and defensive uses, and we had the privilege to showcase both of those in this game 1, and I am excited for more for it, as our trainers are going to get into game 2, potentially seeing what adjustments might be made between the two of them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they adjust in terms of what Pokemon they bring in which order, because it seems like that both players came out really, really well in that regard. It just came down to just small plays early on that just kind of snowballed into the game becoming something so much more exciting that they could potentially change in their play. So I'm interested to see if it's something that we see in team preview that we end up seeing, or if it's something in the overall play that the players go through.
It could. Sometimes we've seen situations where we get into some game 2s and some game 3s. They lock in the same 4 Pokemon, the same leads, and it does look like it here from Simon's end. It doesn't look like it from Joji's end. I do believe that is a adaptation with the Ursaluna lead instead of the Goldengo.
Instead of the Goldengo, yeah.
So from here, it's going to be interesting, because there might be a case of, do we protect the Ursaluna and go for the Tailwind? But it looks like the Kilowattrel is opting for that Protect. And we do see just a double protect.
A double protect, just try and scout out what exactly Simon wishes to do.
We do see the U-turn come out there, looking into the Kilowattrel, just looking to try and chip away at that Focus Sash with that Dragon Darts as well coming out there for both. The double protect here doesn't allow Kilowattrel to stay on the field for this turn, at the same time safely activating that Flame Orb from that Ursaluna. So if there is a Dublin that wants to be thrown into this Kilowattrel and Tailwind does not go up, the Ursaluna becomes an immediate damage threat to one of these two with a very powerful Headlong Rush. With that Guts boost, it does some absolutely big numbers in terms of damage, potentially leading to a knockout on either one of those two Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So Simon will have to sort of analyze that and potentially look at respecting it, but we'll see.
And what's interesting is that we didn't actually see a terrestrialization happen on Simon's end like we did see in Game 1, where that terrestrialization guaranteed quite a fair bit of damage. Obviously, I don't think that Simon thinks that it's particularly worth it, given that we're not hitting into any resistance like the Golden Go. But we see a switch out from Kilowattrel into said Golden Go, and we're seeing the terrestrialization right now. So I'm guessing that we're going to be seeing that on the Dragapult once again.
Yeah, going for that Terra Dragon, just going to be on the offense, just going to look to deal as much damage as possible there. Big damage will be coming out here onto the Ursaluna, as we do see the Ursaluna also terrestrialize in this game. Ursaluna coming up there, and it's going to be terrestrializing into the Fairy type, which will make it immune to those Dragon Darts and those big Dragon moves Dragapult can throw out.
So we're going to see those Dragon Darts both go directly into Golden Goad like we saw them last round. But this does mean that Dragapult is not going to be able to touch the Ursaluna until it switches out, given that it is locked into those Dragon Darts. But that does mean that those Dragon Darts are always going to go to whatever's next to the Ursaluna, given that there are no natural Fairy types on Joji's team, and it's only the terrestrialized Ursaluna that can be immune to it.
Yes, it's another one of those smart targeting things with those Dragon Darts there, which is fairly nice for Dragapult just being able to throw this out and knowing that almost every time you're going to be able to throw those into something and deal a significant amount of damage. Like just that damage there into the Goldango is just quite a lot there. We do see Indeedee come and go. Nothing really wants to take a Guts boosted facade. Indeedee definitely did not want to throw its hat in the ring. But when Simon was having a look at what plays to be made to look at clutching that up,
I was going to say, it also means that the Psychic Terrain gets to go up, and Armarouge gets to make use of that entire Psychic Terrain instantly right off the bat. And it's also able to do this while being directly next to Dragapult, not something as passive as Indeedee typically is. While Indeedee can fire off its own Psychic Terrain boosted attacks, it much prefers being next to something as strong as a Dragapult that is Terrestrialized Dragon throwing out Choice Band Dragon Darts.
We did see from the previous turn as well, the Facade was very safe to throw into the Annihilate, as Joji knew that Simon was locked into that U-turn. But we do see the Dragon Darts come out this turn again. This one's picking up the Goldango, getting a big knockout here. The Armarouge gets to go for a single target expanding force. That's going to be as much damage as possible into there, taking that all the way down to the red. And the Headlong Rush is gone in and has just taken the Dragapult off the field, so that is another damage threat that is gone from Simon there.
Yeah, but this is very, very good for Joji, because now Joji has access to that Kilowattrel to be able to come in and set up that Tailwind. And really, even though Ursaluna is on its last legs with that Flame Orb-induced burn, slowly bringing it down, while that Tailwind is up, this is going to be incredibly great struggle for Simon to be able to keep pace.
Yeah, with the Tailwind going up there, the Ursaluna does have to jump. The Annihilate is potentially still faster than the Ursaluna thanks to its Choice Scarf, so it might need to commit that turn to have a look at clearing Ursaluna off the field, despite it being burnt, despite it having very little HP. All that Ursaluna needs is 1 to 2 turns to look at clean up a game. That's exactly what Joji can do. So Simon does have that option if he does elect to go for it. And Armarouge could be throwing out a hit. The Kilowattrel just in that position with that Focus Sash. If Simon wants the Kilowattrel gone, he is forced to go for a double target into that Kilowattrel. First move to break the Focus Sash, the second move to go for that knockout.
And we're seeing an Earthquake come out from the Annihilate, proccing the weak armor on the Armarouge. So this Tailwind that is coming out, that is so interesting.
We got the weakness policy as well. It's all happening. The Ursaluna knocked out. Something that was definitely overlooked for me when previewing this.
That is so cool. Hang on, okay, I'm just nerding out about this. Okay, so you've hit your own Armarouge there. So now, when the Tailwind goes up, you're not too worried about like how much the speed difference is between Armarouge and whatever Joji has going on in the back. So wow, okay, that is
Absolutely phenomenal building and execution from Simon, as we do see the Amoonguss as the last Pokemon. But we do need to take into account that because the Annihilate is Choice Scarf, it is locked into Earthquake now, so Earthquake is the only move that it can pull out. The Armor Rouge is also being hit with defense drops thanks to that weak armor. So hopefully it isn't the case of there is enough stalling where Annihilate ends up taking out Armor Rouge itself. Because if that does happen and the Kilowattrel is still on the field, the Annihilate won't be able to attack the Kilowattrel, and Joji will be able to slowly claw back that game just due to the time it will have to wait for Earthquake's power points to run out before it starts to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems that Kilowattrel, given that it has that power, it's
gone for the side target to make sure that it doesn't get hit with another Earthquake. This is absolutely something. Nothing that I have seen. Those last two turns have really. If you're asleep, you've woken up. So, unfortunately, because of that Spore and these hits now, it does look like that Joji is going to wrap up that game. But Simon, thank you for waking us up. Going forward for the rest of the day. Nonetheless, what a great game.
Absolutely brilliant. Oh my goodness, that was an exciting past couple of turns there. It didn't work out for Simon, obviously, but still, that shows like the kind of creative thinking that you need with this game. That not only just when it comes to, I want to use this Pokemon's pretty cool, but how am I going to use this Pokemon? Like, I'm in such a strange, novel position here. How am I going to use this Pokemon in order to get me out of this situation?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we're going to see here, we've just got that Annihilate. That one's knocked out from that Shadow Ball from the Goldango in that game one. Just going to highlight some of these key knockouts now. The next one coming out, I do believe this was that Facade. That one's just going into that Indeedee. That previously took, I believe it was the Headlong Rush there. This one, I believe, was the near fall onto the arm, onto the Amoonguss. This was the moment that clutched that game.
Cinched that game for Joji.
And there we are. We see the Dragon Darts here, and these are just some big hits there, just going into the Goldango here over this game too. With the Facade, that's just going into the Indeedee. Indeedee just having to make that sacrifice to look at giving Simon some momentum going back into this game too. And this is going to be the knockout here that we saw just onto that Goldango. With unfortunately not being able to hit the Ursaluna due to the Terrestrialization Fairy that is on it. And here we are. We are going to see this Earthquake, which we thought might have just turned the tides completely with the weak armor and the weakness policy. Kilowattrel, still too fast, not attacking there. And we're going to see just a cheeky side target. If that turn goes well for Simon, that is a potential game-winning turn.
Yeah, absolutely. He still has to deal with the Spore that is coming out from Amoonguss there, which is a really rough position to be in. But because, like, as we see, if you give someone an Amoonguss and an Incineroar, they can win any game. Those two Pokemon, especially together, but even when they're apart, those two Pokemon are that good.
Absolutely phenomenal. Amoonguss has been around for so many years. Everyone knows what it does. It got new tools coming into Scarlet and Violet, getting access to that Rage Powder now as well. It's a common move that it does like to have. We saw it used offensively to KO the Dragapult. It can be used in a defensive manner because Pollen Puff, when you're hitting your partner, instead of dealing damage, it heals 50% of your health. So it's a good little bit of recovery there from a supportive Pokemon to have onto your partner. But I'm going to take a quick moment to talk more about Dragon Ball because it was my cast to pick. So basically what you saw there, just big dragon damage. Normally you see that from a lot of like just scale drop Pokemon like Dragonite. Even sometimes in the case of like Excalibur, you just see those Pokemon just throw out the scale shots and you see those doing this big damage and then trading up speed for some lower defense. But for Dragapult, it's just go.
Dragapult is fast, Dragapult is incredibly strong, and the smart targeting of Dragon Darts means that there's not really a lot of creative plays that your opponent can like sit across from you and think and be like, you're probably going to attack this, so I'll protect that and then switch this in. Dragon Darts doesn't care. Dragon Darts is just going to go for wherever it's going to hit.
If you're not a fairy type with redirection, I've got some bad news in the face of Dragon Darts. It's going to be hitting something, and in the case of Terrestrialized Dragon, Choice Banded Dragapult, that's going to hit hard.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Dragapult also has access to some other really incredible moves, having access to U-turn for being able to control your positioning. We saw Annihilate attempt to do that in this previous game. Obviously, the protecting of the Kilowatt tool really hampered quite a bit of that. But being able to get that small amount of damage and being able to reposition yourself within the turn is absolutely critical, as well as it also having Phantom Force.
Phantom Force is an interesting move. It's one of those 2-turn attacks. On the first turn, it vanishes from the battlefield, meaning any attacks that do go into it will miss it because it is not on the field. And then on turn 2, that's when the attack comes out. But unlike a lot of other charging moves like your Solar Beam, even like the Electro Shot that we've seen from the Ursaluna, if you can break and attack past Protect being a very common move that we see, especially in Regulation H, because generally if you can put a Protect up, you can guarantee yourself a bit of safety for a turn. But if you're protecting in front of the face of an incoming Phantom Force, not only will that Protect break, meaning that your partner can also attack that slot, you're going to take the Phantom Force damage as well, which is still, even though it won't be as strong as those big dragon attacks, it's still going to hit hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Ghost has an immunity in normal type, which there are quite a few good normal types in this format, but if you can get past them, Ghost is a very, very strong type. It hits so much for super effective and so much just for neutral in general.
A lot for neutral. The only, I do believe, potentially Dark might be the only thing that has a resistance to Ghost.
Yep.
With the normal, with the immunity as well. There are good Dark types we've seen in Incineroar.
We have seen Incineroar.
Yeah, plenty of good normal types as well. We've seen Ursalunas quite a lot. We've seen Porygon 2s quite a lot as well. So
We've seen Farigiraf, we've seen Indeedee.
yeah, Indeedee is a redirecting normal type, so it can redirect the Phantom Forces as well if that does come into play, if it's staring down a Choice Banded Phantom Force Dragapult.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what we are going to have a look at doing, we are going to quickly head to a break, and we will be back momentarily with some more action.
Hello again, trainers. Welcome back to the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. We're about to kick off round 5 here. I'm joined once again by Paul. Paul, how's your day going so far?
It's been great. We've got the privilege to showcase a lot of fantastic games on stream. Coming back from the break that we've just had, we had Joji on stream, performing an absolute masterclass. Some phenomenal play from his end into Simon. We also had, in previous rounds, some of the games you would have casted, Mark. There would have been Sam and Dimitri alongside Nick Khan and
Diego.
the previous regional champion, of course.
Yeah, both really interesting matches. I mean, I think Sam and Dimitri is just a masterclass in how you play those similar teams against each other, keeping that speed control, that board control. And Nicholas versus Diego was just a masterclass in reading team sheets. Really, don't click Woodhammer into a Sapsiper Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we're back now. We're gonna run through some quick things first before we get into our round 5. Just our trainers are still looking to get set up back after their lunch break. So what we're gonna look to get started into is the championship point leaderboard that we have for the current season.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of the players here we've got are doing quite well at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how their final result from this championship really tees them up for qualifying for the World Championships. But we can have a look at how some of our players are doing at the moment. Obviously, on screen now, we've got a bit of a breakdown on the sort of championship points players can expect from where they place this weekend. So obviously, if you win the entire championship, you get 350 championship points. Not relevant for your World qualification, because if you win, you automatically are invited to the World Championships in 2026. However, it is still relevant for things like Travel Award. Obviously, the top number of players within any given region, in terms of how many championship points they have, they actually earn additional funding and finance from the Pokemon Company to assist them for traveling for things like international championships overseas. So it's still very relevant, that 350. Moving on to second place, so the run-up, 325 championship points, still quite a lot to end up with, so definitely nothing to be sad about. Top four, you're looking at 300 championship points, very, very respectable, a very healthy amount of championship points. Moving down to top eight, you're looking at 280, and it kind of cascades from there.
Yeah, it does slowly sort of fizzle out from there. We also got to look at the kicker that we have to hit a championship point threshold for your placement. There needs to be a certain number of participants attending said event. And I do believe for us, with the number that we have here today, we are looking at the top 64 players that place at this event. With that kicker of 129, will be receiving championship points from this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And there's definitely 120 championship points as well. Nothing to sneeze at all. So any players that come in the top 64 this weekend will be walking away with a sizable amount of championship points. Also notable to mention as well that top 16, I believe, are also looking at other prizing as well as just those championship points. So won't just be walking away with just those points. There's cash prizes, trading cards that they give away booster boxes of. Plenty of stuff to be won if you do well enough at these sorts of championships.
Most importantly, I do believe some of the players, they might like the bragging rights that they have for being a regional champion. You don't get to go around every day just going, I'm a regional champion.
No, exactly. Plus you get the championship mat, so that's a fantastic flex as well. So it just feels really good to win sometimes, I think. Not that we know, because if we were winning, we'd be out there playing and not here talking about it.
Yeah, so a big thing as well with the championship points, it's not just these regional level events where you can earn your championship points. We do receive them at your locals.
Yep,
so
absolutely. I mean, I'm a big fan of attending my local events, cups, challenges. You rock up, similar to a regional championship, you get paired against players in that Swiss format. There's often a top cut in the final match, just like lower numbers, basically, like a lower scale event. But great fun. And if you're not attending your locals already, I highly recommend it, because you get to hang out with other VGC players, meet a lot of people in your local scene that you might not be familiar with, exchange ideas, just have fun with a group of fun people, basically.
Yeah, with a very simple story just happening from a local player from our region in Brisbane. We had a new player come to the regionals, did quite well in those regionals. He missed that top threshold for that world invite because he didn't attend locals. And once he started attending locals, we sort of had a chat and we spoke about the team that both myself and him ran in Melbourne. That was that Giratina Origin team.
Oh, yes,
that became quite popular. And he piloted that team to quite a high lot of success, getting into that top 16 in that day too as well.
Yeah.
So now that he knows how key some locals can be, because that can be the make or break for attending a world championship.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So get it. Yeah.
Those players as well, those who are in the kind of top levels of those championship points, coming up to when they decide who's getting the travel award, it's quite important for them to show up and just try to get as many points as you can, because you never know. Sometimes those extra 3 points that you could get makes all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Best thing about locals, just meeting your local scene, meeting other people that want to get better, improve, play the game, enjoy the game, and no better place to get started than at your locals. Locals are happening all across the country here in Australia. There's some out where you are out in Perth.
Oh, yeah, many. We've got a fantastic group of judges and tournament organisers in Perth who set up just some of the most fantastic events. We've got them all around, as far north as Joondalup, as far south as Mandurah, if anyone knows where those places are. But it's stretching all across the city and everywhere in between, basically. So if you're in Perth, definitely come check out some of our locals. But otherwise, wherever you're living, jump on the Pokemon website, check out the event locator. It'll tell you the events that are happening near you, when they're happening, what sort of events they are, and just go along. They're great events to be attending.
Yeah, it's always the hardest part, going to your first event, because there's a lot of doubt, there's a lot of uncertainty. But go with your gut, try it out. You'll love it. We all started somewhere.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So we can speak from the experience that we're still here today. I've been attending local since 2014. So, yeah.
11 years later, you're still here.
It's still here. Yeah. So,
and real championship points with the friends you made along the way.
Exactly right. So, that's it. It's just simple as that. You just come to it. You never know what kind of new friends you're going to meet. Some people come and go. Just how it is.
Yeah,
Nature
for
of it.
sure. But just all around, the scene is fantastic, and I'd highly recommend being a part of it.
Cool.
So moving on, we've got a very interesting match coming up in round 5. I believe we have Daniel Walker versus Mitchell Kendrick.
And we do 2 players that are both based in New South Wales.
Yep.
Both local players to their scene. We've got some pretty interesting picks here coming out from, I would say, at least one of these 2 players today, which is the young Daniel Walker. Some of those Pokemon we can go over. As we've seen, you've probably seen the Goldango and Ursaluna and Mousehole quite a lot today. I think this might be our first dabble into Sneasler, if I'm not mistaken.
Very surprising, yes. Sneasler, which has been very dominant across Regulation H. This is the first time we're actually seeing it pop up on our screen, which is, when you consider the total usage that it typically gets, a little bit surprising, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And alongside of that, we've got the Salamence and, to a lot of people's surprise, the Slowking. Now, Daniel, not a stranger to Slowking, a Pokemon he used at the World Championships in Honolulu.
Yep.
And he was a 1 win away from top cut there. So,
Yeah, he did well with it.
yes, absolutely.
It'll be very curious to see what he does with it. Not being picked up in the graphic, but he's actually running the Galarian variant of Slowking. Slightly different to the standard one that you would see. Not that you see either particularly often.
Yeah, it's slightly different in terms of defensive typing. Some moveset changes, some ability differences. But hopefully Daniel gets to showcase that to us and to you watching at home. But enough about him for the time being. Mitch has got some interesting Pokemon as well. He's got the Electabuzz, so I believe this might be the first one of the...
First time we're seeing one of these as well, yeah.
Yeah, the Eviolite Follow Me. I call them the Eviolite brothers, the Magmar and Electabuzz.
Yeah.
Both function very similar roles, but perform different defensive niches on said team. There's also a Talonflame on there as well.
First time for that as well today, I think.
Yeah, so a lot of new picks coming up here. We are seeing Armarouge back again. Wondering if it might be the same set that we saw prior to launch or if it's something slightly different. Time will tell for that one. Another Ursaluna, and we also do have another Sneasler as well. So Sneasler's in the mirror and Indeedee. But interestingly, from what I've seen, we've talked a lot of praise about Incineroar and like Rillaboom and a lot of those like good fake out Pokemon that have options to pivot in and out. Neither side has one.
No, that's very interesting. But it's possible that either Sneasler is running the fake out. I know that is a move that often sees play on Sneasler. So that's very possible. I would be surprised to see it on Mitch's side, just given that he's got his Psychic Terrain there. You want to be a bit careful about running fake out on teams with Psychic Terrain, because if you set your own Psychic Terrain, suddenly you're blocking yourself from using that fake out, unless it's into a flying type, of course. Daniel Walker, though, very possible on that side, but I guess we'll find that out. I think, yeah, very interesting. We're definitely not a stranger to Indeedee, nor are we a stranger to Ursaluna on today's stream. We've seen plenty of both, and I think each have really kind of showed their merit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not 100% certain if Mitch is male or female Indeedee. Both of those serve different roles. Female, more of your supportive Psychic Terrain setter. Male Indeedee, more of an aggressive attacker with moves. If they're getting access to moves like Expanding Force and Terra Blast, that's commonly ran on it as well. Also the option to look at stopping some of those hard Trick Room teams with the move Imprison.
Yeah, so typically the male Indeedee, you'd expect to see a Focus Sash or a Choice Scarf. They'll sit there. It'll provide support to the Pokemon on its team, like Sneasler. Indeedee male Sneasler is a very common pairing. The Sneasler holding the Psychic Seed so that it boosts its own special defense when it hits the field. And then not holding an item anymore, it gets the speed boost from Unburden. Then the male Indeedee there, having provided that terrain, is then also free with that Choice Scarf or potentially the Focus Sash to start shooting out some Expanding Forces and outputting some pretty severe damage pressure.
Yeah, so we do have some information here now, and yeah, it does look like that it will be a showcasing of a male Indeedee, so we do get to showcase both of those in this day one at the regional.
Yep, so it is the Focus Sash Indeedee male variant. It does have that Expanding Force. It does also have the Imprison that you called out. to try to prevent opposing Trick Rooms. Not sure if we'll see that come in handy. It really depends on whether or not Daniel has in prison on his Slowking, but I guess we'll find that out. And then the Sneasler, like I said earlier, Psychic Seed, which will allow it to get a special defense boost and to start its Unburden working so that it doubles its speed stat.
Yeah, very common item choice on Unburdened Sneasler when paired with Indeedee, because it allows both of those two to threaten a lot of things quite offensively, and both of them, as an offensive pair, cover each other's weaknesses quite impressively well. In fact, maybe a little bit too well, I find sometimes.
That's certainly my sentiment whenever I'm on the ladder and I run up against that team. I do also notice that Mitch is running the Blood Moon Ursaluna variant, also not picked up by the graphic. But that will be the Life Orb Terra Normal, I believe, with the Hyper Voice, Blood Moon, and Earth Power. Very standard Blood Moon Ursaluna set. We see it time and time again across Regulation H. Just very, very strong. You know, you get the Tailwind up, it starts moving first, and then you can blast off some Blood Moons. But we are seeing the leads here. It's Electabuzz and Ursaluna Blood Moon on Mitch's side of the field, and Daniel Walker leading straight away with that Slowking and the Salamence.
Yeah, so the two unorthodox picks that we find that not too many people would put on a team builder in this regulation at all is on show right now from Daniel. It'll be interesting to see what options he does elect to go with. The Salamence is primarily special. It's got those Draco Meteors that it can throw out. It's also got the option to set Tailwind himself. So I do believe both of these teams do have a option to go for a Tailwind or a Trick Room. Probably in Mitch's case, not so much.
Right, so we are going to see the Terrestrialization come out first turn, and that is going to be on Mitch's side of the field, going for the Terra Normal on the Blood Moon. Clearly just opting to get as much damage as he can right off the bat. Obviously, with the Terra Normal boost, those Blood Moons are threatening some insane damage, and is also the case with those Hyper Voices as well. Check from the Salamence, Daniel just trying to keep it safe in this turn one, potentially going for a Scout. There's a Taunt from the Electabuzz, which means the Slowking is going to be hampered from doing things such as that Trick Room. There is the Hyper Voice, so he hasn't gone for the Blood Moon just yet, but it's probably going to do a sizable chunk of damage to that Slowking. So that's going to... It's quite a lot. That's almost half of its damage with that spread move there. And then the Slowking itself is going to go for the Snarl. That is going to drop the special attack on the Ursaluna. It's also going to get the crit, which isn't super notable, but it never hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've only recently found out that Slowking learnt Snarl. So a surprisingly useful tool that we've seen. We saw Snarl earlier in today getting those key special attack drops and breaking some sashes as well as a spread move. So Daniel was using that one there into that Ursaluna and that Electabuzz, the Snarl being able to ignore any follow me redirection to drop that special attack into that scary Ursaluna.
So Slowking leaving the field there, obviously not a heap it can do after being tortured apart from keep clicking Snarl. So it is going to switch in the Ursaluna there, and then the Salamence is going to set the Tailwind for Daniel to try to get some speed control on his side. Electabuzz is going to go for the Electro Web there, which unfortunately isn't going to affect the Ursaluna just because of its ground typing, although it is going to do some damage and slow down that Salamence. And there is the Blood Moon, Terra Normal boosted. It is at -1 special attack. However, it is still going to pick up the knockout on that Salamence. Terra Normal, Life Orb, Blood Moon. It's enough damage that picks it up.
Probably maybe the single strongest move in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. Outside of comparing it to the moves that hit for super effective damage, it's 140 base power, coming off 135 base special attack. You've got a lot of damage there.
Yeah. Add that Life Orb, add that normal terrestrialization boost as well. It's going the mile. But we're gonna have a look at the other one, the Ursaluna from Daniel's end did get in for free, so it does have that Flame Ball up. The Tailwind is up. It is ready to go. The Goldango is paired on that other side there as well. Goldango potentially looking to threaten some damage. We're going to see what Mitch wants to do to look at adjusting that position. The Electabuzz can redirect a potential move or two, depending on how well it is trained to take set moves.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely could, but you've also got to consider that you're looking down at double spread moves. You've got both the Make It Rain and the Earthquake. The Follow Me is not really going to do a whole heap if Daniel also move like that. It is a double protect from Mitch's side of the field. It looks like he's potentially just trying to scout to see what's going on Daniel's side of the field, and just perhaps have some information going into the next turn to figure out how he wants to reposition.
Yeah, good scouting to play there. Even stalling a turn of Tailwind as well. Just little things that Mitch might need to get himself situated into a nice late game win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think Daniel's in a pretty good spot here, but he's going to have to make good use of that last turn's tailwind, because once that's down, the shoe will be on the other foot, and Mitch will be able to come back swinging hard, especially with that Ursaluna, which is still pretty healthy, and may even end up switching out, come back in with a fresh special attack set ready to dish out a lot more damage.
Yeah, especially if the Salamon's gone as well. The tailwind option is completely off the board for the rest of the game one. There is still the Slowking still in the pocket with Trick Room. There may be a possibility that does come out there. We are going to see just the Make It Rain there.
Yeah, and there it is. Picks up the knockout on the Ursaluna. No redirection was helping that, even if the Electabuzz did go for it. And that is going to be the Ursaluna Blood Moon being taken down on Mitch's side by that Make It Rain. Golden Go losing some special attack from doing that, which could end up coming in later. And there's a Facade picking up the KO on the Electabuzz as well.
It's a big double knockout there from Daniel there. With the -1 special attack, there could be a potential play on the cards where if Goldango has the opportunity to do so, it can look to fire off the Nasty Plot to not only offset that drop, but gain an extra point in that special attack. But it looks like we have got the Sneasler and the male Indeedee coming in there. That was the back line there for Mitch.
Yeah, of course. Very notably, the Sneasler with the Psychic Seed about to be popped, it is going to activate Sneaser's Unburden, which means even with the Tailwind on Daniel Walker's side of the field, it is very likely that Sneasler is now the fastest thing on the field, which will change a little bit about how Daniel might look to play in this position. Indeedee as well will be moving second, at least behind the Golden Go. But it does have that Focus Sash, which means it doesn't need to be concerned about being taken out by a single hit, so it can just sit there and swing with a Expanding Force, or potentially look to do something else as well.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see if the Sneasler is electing to run Throat Chop. If there's no Throat Chop there on that Sneasler Goldango, it looks like it's in a very comfortable spot. Being
absolutely
immune to both of Sneasler's commonly ran Dire Claw and Close Combat, the Steel typing and the Ghost typing being immune to both of those. Sneasler doesn't like that if it's not running Throat Chop.
No, exactly. So it needs that Throat Chop in order to be able to hit that Golden Go. So we'll see what comes out here. There is the Protect from Sneasler. Just trying to keep it around for as long as possible. Golden Go going for another Make It Rain. This one is at -1 special attack.
Oh, I was just going to interrupt there. Slowking's Curious Medicine offsets stat changes for your partner, so that was a neutral Make It Rain.
Okay, very good to know. Learn something new every day. Like I said, it's not a commonly seen Pokemon. There is the Expanding Force coming out, though. It's not going to pick up the Slowking. Obviously being a neutral hit, and then Golden Go taking really not that much damage at all from that.
There we are. So we're going to see if Slowking can have a look at firing off a move in this particular position, and we're going to have to see how the Golden Go is played. That living the Indeedee, living that hit is still nice. Even though it is still Focus Sash, would always take the hit regardless. The Sneasler Protector allows Sneasler to still be relatively healthy. The Curious Medicine doesn't drop opposing stats, so it's still got that boost in special defense.
Yeah, so that does put it in a pretty good spot there. There is the Throat Chop coming out from the Sneasler into the Golden Go, but we'll have to see. If there is a Psychic type move fired off into the Sneasler, then even with the special defense boost, it could be an issue. We'll see how much this Expanding Force does. It is actually going to pick up the knockout on the Slowking. So once again, Mitch's Sneasler is going to sit there pretty safe, and now it is going to come down to the 2v2.
Yeah, so this is quite the interesting predicament that is here. There might be a potential case of looking to call a specific play right, depending on how well the Ursaluna is trained. Is it able to withstand an attack from the Indeedee, that Expanding Force? If the Sneasler is able to knock out the Goldango, it will be a single target Expanding Force that'll deal significantly more damage than if it was spread. On the other foot, there is the option for Sneasler to look at clicking Close Combat and looking to take a -1 hit from Goldango while with the boosted special defense.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what both of these trainers are going to elect to run for, as we see the Sneasler Protect.
That's a Protect. That's an interesting play. Obviously, it had two very good offensive options there. Opted to go for neither of them. Although there is the Protect on the Ursaluna as well. Indeedee going for another Expanding Force, just I think looking to get a bit more of that chip damage on the Golden Go, so that maybe it is more likely to be taken out by a Throat Chop from the Sneasler. There is Make It Rain coming out, and there is going to be a Protect on the Sneasler, but that is going to finish off the Indeedee.
Yeah, so the Indeedee is down, so now it is a matter of a 2-1. And I do believe, unless I'm not mistaken, both players, they still have terrestrialization.
No, so Mitch used it first turn on the Blood Moon.
Yes.
So Daniel's still got the terrestrialization, so Mitch is going to have to think really hard about what Daniel's looking to do here. Obviously, with the Terra Ghost on that Ursaluna, if he does go for that, then you wouldn't be wanting to click close combat into it from the Sneasler. Golden Goat, I think, less likely to be a Terra choice, although we will see what we've got here. And that is going to be the Terra Ghost on the Ursaluna, which is going to keep it completely safe from those close combats coming up from the Sneasler.
Yes.
So we will have to see what Mitch has elected to go here if he did make the right play. There is the Throat Chop. It did go into the Ursaluna, so he did make the read right on the terrestrialization. We will see if that matters. Golden Goat firing off a Make It Rain. Respectable damage at -2. So, you know, Sneasler not in a fantastic position here, especially depending on what the Ursaluna is going to do. There's a Facade, and that is going to pick up the knockout. So game one is going to go to Daniel Walker.
Yeah, very well played there from both players. Daniel holding that terrestrialization till the very end, knowing that if I need to, I can do it on the Ursaluna. Probably having a lot more faith with living a Throat Chop while it being super effective, comparing it to a close combat, which does get that same type attack bonus.
Exactly. I mean, that ends up being very relevant a lot of the time. So even when you consider the differences in the base power of both moves, close combat being 120 base power, Throat Chop only being 80. So that's already a 50% difference. But then on top of that, that same type attack bonus that Sneasler gets from being the fighting type means that close combat was going to do yet another 50% on top of that because of that bonus. So that Throat Chop, even though he did make the correct read, didn't end up being quite enough to pick out the knockout on the Ursaluna. However, close combat, I think, given those numbers, almost definitely would have picked up that knockout.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. When you look at the numbers after that same type attack bonus, you're looking at an effective 180 base damaging move. When you compare that to 80,
Yeah,
that is
more than
double.
Yeah, so definitely a difference in the damage output there, which is something players really need to keep in mind. And I'm sure Daniel had that in mind as well, knowing that, you know, even if I do go for the terrestrialization here, even if it is called right, I think I'm much safer than I am if I take this close combat. And I think that was just demonstrated there brilliantly.
Yeah, Mitch would be looking at getting not only the read right, I do believe he would have needed to get that very small chance of a critical hit to be able to clinch that up. With the Goldango being life orb, it didn't have a lot of life left in him, maybe 1 or 2 hits at most. But with that constantly dropping of that special attack due to the Make It Rain and the boost from that Psychic Seed as well, we saw how well the Sneasler was able to take that with a couple of drops. Still doing a good amount, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, and we are seeing the game 2 here. So we've got the leads. We've got Salamence and Mousehold this time from Daniel Walker's side, whereas Mitch Kendrick has decided to mix it up a little bit and go for the Indeedee Armor Rouge.
This is interesting because we see both trainers here switch up their options. We did not see the Mousehold in that game 1. I didn't see the Armor Rouge in the game 1 either. This Armor Rouge is a different set. It's not the weakness policy that we saw earlier. This one is Power Herb with Meteor Beam, one of those 2-turn moves. But with the Power Herb, you can use that move immediately. It'll be a good little bit of rock type coverage with that Power Herb, allows you to get it instantly, and you get a special attack boost when using the move as well.
Yeah, it's a very threatening. If Armor Rouge is able to get that off and go relatively unpunished after doing so, we'll be sitting there with a +1 special attack boost, having also dished out a large amount of damage as well. So there's a Population Bomb coming out from the Mousehold into the Indeedee. That is going to very cleanly pick up the knockout. Being that it is a multi-hit move, it is not going to care about that Focus Sash at all. It is going to take out that Indeedee after only 4 hits. There is the Tailwind from the Salamence, which is going to put the speed control on Daniel Walker's side of things. And there is a Meteor Beam that you were talking about earlier. It is going to get the special attack boost from the first turn of the Meteor Beam. Then the Power Herb means the second half of Meteor Beam is going to be activated immediately. That's actually going to go into the Mousehold rather than the Salamence, which is a super effective hit. It's not quite going to pick up a knockout, even with that +1 special attack.
We see the Mirror Herb come out now. So now the Salamence has +1 special attack as well. Mirror Herb, the held item, if an opponent gets a stat boost, you copy that stat boost. So now we know that Salamence has Draco Meteor. It will be getting +1 Draco Meteors. Those are nothing to sneeze at.
Oh, absolutely not. Draco Meteor already 130 base damage on that one, and then boosted by that +1 special attack. That is a lot of damage output that Salamence is threatening. And you've also got to consider He's got the Tailwind up as well. So depending on how the Sneasler is trained, we could actually be looking at the Salamence moving first, even with the Unburn.
We could also be looking at the mouse hole being faster as well. With the population bomb, it may potentially be a fast mouse hole as well. Not 100% sure.
That's very true. Well, we see a double protect once again from Mitch's side, stalling out that Trick Room and just kind of keeping him safe while he tries to assess what Daniel's trying to do here and to figure out his plays going forward.
There we are, and Mitch is going to say, yep, we're just throwing out some big attacks into my Pokemon, so how am I going to deal with that?
It's a good question because obviously, having that knowledge, knowing what your opponent is going to do, does help to make the plays, but I don't know how much that helps because you think, well, I could switch out this Armor here, but I don't know what's going to switch in and be okay with taking one of those.
Yeah, losing my boost as well. Definitely something Armor doesn't really want to do, but we do see a Terrestrialization from the Sneasler going into the Dark type.
Yeah, so Terra Dark on the Sneasler keeps it safe from opposing Psychic type moves and also boosts the damage of that Throat Chop, which I might look to go for here. There is a Population Bomb once again coming out from the Mousehole. As he pointed out, it is faster than the Sneasler, and it looks like that is going to pick up the knockout on the Sneasler with that Population Bomb. Mitch using his Terrestrialization and then having it gone immediately, really not good for him.
Yeah, Daniel just with that, knowing that the Mousehole being fast enough with a Sneasler not being as fast as possible, and Salamence just dropping that Draco Meteor.
Yeah, +1 Draco Meteor into the Armor. I don't think anyone is surprised that is going to pick up the one-hit knockout there.
Yeah, a lot of momentum going Daniel's way, but if there's a Blood Moon Ursaluna, there is a way. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. The Salamence is only at -1 special attack thanks to that Mirror Herb just stealing that boost as well. And Mousehole, even though it's been throwing off population bombs, it still has an option to redirect. In front of an Ursaluna, it may potentially not be too much of a matter because Hyper Voice is just that big spread move. But we are going to see just the attacks come out here from the Mousehole.
Absolutely. Well, there's a population bomb. It's not doing a whole heap. Ursaluna very bulky on the physical side, so I think it will be coming out of this still intact, although definitely with not a lot left. Very much not a lot left at all. And then Salamence going for the Draco Meteor, even at -1. That is very cleanly going to pick up the knockout to secure Game 2 for Daniel Walker.
Yeah. Wow. What a quick Game 2.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah. Credit to Daniel. Absolutely fantastic adjustment. Great leads. Didn't swap them out. Basically spent the entire game outside of setting that Tailwind immediately. Just attacking.
So sometimes that's all you're going to do to pick up the win. That mouse hold, it's often quite used for support, but in that case we saw the Technician boosted population bomb. Nothing to sneeze at. That is a lot of damage output right there. And obviously, next to the Salamence making full use of that Mirror Herb, being able to pick up the special attack boost from copying that Armor Rouge, which just allowed him to go buck wild with that Draco Meteor, start firing them off, and just, pick up those knockouts before poor Mitch had a chance to do anything.
Yeah. Now, before Mitch sees this, don't worry. We may have Mousehole here. We weren't being biased. No biases here. So,
yeah, that was there before the rounds were announced. we promise.
Yeah, so phenomenal play. I do believe that we may be getting Daniel up here shortly for a potential winners interview.
Fantastic. I just want to talk a bit more before he gets up here about the Salamence. Mirror Herb is one of my favorite items to see running around a Regulation H. I think there's actually plenty of very, very strong applications for it. We first started seeing it get prevalence on Arcanine, the Hisuian variant, with its Intimidate, because it allows you to drop the opposing Pokemon's attack stat. If they've got something like the Defiant on an Annihilate or on a Kingambit, they are actually getting +2 to their attack stat, which you immediately copy on your physical attacking Arcanine. You can then fire off with massive Flare Blitzes or Rock Slides, get massive damage off with that +2 that you've been able to take for yourself. And then past that, we've been able to see it on other Intimidate users such as Incineroar, and now obviously on Salamence as well on Daniel's team. So that does mean, even though it is a special attacking Salamence for the most part, if it does boost its physical attack enough, when it goes with the Terra Blast that it has on its set, it will actually use the highest offensive set of attack and special attack. So if its attack stat is higher, it's actually going to be using that instead. So it's still able to take advantage of that. Meanwhile, if you're up against something like an Armor Rouge, that's going to get the special attack boost from the Mirror Herb. Or if you're looking against something like a Golden Goat, which we saw plenty of nasty plot Golden Goat today. If your Salamence is sitting across from that, that's +2 to that right there and then. and you're just able to fire off some of the biggest Draco Meteors you've ever seen, basically.
Yeah, even into Goldango, as we saw, where there was the Ghost Terrestrialization, you get a +2 Terrablast straight into Goldango, and Goldango doesn't want to take that.
Yeah,
Not a chance.
Not at all, not at all. I'm going to be honest with you here. Even the Draco Meteor with a resistant into the Steel type, that might still be taking knockouts sometimes, depending on how the Goldango is trained.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break there, and then we'll be right back with your winners interview from round 5. Pokemon can learn Psycho.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with our winners interview. I am here with Daniel Walker, the winner of that last round on stream. Daniel, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good about game 2, but game 1 I trolled a bit hard and I didn't read the team sheet, as you guys might have known. I had a guaranteed win by doubling the NDD with the Ursaluna and the Goldango I had on the field in Tailwind. All I had to do was double it and it was a guaranteed win, but because I didn't read the sheet and I thought it had Protect like most male NDDs do, right? With Sash, I'm pretty sure they mostly have Protect.
You're asking me a lot of questions that you just, you just played against.
I just assumed that it had that.
Yep.
So then I just didn't double it, and I was thinking I had to make reads in the late game, but I didn't. There was a guaranteed path to victory, but then I decided to have to call a 50-50 in either Protect Ursaluna or... So it was a bit more... I don't know, it was a bit more... I don't know, much more thinking than I needed.
Yeah,
I haven't slept much, so my words are a bit...
More than you needed to. That we did showcase in game 2, and there was a big adaptation there. Did you feel confident that your mouse hold was faster than that Sneasler?
No, but most unburdened Sneaslers usually run a bit of bulk, so I was like pretty sure. Like, it'd be weird to run Jolly and unburden, I feel like. And if you're adamant, that's hitting 172, isn't it? I think 189 for Jolly and 172 for adamant.
Yep.
And I'm a Jolly mouse hold, so I was like, it'd be kind of weird if he was running Jolly. He might, but if I just get this, I just win straight away. And if I don't, I likely win with my back 2 anyway. So that was the logic there. I was like, there's no point preserving it anyway. If your Tailwind runs out and you're not faster, it's just going to kill you after your Tailwind expires anyway. So,
all right. So let's pick your mind a little bit. We're going to dive into some options from your team. 2 things I think a lot of people will be interested in hearing. The first one being the Mirror Herb Salamence.
Yeah. Well, the idea behind it is you copy, obviously, Annihilate, and you can copy special attackers like Goldango and stuff like that too. So you can easily like protect and scout them out, what they want to do without fear of them like setting up in your face. You can have the immediate offense of like leading it into Annihilate or whatever. I think it is the best Mirror Herb user in the game, just because it can benefit from both styles. And even then, after you Draco Meteor and you've like used their booster, your Terra Blast will become physical. So it can become an initial like So I initially had Terra Blast Ground on it as well to deal with the Arcaladons, because they would like Electro Shot into me, then I would get the special attack boost and I'd Terra Blast Ground. And a lot of Annihilates are running what are they running? Terrafire. So it was originally for that, but then I changed the team to have a Tailwind Ursaluna sweeping mode. And if I ever get a boost with that, Terra Blast Ghost is killing anything that like wants to take a facade if they want to Terra Ghost or anything. So they just synergize really well with Mouse Hold and Ursaluna, of course. Yeah. And the Slowking is just for like a nice slow pivot. I could lead like Salamence Slowking, get the Tailwind, Chilly Reception, straight in, start sweeping with the bear straight away. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good because that was going to be the next one we were going to have a look at. It was the Slowking, and we did get to see the Curious Medicine on display there, neutralizing the Goldango special attack.
Yeah.
Run us more into that and why that felt like that was the bring this weekend.
Okay, so another thing, a lot of people probably don't know this about Curious Medicine. People think like, oh, it's only on switching that it's going to activate. It actually activates after Mirror Herb. No, not after Mirror Herb, before Mirror Herb. So if I copy boost, it won't get rid of my boost if I lead it. So I can lead Ments and Galarian Cloaking safely. So that's good. On top of that, what was I saying? I lost my track of thought.
We did see that during the game 1, but more of that Curious Medicine.
Oh yeah, okay. So you know how a lot of this isn't a hard room, it's like a tower room team. But on this team, you know how a lot of hard trick room users like to lead like Follow Me plus Trick Room. That's like the classic. Well,
the 101.
Yeah. So if you lead Mousehold plus Curious Medicine and they lead Incineroar against you, the Curious Medicine will activate instantly, and then you can threaten a KO onto Incineroar turn 1 with Terra Ghost Population Bomb if they're not running Terra Ghost Incin. So you can kill something, nuke, Trick Room. You can get in Goldengo. I can Acid Spray, use Goldengo as like a Trick Room sweeper, or I can use it as a Tailwind sweeper as well. And I also have like the mode. I mean, obviously Dragon and Steel, obviously they cover each other really well offensively, and also Ghost and Normal. So it's two like offensive modes, two of the best offensive move combinations, basically. So yeah, that's mainly the team.
All right, so
I'm sorry about not reading the sheet and trolling game one. Sorry that you guys had to witness that, but we got it sorted. Game two. Game two was pretty clean, I feel like.
Yeah,
I was a bit concerned that he could Helping Hand Expanding Force turn one. That was the only concern if he did that, because then it'll come down to a bit of reads.
Was that something that you checked the team sheet for as well?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
But I was like, even if he goes for this, I probably should still win. I might have to make like one read.
Yeah.
But if I get this and he doesn't go for it, then it's just a free win. And luckily he didn't, and then it just it was probably a nice game to watch, just watching those population bombs go off.
I think it would be a nice game for your fans, Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a little more into it now. So you are now 5-0.
Yeah.
Going in now. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament?
Well, I changed a lot of the team last night, a lot of the terrors, a lot of the spreads, and I didn't test a single game. So I was like, this is probably going to be my worst regional ever. And here I am now at 5-0. So I don't know. I guess one more win and then I'm in tomorrow. So.
Yeah, and one more win and you are into day two.
As long as I keep hitting the population bomb, should be good. But we'll see if it hasn't failed me yet. I haven't missed any population bombs today. That's kind of crazy. It's like 90% chance to hit them all.
I'd say touch wood.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So just before we go out now, Daniel, do you have any shout outs that you would like to give to anyone?
I'll give you a shout out for helping me get the team.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other shout outs?
Trying to think. Who even helped me with the team? No one. Did they? I'll shout out myself. I'm my own team builder. I don't have any groups. I team build alone. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, there we go. We've heard it here from Daniel. Alrighty.
But also, yeah, thank you for providing the stream and whatnot.
No, not a problem.
That's good too. We don't usually have these, so it's nice to have one of them finally.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure being able to showcase these games, including yourself there in the previous round. So we are going to run through and head to a small break now. We'll be back with some more gameplay shortly.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are reaching the exciting phase of the tournament here as players are beginning to punch their ticket into phase 2 of the competition. Of course, once you reach 6 match wins in day 1, you've reserved your spot into the second day or phase 2 of the competition. We have 5 players, I believe, that are remaining undefeated, and any of them who win the next round, while they still want to continue to win so they can have more wins going into the second phase, at least they guarantee their spot into the second phase of the competition.
Yeah, so the way that the competition is set out is that we have our Swiss stage and then we have our single elimination stage. So the Swiss stage is where all the players are competing in a massive pool. Players that are doing as well as each other, we try and match them up against each other as best as we can. There's obviously going to be odd numbers of people every now and then, and so we get someone who is doing better facing someone who's not doing as well. But for the most part, the Swiss stage just tries to keep players that are doing equally well to compete against each other, so where we can find the best of the best there. After that, we move into the single elimination stage. So that's after the best of the best have been sorted out from the Swiss. We then go into what we call the top cut, where we've got the top 8 this event, or is it 8?
So the way it works is we look at the top 8 players, and any player with the same number of wins as the player who came 8th also qualify for what we call asymmetrical top cut, which is typically between 8 and 16 players. And what that means is because we don't reach 16 all the time, the players who maybe have gone undefeated, a few extra wins, they get rewarded with a bye, skipping essentially straight to top 8. But of course, a lot has to happen before then because we are only just beginning to have people qualify for the second phase, and then they still have to play through that second phase to get into the top cut and maintain that no more than 2 losses.
Yep.
Okay, and it looks like a match that we have prepared for you in round 6 coming up soon. It's going to be between Joshua Sutherland-Smith, who, as we mentioned, is undefeated, and Christian Masadi, who is 4-1.
Yep. So on Christian Masadi's side, we are running the Alolan Ninetales, Ursaluna, Rillaboom, Basculesian, Volcarona, one of Paul Amity's picks for caster picks, and Incineroar. So a bit of an interesting one. Typically, you see Vascular Legion paired up with a rain setter, but for the weather setter here, we have Alolan Ninetales, whose Snow Warning allows for snow to be set up.
Yeah, so we can expect to see the different angle of the Vascular Legions. I know we saw earlier, very early in round 1 actually, we saw the Swift Swim with the Choice Band, opting to do as much damage as possible using the rain to increase speed. But in this case, it's going to actually be the Choice Scarf, ensuring that it is usually the fastest thing in play, as long as there's no speed modifiers, and it will have the adaptability to increase those same type attack bonuses from the normal about 50% more to 2 times as much. So those wave crashes in the early game will be doing absolutely devastating damage, or alternatively, the last respects, if they've had the chance to increase the power, will do quite well. And it looks like on Joshua Sutherland-Smith's side, we've got the Dondozo, the Incineroar, the Ursaluna, the Whimsicott, the Dragonite, and the Goldengo. One thing I really want to highlight here, we haven't got the chance to see it, I believe, is that Dondozo, but it is not actually paired with that Tatsugiri. So it's looking to just be a really good defensive piece, probably with Unaware, so it's not going to be affected by any of those nasty plot boost or Swords Dance. We've seen a lot of them lately in this game. We might see Quiver Dance, for example, on the Volcarona there.
Right, yeah, Dondozo is typically paired with Tatsugiri, whose commander ability allows it to function as one Pokemon, just as Dondozo itself. Dondozo gets boost based on which kind of Tatsugiri is using that commander ability. But here we're just seeing Dondozo as itself. It's typically a really powerful strategy. However, it comes at the cost of having only one Pokemon out on the field when you could potentially have 2. Whereas this Dondozo, it's always going to have a partner that it's fighting alongside, battling alongside.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see what elements of each team are going to be crucial in this matchup. I know Joshua could go for the Whimsicott Tailwind sort of strategy, maybe pairing that with the Goldengo or the Ursaluna. It'll be interesting to see that even with that Tailwind boosting the speed, in some cases that Vascular Legion or maybe that Volcarona with Quiver Dance might still be able to outpace the Pokemon on Joshua's side despite that Tailwind.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Christian's team. The way that you typically see Volcarona run, you don't see any kind of speed control on that team. However, Alolan Ninetales could be carrying the Icy Wind in order to slow down Joshua's team, as well as Volcarona can also carry Tailwind of its own. So Volcarona could fit a little bit more of a support role in this match. We will have to see when we get into the game whether or not. And speaking of getting into the game, let's go.
Looks like we have the lead. So we've got that Whimsicott and that Goldengo, similarly to what I called out could be coming with that immediate Tailwind pressure up against the Ninetales and the Ursaluna Blood Moon here.
Yeah, so Ninetales coming off immediately probably wants to just set up the Aurora Veil in order to boost the defenses of Christian's side, and in order to keep that Ursaluna nice and healthy going into this round, being able to throw out some really powerful moves.
Yeah, of course, we've got that interesting Terra type there that he's considering bringing out on the Ursaluna of Electric. Of course, Electric only has one weakness, and that's the ground, but the main reason players are opting for that Electric is actually they're looking to resist the Make It Rain, which we can potentially see coming out here. So it looks like we've got the Terrestrialization coming out on that Ursaluna, that Electric that I was just calling out, not wanting to take that Make It Rain, because we know Ursaluna Blood Moon's special defense stat is much lower than its defense stat here, so it's heavily threatened. And it looks like we've actually got the Fake Tears coming out. So this Ursaluna Blood Moon might be in line for a pretty bad day here, as the Aurora Veil.
The Aurora Veil helps to alleviate that a bit, but it's still going to be a very, very strong move. Ooh, and it's a Shadow Ball calling out Terrestrialization there. This is going to be a huge amount of damage onto that Ursaluna. Thankfully, being able to take that hit and deliver a knockout onto the Goldengo.
Yeah, so an excellent call there, of course, putting the Ghost type move into the normal type, which would normally be immune, calling out you're going to Terrestrialize there. But the crucial thing there is that Aurora Veil, without that Aurora Veil, that Ursaluna Blood Moon would not have had the opportunity to click Earth Power into that Goldengo there. So it looks like the Incineroar is coming in, putting in Intimidate. It's just got good typing in front of this Alolan Ninetales, only running, I believe, Blizzard as its only offensive option, but it is threatened by that Earth Power on the Ursaluna's side. So we've got Fake Out pressure here.
It is threatened by the Ursaluna, but that fake out pressure allows it to really control what the Ursaluna is going to do. The Ursaluna is probably not going to be throwing out an Earth Power just simply because getting faked out and then dropping to the Moon Blast from the Whimsicott isn't an ideal strategy. So we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more defensive play coming from Christian here, who swaps out into Rillaboom and does protect that Ursaluna. Being able to get that grassy terrain up in order to have grassy glides in case there needs to be a switch out coming from Joshua's side. But nothing of the sort. Joshua's just going for the fake out Moonblast, just trying to control the situation, trying to knock out that Ursaluna.
Yep. But now it looks like we have a momentum switch, as last turn Joshua was threading the fake out, but this turn Christian is threading the fake out with his own Rillaboom that switched in there. So we'll have to see what happens here. We'll have to see if he can convert some offensive pressure maybe from this Ursaluna, because it is heavily damaged and it is being outsped by that Whimsicott. So it is heavily threatened. It's going to be quite difficult to find a position to use that in the late game, as we see the Ursaluna switching out there, saving it potentially for later, as we see the Vascular Legion come in here.
Yeah, what's also nice for Christian bringing in that grassy terrain. Ursaluna is holding the leftovers item, which allows it to recover 1/16 of its health at the end of every turn. And being able to pair that with the recovery from grassy terrain, Ursaluna is looking a lot healthier already, even though all it's done is just kind of sit there and protect.
Yep, so we've got the Terra Ghost actually on that Whimsicott, and we've got the Moonblast coming out on the Vascular Legion here, as the Rillaboom actually faked out the Incineroar, not letting it get any attacks off this turn. So it's just a bit of a reposition here. Not a lot of damage has come out, but I think the position is much better with the Vascular Legion as compared to that low health Ursaluna Blood Moon from the previous turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And Incineroar doesn't look like that it can do anything in order to stop this flip turn coming out from Vascular Legion. It can switch out, and something a little more eager to take the hit will be able to come in, but it's not going to be terribly able to stop this pivot that's coming. So
yeah, no matter what switches in there, there'll be a lot of damage. Actually, the Tailwind, it's been delayed for a long time, but it comes out this turn. So we'll have to see who's faster between that Choice Scarf and the Incineroar. It's actually the Incineroar going for the knockoff, and the Vascular Legion just hanging on there. No more Choice Scarf, so now it's got the option switches moves as the flip turn, and also only just holding on that Incineroar.
That Aurora Veil from turn one still paying its dividends for Christian.
Yeah, absolutely. That Aurora Veil has now prevented two Pokemon from potentially being knocked out and allowing them to do big damage in response. We've got the Woodhammer going into the once Grass, but now Ghost-type Whimsicott, bringing it down to that Focus Sash.
Yeah, and we're going to see a little bit more health recovery. This is going to be really, really good for the Ursaluna. Still having that Aurora Veil up and not being at -2 special defense anymore because of that fake tears. Ursaluna is looking really, really good. Rillaboom should be able to knock out the Whimsicott with a Grassy Glide, and Ursaluna is free to fire off any attack into whatever that Incineroar slot is.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian playing really well here, seeing that low health Ursaluna and finding a way to still keep it as an offensive threat, combining that leftovers with the grassy terrain, as you called out before, allowing it to get some health back. It looks like we've got a switch from the Whimsicott coming in the Dragonite, a very good defensive switch for that Grassy Glide, resisting it twice, but of course it does come at the cost of that multi-scale. So we've got the U-turn coming into the Incineroar, just a little bit more pivoting here, but also reasonable damage into that Rillaboom.
Yeah, this pivot is actually really, really smart, because if this means that Whimsicott's going to get knocked out at the end of this turn, that means that Incineroar gets to come back in, get that Intimidate off again, which is going to be important against that Rillaboom. Uses up the Blood Moon, so that can't be used next turn. And also can threaten the fake out.
Of course, and also that Blood Moon, of course, it can only be used every second turn. And the only other move to do damage that the Blood Moon has is Earth Power. But now we've got a Flying type Dragonite, so the Dragonite can pretty safely go for whatever move it wants to go for here, whether that's Scale Shot or anything else that it's choosing to run in this matchup.
Yeah, Dragonite is in a very nice position, and now Aurora Veil is down, so Dragonite's hits are going to be coming out so much stronger.
Yeah, that's right. That Aurora Veil, although it's down, it did a lot of work in those 5 turns that it was available for Christian. So that Dragonite is in a very good position, as we've said before, because of course it's not threatened by the Ursaluna just yet, but it's also resisting everything that the Rillaboom could potentially go for here as well.
Yeah, either resisting it twice with that Dragon and Flying typing, or just immune outright just due to high horsepower being a ground type move going into a flying type.
Exactly. So it looks like they protect from the Ursaluna as the fake out goes into the Rillaboom, and we've got Outrage there. So it isn't that Scale Shot Dragonite that I called out. It must be potentially Choice Band or Assault Vest. I'm not immediately sure.
The Outrage is a very scary move to be going for because you don't get to choose who it targets. And unlike Dragon Darts, it's not going to pick automatically a Pokemon that is going to be affected by it. It's just going to flip a coin, heads or tails, and pick its target based on that.
Exactly. And in this situation, the Outrage going into the Ursaluna Blood Moon was very fortunate for Christian because that Rillaboom would not have taken that as well as, of course, a protecting Pokemon.
Yep.
And the Outrage is going out into that Ursaluna Blood Moon. The Ursaluna Blood Moon has lost the opportunity to put any more offensive pressure in this game. And we'll have to see. We've got another U-turn coming out. I guess we're just cycling that Intimidate to make that Rillaboom as weak as possible here.
Unfortunately, there's nothing in the back. It was just a super effective hit, it looks like.
Yeah. And the return knockout into the Incineroar as we've got the Dragonite still in a pretty good position here. And that
Unfortunately, it's locked into Outrage, and there is a Fairy type Alolan Ninetales here who is looking very, very primed to be taking this game.
Yeah, that is true. There is nothing left for this Dragonite to do, as it looks like that Blizzard comes for effective, fastest way out of the game.
That's nice and quick. Ninetales really showing off why it's been such a prominent Pokemon since it was introduced in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
That's right.
Sun and Moon, sorry. It's been legal in VGC since 2017, and it is always such a strong Pokemon to be using. That Aurora Veil being able to provide that all-round just blanket reduction in damage to your team is so valuable. And on top of that, it gets access to Blizzard, a very strong Ice type attack. Ice is an incredibly strong offensive typing, and it cannot miss because it is in the snow.
Yeah, as long as that snow is up, that Blizzard is threatening to do a lot of damage, and in that case, it was very super effective on that Dragonite.
It was a very, very well played Alolan Ninetales from Christian there.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. In the early game, of course, as you said, it was protecting the Pokemon, and then in the late game, its fairy typing just meant there was nothing else that Joshua could do there.
It's fairy typing combined with its ice typing. It's just
excellent offensive coverage,
just
for sure.
Excellently played.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if there are any adjustments from either side. We'll have to see what Joshua wants to do in response here, as we've got the leads coming out, and it looks like we've got the Golden Go and the Whimsicott, same as last game, up against the Blood Moon and the Ninetales.
So we're seeing the exact same leads, both players being reasonably confident that this is a route that they did want to go down. Probably just a little unsure about moves that they took during their play. But overall, the general game plan, I think both players are pretty well set into.
Yeah, Joshua maybe trying to get a little bit more value out of that Golden Go, not expecting it to even see the Earth Power come out to that Fake Tears combination with the Shadow Ball. So it looks like we've got the Terastallization into the Terra Steel here, probably to increase the damage that is expected to come out here. As we've got a responding Terastallization, I believe it was into that Ursaluna Blood Moon again. It seems crucial to the strategy to not let Naked Rain hit neutrally into that Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, it seems like a very, very concerned effort from Christian here to be able to keep that Ursaluna as healthy as he possibly can. And as we saw, like at the end of that game one, that Ursaluna was pretty much at full health just due to those leftovers and that grassy terrain recovery. He kept that thing nice and healthy for the entire game.
True. So it looks like we've got a deviation here from last game. We've got the Make It Rain coming out. So if there was no Terastallization on that Ursaluna Blood Moon, that would have been very, very bad for Christian. But of course, that resistance to the Make It Rain, very good here. But we did just see that the Ninetales took almost all of its damage, holding on only just to that Focus Sash.
Yep, it was as much as it hurts to see that not very effective as you fire up a very strong move into such a threatening Pokemon as Ursaluna Blood Moon. Chipping that Ninetales all the way down to its Focus Sash is so important for Joshua if he wants to stay in this.
Absolutely, but that Golden Ghost still did go down that turn. No defensive Terastallization option, and this time around we're in a similar position to previously, but there is no Terastallization available for Joshua for the rest of this game.
There's not. So we see the Dragonite coming in. Dragonite was taken out by this Long Ninetales, so it seems like it has a bit of a vendetta to go for it again this game. But the Long Ninetales switching out, and probably the Rillaboom coming in. Yep.
Yep. Expect so. So I'm expecting this Whimsicott might be going for the tailwind there, because if the Dragonite just sat there and took a Blizzard, that would have been quite a lot of damage. So we've got the Protect coming out from the Ursaluna Blood Moon, and the Whimsicott here actually going for the Moon Blast here, saying you kind of have to switch out here. And another Outrage going into a Protect again. Exact same board position, exact same target. And then the Grassy Terrain recovery. So again, this hoping to get this Ursaluna Blood Moon healthy enough to keep battling, keep putting some damage down, but that being locked into that Outrage could end up biting him again if that Fairy type Ninetales can be preserved.
Yep, absolutely. And now Joshua has access to Blood Moon. It can pick its target and be able to throw it out. That Terastallization cannot come out anymore, so that Whimsicott can take that Blood Moon and is just not immune to it anymore.
Yeah, that's right. I believe it still has the Focus Sash intact, but it will put it in position. All that Fake Out into the Whimsicott is going to work this time because it didn't have Terra Ghost, so no way to avoid that. As the Outrage targets into the Rillaboom, hanging on. You know that Rillaboom has a pretty good defense stat. As that Blood Moon comes out into that Dragonite.
A critical hit, taking it out. I believe Dragonite had lost its multi-scale by that point, so...
I believe so as well. So that Dragonite Outrage, unfortunately, it's not going to pick any more targets here. It got some good damage into that Rillaboom, but that's all that it did in this game, actually.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Joshua, that Ursaluna is looking so healthy now with that Grassy Terrain and Leftover recovery. Incineroar coming in, being able to threaten the Fake Out and getting the Intimidate off against that Rillaboom.
Yeah, I do think a slow game plan here really does favour that Ursaluna Blood Moon, because every single turn we're pivoting, we're protecting, we're not only getting the Grassy Terrain recovery, but the Leftovers recovery. It wasn't that long ago that Ursaluna was looking kind of threatened, but now we can see very healthy, green health. It could even go all the way back to full if this game continues to go at a relatively slower pace.
Absolutely. We're seeing a bit of tech coming out, something that we don't normally see. We're going to be seeing a Yawn this turn that we've seen selected.
Yeah, that's right.
Very interesting.
A lot of Ursalunas are debating on what that last move could be. Traditionally, we'd see Life Orb and Hyper Voice, but now there's a few Calm Minds, there's a few Yawns, some people even running Vacuum Waves. I've seen Vacuum Waves. And we've got the Moon Blast coming out into that Ursaluna, and that recovery really allowed that Ursaluna to hold on for this turn.
Yeah, Ursaluna's been taken down to basically where it was after that first turn. So after that, Terastallize, Strengthen, Make It Rain.
Exactly. So it looks like the Incineroar is going to take that Yawn and might be going for a nap quite shortly, as we've got another round of Grassy Terrain recovery, healing both of Joshua's Pokemon, but of course healing that Ursaluna Blood Moon that is just capable of doing absolutely immense damage.
Yeah, and the fact that it's able to shrug off all the damage being thrown at it. Yeah, it's not a good position if you're Joshua to be staring that thing down.
And it's a good position for Christian here because he's got both his physical attackers in the back, but Incineroar's already in place. The Incineroar didn't get the opportunity to intimidate both this Rillaboom, and we saw the Basculegion in the back, as Christian seems to be planning for a Basculegion-centric endgame. So we've got the Fake Out coming out into the Whimsicott here as the Flare Blitz is hoping to finish off that Bloodmoon, but it just hangs on.
That health recovery just continuing to pay dividends for Christian here.
Yeah. We can see why so many people are opting to use that Ursaluna Blood Moon, because that Blood Moon attack, absolutely devastating, and it is not an easy Pokemon to remove from the field.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So
Joshua's Incineroar, it's going to sleep now. It took a risk there, hoping that it could knock out that Ursaluna and at least bring it down to a 2 versus 2. But now that Incineroar it did pick up the KO, Incineroar's gone to sleep. So that is one side of the field just completely nothing can come out.
a lot of people refer to Incineroar as the king of VGC, and if Incineroar could take out these 3 Pokemon while sleeping...
I also assumed that he had something else in the back. I forgot that we were down to the last Pokemon.
No, I think this Incineroar is back against the wall. I don't know. I've seen crazier things happen. Let's see if this Incineroar can finish off the remaining 3 Pokemon and quickly wake up. So that Earth Power is doing half the damage, and I think we can expect that this Adaptability, Choice Scarf, Wave Crash. Do you think Incineroar might be able to take this one?
I don't think the things look good for the Incineroar
Yeah,
here.
I really do think this Incineroar is up against the wall here, as it looks like Christian is going to be taking this second game, advancing to 5-1, hoping to get at least one more win today, and then that will secure his position in phase 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely terrific gameplay from Christian there. He knew the pieces that he had available to him, and he utilized them so well throughout that game. Throughout both those games, actually. Like the Ninetales was played so excellently. Didn't get to put in as much work in that game too, but it did serve as something that he could switch in order to get knocked out, so that way he could reset his positioning. That was some really clever play with his Pokemon there.
Yeah, I really do think that game is a bit of a masterclass for why, if you prepare well for a tournament and you build your team quite well, you're in a really good position to win. Because we saw expertly, he was kind of anticipating how much damage these moves would do. He knew how crucial the Aurora Veil would be, and I would suspect that all those times, like his Basculegion took about 90%, I would suspect that he was quite aware of how much damage that was going to come out. And that Aurora Veil was probably just setting up several turns down the line, as well as immediately allowing that Ursaluna to take the Fake Tears plus the Shadow Ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was just very, very wonderfully played. Utilizing the grassy terrain and the leftovers in order to keep that Ursaluna Blood Moon so healthy throughout. It's just, once again, I'm just very, very impressed with like the level of preparation and the level of play that we saw in that game there.
Yeah, I do think it's quite an effective team from Christian's side, because if you look at it from the perspective of Joshua, he's got to respond to many different offensive threats that you have to deal with in different ways. We've got the Ninetales with the Focus Sash. Like, any 2 attacks are good enough to knock that Pokemon out. But then we've got the Ursaluna Blood Moon, who you have to put so much damage, and you have to time your attacks well, because a good attack into a Protect can be devastating there. But if you kind of anticipate the Protect too many times, you're giving it too many turns to build up that leftovers and grassy terrain recovery. So the offensive pieces that he chose to bring, and the Basculegion as well for quick damage, the offensive pieces were just so difficult for Joshua to respond to there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just masterclass in Pokemon. If you want to get better at the game, watch that game again. That was wonderful. Anyway, I believe that we're going to an interview for the play, so we will be right back.
Hello, so I'm joined with Christian, the winner of the previous round. And actually, here's something interesting for you. Last year at Brisbane, these 2 players played, would you believe it, in top 4 of that event. So how did that top 4 go, and how did it go here?
Well, the top 4 last time didn't go quite so well in my favour, but so Josh ended up winning that one. So I felt that I had to get him back this time. The 2 of us are friends, and we kind of prepped together, and we were talking about our teams for this event. And he said, before the match, I've played into his team, he hasn't played into my team. And I said, but you haven't played me when I've been playing this team.
That's true. 2 people can use the same team, and they can use it very differently. So there's an element of playing against the team, an element of playing against the player. When we were watching that game, we thought the Aurora Veil seemed to be quite crucial for your game plans. I think on that turn 1, the Shadow Ball plus the Fake Tears coming in, but that Aurora Veil was crucial to allowing the Ursaluna to hold on through that hit and then take the responding knockout. And then later the Basculegion as well. Were you anticipating the Basculegion and the Ursaluna to be able to hang on through those hits because of the Aurora Veil?
100%. I thought that if they didn't hang on through those hits, that I'm not winning either of those games. So, knowing Josh is an incredibly good player, and he is very, very good at making reads. I don't know many people that turn 1 of a set would Shadow Ball and Ursaluna on stream, but, he did it and became successfully. But I think Aurora Veil was one of the sort of last-minute adaptations to the team that I was thinking of doing. It was either Icy Wind or Aurora Veil, but I thought for those matchups into Hyper Offense, I really need the extra bulk. And as you can see, that Ursaluna was taking those hits like a champ and getting all its HP back from the leftovers.
Yeah, that's right. The Shadow Ball into a normal type, I'm sure a lot of the viewers at home might be like, oh, that's a really hard call to make. But you got to keep in mind that the alternative is if you go Terra Electric and they go for the Make It Rain, that's a resisted hit. And you can fall behind very quickly in these very offensive games like this one here. The other thing I wanted to ask is that Ursaluna, so it took a lot of damage at the start of particularly game 1, but also game 2. but I wanted to commend your ability to like protect and play a slower game and really add up those leftover and grassy terrains. Were you planning on maybe sacrificing the Ursaluna to get positioning, or were you always planning on trying to build up its hit points so it could come back?
I think there was a point where the Whimsicott is sort of sitting on the field after KOing the Goldengo. So anytime I go for Fake Out or Protect to sort of keep my Ursaluna alive, there is an element of he can Encore me the next turn. Notice I didn't bring Incineroar, so all of my Pokemon were vulnerable to Encore pressure, especially that Ursaluna. But I thought that, well, if he wastes an attack into, and all of these resources into KOing my Ursaluna, which he was trying to do, that there's a point where once that's gone, I can just bring Basculegion in and start clicking Last Respects. I think he did see as well that the Protect on the Ursaluna was kind of there to just have the chance to tank the Dragonite Outrage, because I figured he needed to outrage his way back into the game. And Ursaluna did absorb a couple of those outrages in the Protect, so Rillaboom could go for a couple of attacks. Break the Whimsicott's Focus Sash was actually the most important one, so that I could KO it with either a Blood Moon, a Blizzard, or a Last Respects. I didn't have a chance to either go for speed control and an attack later on in the game.
Yeah, it was quite fortunate, the targeting of the outrages. Do you think if the outrages had not gone into the Protect, the position would have been maybe a little bit worse for you? Would you still have, do you think, been able to pull out the wins? Because it happened in Game 1 and in Game 2, actually.
So I think because I had Ninetales in the end game in Game 1, I think I would have been okay regardless, because the Dragonite's locked into Outrage. And that is the game where the Ursaluna did tank the Outrage. So by the time that I would have him down to his last two Pokemon, and I had Ninetales in the back, I knew that the game was over for about 5 turns. It was just a matter of getting to that board position. And then when we reached the point in Game 2 where I got the very fortunate critical hit on the Dragonite, I'm not sure if a Grassy Glide follow-up might have KO'd afterwards, but I know that crit was very important because last two Pokemon being Incineroar and Whimsicott had a lot of work cut out for them, so I felt more comfortable sacrificing the Ninetales and things like that, because I really just needed Basculegion in the endgame with Fake Out to stop the Tailwind and the knockoff if my Aurora Veil had gone away.
Of course, that Basculegion, a very, very potent endgame threat. So now you are 5-1 in this tournament.
5-1, yes.
So just let me know a little bit about your goals of this tournament and then throughout this season.
My goal is to win this tournament, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that happens. And this season, I'd love to qualify for Worlds again, but I do really want to get my hands on the first regional title. I've kind of been knocking at the door with a couple of top cuts, and I think this would really be sort of the icing on the cake. And I think that I've done the work to get there.
Absolutely. You are definitely in a good position right now to give yourself the best chance to knock on the door of another top cut. I know your first regional, you got top 8. Your second regional here was top 4, where you eventually lost to Joshua, and now you've got your revenge, if you'd like, in that last round. And I guess the last question for you is, do you have anyone that you'd like to thank?
Oh, absolutely. I'd like to thank my parents who might be watching the stream at home. I don't know. I told them that there was a stream. They've been super supportive in me going, sort of interstate and overseas to compete in, video game events, which is not something that, a lot of parents would be super happy about, I'm sure. My friends, Josh, Ashley, Baylett, and Isaac, who are all sort of prepping with me for the tournament. Isaac especially is running the same team as me here at the tournament. And to everybody from Sydney, New South Wales who goes to the locals, Kai especially, for hosting the local tournaments and giving us the best practice leading up to the regional.
Yeah, of course. As a Sydney local, everyone in Sydney definitely appreciates all of the tournament organisers who are able to just get the community together. Because I think when the community players won, we just get better team building, better practice, and better support as well. Because not every tournament goes perfectly. And it's good to be there with some people who can support you. If, I don't know, you lose round 1, it can very easily lead to losing round 2 and round 3. But if you've got people supporting you, it's very easy to kind of look away from that round 1 loss and continue going.
Yeah, 100%.
So I think we're going to cut to a short break as there's plenty more tournaments to play. Best of luck in the future rounds.
Thanks so much.
Hello, apology viewers. We just had a little bit of a technical mishap here, but we're still excited to bring you the team and have a look at what they are running today.
Yeah, still ready as ever. We're going to look right into it now. We'll start with Jack's team because we're going to look to get into that. Some interesting rain picks. We've seen rain earlier from Kieran, and with some different rain partners on this side.
Yeah, for sure. So we saw the Basculegion, and very similar here, we've got the Kingdra. So the Kingdra is using that Swift Swim ability, very similar to Basculegion's earlier, that if the rain is successfully set up by that Pelipper, it's going to be moving twice as fast. Usually going to be the fastest thing on the field, but it's actually got the Dragon typing, which is a good little deviation. You can go for Draco Meteors. You actually are not weak to grass anymore. And very interesting pick in the corner there, that Serena. We saw a different niche grass type earlier, and it looks like this might be the tournament for the niche grass types.
Yeah, niche grass types coming out here. Serena provides a little bit of support from those pesky priority moves. You see some of those extreme speeds that can sometimes come out. We've seen some vacuum waves and some of those Rillaboom grassy glides as well. It has Queenly Majesty, just the ability that stops any sort of priority coming through, protecting some of the more frailer, fast attackers like that Kingdra, even potentially like the Pelipper as well, because we do have a Pelipper, even though it is the Focus Sash, as a lot of common Pelippers are, its Terra type is a little different to normal.
Yeah, that's right. It's not gonna be the Ghost type, it's gonna be the Stellar type. And we know that a fake out into a Focus Sash Pokemon can be quite devastating, and the Serena very good at mitigating that. And from what I've heard from the players around here today, is we've seen Frugraph, of course, I've had the Sap Sipper, not the Armor Tail. We've seen some Indeedis, but it seems like a lot of players are specifically trying to combat these Incineroar, Rillaboom, Sneasler teams with all their fake outs with things that can block the priority moves. So it'll be quite interesting, because I would think that this Pokemon is here specifically for this team that we're seeing from Yushang's side, because this is the team that we all know very well, as it has actually won a few regional championships previously, I believe, these 6 Pokemon together.
It has indeed. So these are what you could almost call a big 6 of this wave of Regulation H coming through here. The Rillaboom with the Grassy Seed, Acrobatic Sneasler, a bit off that traditional more Focus Sash or Psychic Seed variant, with the Incineroar as well, running through, just stocking what it normally does. It's fake out support, it's utility pivoting support, generally the form of Parting Shot, and it's got knockoff to remove items. That'll particularly be handy if it can catch a Flame Orb or that Eviolite from that Porygon 2. And alongside, it's also a Blood Moon Ursaluna. It looks like it was similar to one we saw last round, the Terra Electric Yawn with leftovers. Just that really bulky, disruptive bear, as opposed to when it goes more on that offense from that we also saw from Mitch earlier today with that Terra Normal Life Orb, just looking to go through and get some fast and quick knockouts. And then Goldango to round it out. Goldango just being that Pokemon that we've mentioned and seen plenty of times today, that Make It Rain, the ability to set up pretty quickly on a whim with that nasty plot and that those devastating single target attack in Shadow Ball, and a big spread move as well and Make It Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I definitely want to highlight is that Unburden ability on the Sneasler. So if it is able to consume the Grassy Seed, which is automatically consumed if it encounters the grassy terrain and gets a defense boost, one of the major reasons players are opting to use that is because it actually increases its speed. So despite the Swift Swim and the rain on the Kingdra, we might be able to see the Sneasler outspeed even in the rain. But there is another way that Yushang has to outspeed that Kingdra in the form of that Ninetales, potentially being able to shut off the rain in some key times, and maybe something will be able to outspeed it on a critical turn in the game.
Yeah, the Ninetales also does have access to that Icy Wind as well. Another option for that speed controlling method. One, being able to shut off the rain, which is always quite nice into rain teams like Pelipper. Freeze Dry giving the option to slow down some of those Pokemon, like the Pelipper, the Kingdra. Even if there's like an Ursaluna that could be trained with a little bit of pace behind it, a bit of speed there, it'd be able to slow that down a little bit as well. Can turn the tides, as the Ursalunas, both those forms, one slightly faster than the other naturally, but with an Icy Wind, it could change the tides to allow one to always be faster than the other, which can always be the difference when it comes to taking a knockout.
Yep. And here we are. It looks like we've got the leads coming out here. It looks like we've got the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna up against the Incineroar and the Porygon 2. Very standard lead here.
Yeah, so the Incineroar and the Porygon 2, generally, they do like to have the option of being able to just fake out something that looks like it's threatening a lot of damage and going for that Trick Room as well. They also have the option to fake out the Ursaluna potentially, because it can look at putting a Yawn on that Porygon 2. And Porygon 2, even though it's generally a Trick Room setter and gens will like to stick around for a bit, when it gets a special attack boost from down low like it's just received on this effective turn 0, it does like to stay in and use that, because it is no slouch in the special attacking department.
Yeah, the Porygon 2, it's not a fully evolved Pokemon. It's holding the Eviolite, and it doesn't seem like it could be an offensive threat, but if it gets that special attack boost, you definitely shouldn't count the little Porygon 2 out. So it looks like we've got the Fake Out coming out into the Porygon 2, relatively safe as it's choosing not to have the Protect there, and the Fake Out into the Ursaluna. So it looks like this turn is going to be a little bit of nothing as the grassy terrain is going to recover probably most of the damage from those Fake Outs there.
Yeah, so it looks like basically the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, they're just shaking hands as they go to fake out the opposing normal type that is on the field. The Ursaluna with the grassy terrain and the leftovers, looking like it heals basically back to full. Porygon 2, not too much chip there as well, so kind of just a still turn there. What that does do is take away a grassy terrain turn from the Rillaboom and from the Ursaluna with, from what we saw in the last game, potentially in this game as well, leftovers and grassy terrain healing just progressively as the game goes by if the Ursaluna is damaged, does tend to rack up quite a lot. So even mitigating that, even for a turn, can help in favor of Jack.
Yeah, of course, but now we're also moving into turn 2, but neither side has Fake Outs. We're going to have to... So it looks like the high horsepower coming out, super effective into that Incineroar, that Intimidate, proving to be quite valuable. The Earth Power is just removing it. The double up there. The Intimidate not affecting the Ursaluna at all. Earth Power is still a very strong move. But this Porygon 2 has been completely ignored as it sets the Trick Room. So we'll have to see what's going to happen in these Trick Room conditions for the next few turns of this game.
Yeah, so it looks like a threat was assessed and it decided that Incineroar was that threat in the long term. So getting rid of that with a double and with the double ground move there. No terrestrialization on Jack's end, so Incineroar does go down. Trick Room is set up and Serena is in. Serena can also use the grassy terrain to his advantage if necessary. Got some pretty strong, I believe, power whips backed up by the wide lens that the Serena is holding on there to allow it just to be a little bit more accurate. That can do some devastating damage into that Blood Moon Ursaluna, as it is part ground type, so it is weak to it. Does need to respect the potential of a Goldango or potentially an Incineroar coming in as well. It's also be able to take that relatively more comfortably than the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, also threatening a high jump kick, but again, if that Goldango comes in on a high jump kick, that will be devastating because it continues going and takes the damage. So it looks like we're getting a switch out into the Ursaluna here. The Trick Room Sweeper has been switched into Trick Room. Quite a decent and standard play as we see a terrestrialization coming out on the Ursaluna. Blood Moon choosing to be in electric type there in the face of the ice type and the grass type damage. Of course, actually the fighting type. I think all three types there were threatening the Ursaluna. And we've got the Yawn coming out into that Serena. Crucially, the Ursaluna Blood Moon is slower than the Serena in this Trick Room condition. Of course, it is moving first as the Power Whip does about 50%. So the terrestrialization was crucial there. And the Woodhammer into the Ursaluna. You switch it into Trick Room, but not for free.
Yeah, that does come at a cost. A lot of HP there, so that's a really big Woodhammer that's coming out on the Ursaluna. With the Ursaluna going to be coming in, now taking that Flame Orb damage. It's going to be, while grassy terrain's on the field, it won't be losing HP because the grassy terrain will be offsetting that burn damage. But once that does go down, it's slowly going to be on that timer. And while being chipped already, things may look a bit dire for the Ursaluna. It is protected from any grassy glides, though, while Serena is on the field, thanks to Queenly Majesty. And we did see there as well that the Ursaluna took around 50% from that Power Whip. So if there wasn't a terrestrialization there, because it is 2 times effective on when it's normally a ground type, that would have been a big knockout that would have been taken there. Unfortunately for Jack, fortunately for Yu Zhang, the use of a defensive terrestrialization there keeps Ursaluna alive.
So we see the Serena switching out. So the Grassy Glide could potentially come out here, but that would have been a call. As the Porygon comes in and gets that special attack download boost again, it looks like the terrestrialization is going to be coming out from Jack's side here. Both Ursalunas, they don't like being normal types. Oh, this one does, but they don't like being ground types is the main thing. They've both chosen to terrestrialize, and this one into the normal type, boosting the damage, but also removing that grass weakness. You see the Protect come out from the Ursaluna Blood Moon. This could be devastating if the Ursaluna targets the... Wow, they did go for the Grassy Glide in front of that Serena, just ignoring the Queenly Majesty, expecting the Porygon to come in, saying, hey, there aren't that many turns of Trick Room here, and your Serena does not want to be here. The Porygon 2 would rather be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call out there from Yu Zhang. And as you see that Protect again, you're just seeing all that passive recovery that it is getting. A good Protect into that Terra Normal Facade as well. We thought Facade hit hard enough. That with a terrestrialization boost just takes it up just another notch. We do see the Porygon 2 just out here as well. Porygon 2 still looking fairly healthy. At full HP, it does have the option to go for the recover, and it did come back in with another special attack boost. But we can see from Yu Zhang's side, a lot of the Pokemon that are opposing are still quite healthy at the moment as well. So there's going to be a lot of work for Jack to get through in these Trick Room turns. If you have a look at shifting the momentum in his favor a little bit.
So the Ursaluna is going to be switched out, perhaps saving it for when the Trick Room runs out, as the Ninetales comes in. Just, I think preserving the HP on the Ursaluna is the main thing there, but also the Ninetales taking some damage. Maybe, oh wow, the Ursaluna is strong enough to hang on through that Grassy Glide and hits back with a devastating facade into the Ninetales as it gets brought down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, that's an absolutely big live there from that Ursaluna. Just being able to just get off that damage, and big Ice Beam going off into that Rillaboom as well. We do see that the Grassy Terrain recovery comes out before the burn damage, so the burn wouldn't be able to go through and knock it out. It would get the healing and then take the burn damage. So Ursaluna is still kicking and screaming, but as we said, it won't be doing that for too much longer. The Grassy Terrain has just ran out, and burn looks like it may take it out on the following turn. But it does also mean at the same time, the Grassy Glide isn't boosted, doesn't have that priority boost anymore. The Grassy Terrain is gone, so now it is just a 55 base power grass move. Simple as that.
Yeah, so a lot of damage coming out with Jack Roth there on the second last turn of Trick Room. This is the last turn of Trick Room. But when those Twisted Dimensions twist back, he might be in a bit of a tough spot. Looks like the Ursaluna is switching out because it was going to go down to Flame Chip at the end of that turn in the absence of the Grassy Terrain, as the Serena comes in its place. Two quite healthy Pokemon, as the Ninetales opts to protect. It would rather be attacking once those Trick Room conditions reverse, and the Ice Beam correctly goes into that protect. So it is a good protect from the Ninetales here, as we'll see what the Rillaboom does. A Wood Hammer opens to a lot of damage. Wow, critical hit.
That is a mighty critical hit. No terrain there, so that critical hit is doing very big damage to that Porygon too. Whiffing the Terra Blast as well into the protect of the Ninetales, not what you want to see going into that turn.
So it looks like Jack might be trying to get a second Trick Room up. It would be very hard to take most of those Trick Room turns because his team has taken a lot of damage here. Serena choosing to protect here as it correctly blocks the attack coming in from the Blizzard, and the Blizzard into the Porygon 2. The Wood Hammer, I think it will be enough. Yes, it was enough to clear that Porygon 2. So really not allowing that Trick Room to come up. So I think if the Trick Room comes up, it is a much more difficult game for Yu Zhang to win from that position.
Yeah, it does get tougher. But now we've got the Ursaluna basically on its last legs. Serena still healthy, still doesn't. If it could choose to or not to take a Blizzard, I think it would prefer not to take a Blizzard in that position. The opposing Pokemon on Yu Zhang's side are weakened, but with, as we know, the Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back and a fourth in the back as well that has been unrevealed yet. Things are looking a bit scarce, but we do see that the Blood Moon Ursaluna has come out on the field now, and the Blizzard has picked up the knockout on that Ursaluna and has done big damage to the Serena.
Yeah, a lot of work for the Serena if it wants to win this game, but that Ninetales is outspeeding, and with Pokemon in the back, it gets knocked out here, so we'll see if that's enough, but I think that the threats on the side of Yu Zhang might just be a little bit too much for this Serena to beat.
Yeah, we saw earlier as well, just in the game one, that the Power Whip, even in the grass, only dealing roughly around 50% of that Blood Moon Ursaluna's HP. So even if there's no grass that comes back out now, Ursaluna does look like it's sitting relatively happy. But we do have the Rillaboom there as well. The Rillaboom can't put out any Fake Out or any Grassy Glide pressure onto it, but it could be an option for the Ursaluna to get a little bit more HP back if it opts to want to go for Protect, to really put itself in a comfortable position where even if you do critical hit me Serena, I'm still going to take the hit and be able to return a knockout. That could be a potential game plan from Yu Zhang going into these last turns of game one.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the Serena is most likely outspeeding the Blood Moon, I believe we saw in Trick Room, and the Rillaboom is not threatening it that much. So there could be a chance for the Serena to pull up the victory from this position. It looks like the Wood Hammer is coming in, doing a lot of damage, only just hanging on. But I think from this position, because the Wood Hammer, the recoil knocks it out. So we'll have to see how much his Power Whip does. Oh, only just hanging on that Ursaluna as he goes for the Blood Moon should be enough to finish off the Serena here.
Yeah, Blood Moon for 2 HP of damage. Definitely going to take that knockout there. The Power Whip, just as simple as a critical hit there, could have potentially turned the tide. So, we have an unrevealed 4th Pokemon that was in the back there. So potentially could have been the make or break that may have happened. With the grassy terrain being reset, it might have potentially been that Sneasler with that grassy seed in the back as well. There's also the possibility for it to be a Goldango. Both options seem relatively fine going into that. I do believe it might have been the Sneasler, just because that backline also covers for the rain. That wasn't brought in this game 1, but if the rain does get that speed advantage, it can be a little bit troublesome. So having that option in the back just in case is very handy. Plus, not having it revealed in that game 1 is good information preservation from you, Shane, going into game 2.
Yeah, that's what makes these players so good towards the top players, top tables in the late stages of the regionals. Is I'm sure that Jack knew that most Pokemon in the back, even if I get the crit here, I'm not going to be able to beat them. But there's always the potential. Like you have to play to your outs. Even if the game is not looking likely in your favor, you still have to give yourself the best chance to win that game. And unfortunately, there was no crit there. So concealing that information of the game plan, the Pokemon in the back, maybe the reliable Sneasler you said, very, very good for you, Shane, to have not had the Ursaluna go down there.
Yeah, very handy for it. We may potentially see an adjustment or two that comes out. We could see, is rain the correct adjustment that Jack might need to make going into the game 2? We saw the Trick Room come out there in the game 1. Effective as it was, I do believe the Ursaluna taking that Wood Hammer on the way in definitely put a relatively a slow halt to those plans. Being coming in and then taking quite a high amount of damage is definitely not what you want to see.
It looks like we have the leads here. It is the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna Blood Moon. And we've got the Kingdra making an appearance, the nice shiny purple Kingdra next to the Serena. So this could be an indication that they've chosen to go for the rain mode. There could potentially be a Pelipper in the back.
Yeah, there is a definite adaptation there made from Jack. The Kingdra we did not see into that game 1. Kingdra, it can threaten some big damage on there if there's a potential Pelipper switch in. And there's like a Muddy Water that can come out dealing some nasty damage to the Ursaluna. We do see the Rillaboom switch out, maybe looking to protect itself from a potential triple axle that the Serena does have, into the Incineroar, which, alongside the Intimidate, will take a triple axle nicely if that play is called correctly.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like we've got the Terrestrialization as well coming out here as the Ursaluna Blood Moon really likes to be an electric type in this matchup. And actually this weekend we've seen a lot of electric type Ursalunas. Again, one weakness, it's a decent type to have. And the Protect from the Kingdra. So there's a lot of offensive pressure from that Kingdra turn 1, but choosing to protect, maybe calling out an attack there as the triple axle goes into the Incineroar. It's an excellent switch in, not only resisting it, but the Intimidate reducing the damage, because I'm sure that would have done a lot of damage, but just not to Incineroar.
Yeah, it could have been very nasty damage there too, that Rillaboom. Incineroar, I feel like on the first hit, I didn't even think it HP bar moved. But it definitely did. It's got a little bit of chip there now. The grassy terrain has healed that back. And the Key Protect onto that Yawn as well means that Kingdra won't be drowsy, so it can still look at potentially firing off a Muddy Water also. Could also fire off a big Draco Meteor into that Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. Because they know there's a Protector and a Yawn, seeing the leftovers. So we know it's not a Sulphur, so it can look at putting out some relatively big pressure. We do see the immediate switch out of the Incineroar though.
Yeah. So the Incineroar switching out for the Ninetales here, setting up the Snow. If the Pelipper came in, that could have been quite good to prevent the speed, but I think the Kingdra is pretty firmly the fastest Pokemon in this matchup currently, as we have the Terrestrialization to that Stellar type on the Kingdra. So the Stellar type boosts the power of every type of move the first time you click it. So essentially giving you the same boost as an adaptability boost the first time you click a Draco Meteor. So we've got a Draco Meteor coming out. Oh!
What a massive one-hit knockout on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, a Pokemon that was basically stood there as an absolute titan in that first game, gone down immediately. Kingdra just saw that from the sidelines in game 1 and said, we are not having any of that. As we see a high jump kick coming into... It takes out the focus sash for that Alolan Ninetales for the time being. But that knockout could open up the door big time for Jack, as we do see the Incineroar come back in for it.
Yeah, that's right. Ursaluna It's known for a high HP stat, it's known for a high defense stat, but it's special defense. It's the best way to approach Ursaluna if it's giving you a hard time in game one, you know? Maybe adjust, put a very, very strong Draco Meteor, for example, into it. You don't have to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, so even though the Kingdra is still now at -2 special attack from the Draco Meteor, we are going to see a switch in, and it is going to be the Pelipper that's coming in, so there is going to be the rain coming up here now, and if the Kingdra has elected to go for a Weather Ball, that's going to be still a relatively strong hit, looking like it's going into the Incineroar there. No fake outs on display, and
wow,
that's another knockout! Wow. That Kingdra's putting in work.
Absolutely. Despite the drops, it's a Stellar boosted in the rain, Weather Ball, super effective. Incineroar's good, but unfortunately, the Blizzard, it hits both targets.
Double crit! That is crazy. What a turn.
The double crit. Wow, yeah, it's good. It's good damage for sure. Very lucky to have not seen freezes if you're in Jack Rock's seat there, of course. Preferring crits to freezes, I think it's safe to say.
I would prefer a crit over a freeze in this position. Even a double crit potentially over one freeze as well.
Absolutely.
So now Yu Zhang is going to be a little bit more on the back foot now. The weather cannot be changed as there's no other Pokemon to switch it out for the Alolan Ninetales. So the rain is going to be there. The Rillaboom is going to be there as well. It's got one fake out it can throw off. And I do believe there's going to be a limited number of grassy terrain turns as well. So we're going to see what type of game plan can be made into this game too here to see if Yu Zhang can clutch out the 2-0 win.
Of course. So we've got Jack switching the Incineroar in, getting some Intimidate down on that Rillaboom, maybe just a long-term plan to reduce all the damage. Also, just a good switch in, resisting almost all the attacks on that side as we get another Weather Ball. He doesn't care about the special attack drops at all, doing reasonable damage into that Ninetales. As we've got the Blizzard, and it looks like one of the targets will be dodging. It's the Incineroar, but the main thing is that Kingdra has been removed from the field. It will take no more knockouts this game after it's taken two very crucial knockouts.
Yeah, Kingdra absolutely coming through, wanting that MVP sticker onto there. There's a high horsepower, which has come in on that Pelipper switching to Incineroar. So, yeah, good call out there from Yu Zhang. Incineroar having the Intimidate just being quite naturally bulky as well. Doesn't take too much damage from that, but it definitely is the highest damaging move that I do believe either of these two can put out onto the Incineroar.
Yeah, that's right. Despite being super effective, that Intimidate ability, every day we understand more and more why Incineroar is making its way onto so many teams at these regional tournaments. The Serena is coming back in here. It will block the Grassy Glides, but I don't think Rillaboom was really looking at flicking Grassy Glide for these next turns. Of course, both targets resisting those attacks.
Yeah, I don't believe it looks like it now. With Incineroar Live, we do have Fake Out that can be looked to be clicked onto either one of these Pokemon. Rillaboom generally liking to hold the Assault Vest. Ninetales, I do believe we saw in Game 1, it was holding that Focus Sash. So there's no Covert Cloaks to be seen. Incineroar, those high horsepowers, sometimes it just feels like they're bouncing off. And we're going to see some big hits here from that triple axle. Big 3 hit there. Rillaboom still standing strong from those hits there. And we're just going to see some recovery, and we're going to see just how this endgame goes. Is there a way? Are we going to see some Blizzard freezes from the Ninetales? Like, is something big going to happen?
You've got to be careful here, because yes, both of Yu Zhang's Pokemon are quite low, but the fastest Pokemon in play for the rest of this game is going to be that Ninetales. And of course, Blizzard isn't perfectly accurate in the rain, but it can hit and potentially get some devastating freezes here. So I wouldn't count him out yet. The position definitely not favorable for Yu Zhang here. So it looks like we've got the Blizzard coming out, and it is going to miss at least one of those targets. Or would have liked to hit that Grass type for super effective damage. And then the high horsepower finishing off that Incineroar. We're going to have to see if that Serena can respond with a good damage hit here. I know the wide lens is reducing the chance of missing as the triple axle takes the knockout. That's 1 out of 2 Pokemon removed from the field. So we'll have to see if it can finish off this Ninetales in the coming turns.
Yeah, we do see that there now. So now it's just that 2v1. The rain is still going to be up for another couple more turns. Pelipper may be able to get out some. Potentially a Hurricane if they want just a surefire way to just hit that. There also is the option there. We can see the Wide Guard, and the Wide Guard coming out, potentially knowing that the Alolan Ninetales has Icy Wind and the Blizzard. It does protect Serena from those moves and allows Serena to look to be the one dealing the damage. So all that Pelipper needs to do is just sit there and click that move by the looks of things as Serena comes through to finish it up. And we're going Big critical hit. We've got to go to a game 3.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing for Jack there was if he could get the teleport in next to any Pokemon, he can click Wide Guard and nothing, no moves available to Ninetales can hit either Pokemon. But if he were to switch it in too early, it could get knocked out, it could get frozen. So the important thing was just get the Pelipper in safely, because as long as I've got Wide Guard, there's no Blizzard Freezes, and you can't even Icy Wind if you want to do the damage there.
Yeah, so good assessment there from Jack, preserving that, knowing that that was going to be the way to victory for that game 2. The rain adaptation that was made going into the game 2, the Kingdra damage. Even the Stellar Terror, even though it's rain, even though it's Light Orb, it's still putting out some very, very incredible numbers. It took me by surprise seeing that Incineroar go down, even though, it's Incineroar, it's built to not be knocked out by too much, but being knocked out at -2 is still just quite jarring.
Yeah, very good adaptation from Jack Roth there. I'll tell you what, you watch game 1, you watch game 2, you'd probably think completely different teams, completely different players. The first strategy was all around Trick Room, was it not? And now we've got Rain. These seem like different teams, but no, it's just, I guess, exemplifying that a team can have multiple different modes, and it puts the pressure on your opponent. So sometimes you have to call out which mode you're going to go for, because some leads into Rain might not be as good into, say, Incineroar Porygon 2. So for game 3, do you think we're going to expect Rain again or Trick Room? The Rain worked, but maybe if he's prepared for it, it might not work. Catch him off guard.
It's going to be tough to say. So I can only speak for myself in that position. I felt the Rain worked too well, and I feel like that might have been small in case of there was no Sneasler in there to sort of put an immediate stop to that Kingdra. So we might potentially see a Sneasler come through into this game 3, as we see new lead from Yu Zhang, the Goldango, and the Alola Ninetales, and we see from Jack Incineroar Porygon 2 the same lead as game 1.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was totally expecting Kingdra on those leads, but saying the game 1 game plan was good, and we're going to try it again, we're going to stick to it, things are going to go differently, and straight away, we've got a different lead, so turn 1 will play out differently.
Yeah, so we're going to see if we potentially just going to look at something as simple as what a lot of Trick Room players like to do. They generally like to have priority 1, get Trick Room up as early and as quickly as possible. In this position, it could be a possibility with the fake out pressure onto the Alola Ninetales and going for the Trick Room as well. We do see a water terrestrialization from the Goldango, maybe looking to cover bases from a potential either knockoff or flare blitz. But we do see that fake out going into the Alola Ninetales, just preventing it from moving while also breaking the focus sash.
It looks like the Goldango going for that nasty plot. I guess it's liking his chances to be able to take some hits in this Trick Room, but the nasty plot, doubling the damage output, looking to, put some good offense on in this turn 2 as the Trick Room is set up. He won't be moving first, but he will be hitting a lot harder than these two Pokemon we see from the Incin and the Porygon 2.
Yeah, especially with the Porygon 2 getting that attack boost from the download, so it's not generally the boost that you would want to see. You don't have those Terra Blasts or those Ice Beams hitting quite as hard as you would like. We do have the Incineroar, can still look at going for knockoffs or a bit of disruption. Incineroar can also look at potentially eyeing off that Alola Ninetales, going, you know what, we can look at potentially throwing a Flare Blitz your way, but maybe Yu Zhang has looked to cover that with a switch, and the switch in here is looking like it's going straight into the Rillaboom.
So not a perfect switch to the Flare Blitz potentially coming out here, but the Rillaboom coming in, setting up the grassy terrain, which we knew was pretty good in game 1. It was storing a lot of health, as we've got the Protect coming out from the Goldango. So after the nasty plot, it's got so much pressure, but we've got the Flare Blitz. Oh, wow. Is that a one-hit knockout on the Rillaboom there?
That is a mighty one-hit knockout on the Rillaboom there, switching in at a cost, a very big cost for Yu Zhang, unfortunately, for them. Fortunately for Jack, though, picking up a KO on switch in. Unless if Yu Zhang wanted Rillaboom to go in to try and get something else in safely, but also not have Alola Ninetales necessarily go down to try and cover for a potential rain in there. And we've got Sneasler in the back, and Unburdened Sneasler is not really thriving in Trick Room conditions.
Definitely not where Sneasler likes to be. It prefers when the dimensions are not twisted in such a way that it is very slow. So of course that Unburden, it's very hard to outspeed it. Even Tailwind, even in this matchup, could be Swift Swim. Not enough to outspeed the Unburdened Sneasler a lot of the time we tend to see.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite tough. The Goldango is looking like it's probably going to be a potential key to victory at the moment. Sneasler, I do believe, does have access to Protect, so it can look at stalling a turn or two if it feels like it's going to be put under pressure. Goldengo does have a nasty plot boost. It can fire off some big hits. The biggest hit it would be able to fire off would be a potential Make It Rain into the Porygon and into the Incineroar. We do see the knockoff come out there onto the Sneasler. As it is itemless with a defense boost, it's not going to be doing too much. And the Porygon going for a cover may be a potential timeout, but it was at full HP at the start of the turn. We see a big Make It Rain come out there, taking both Incineroar and Porygon 2 down to not as healthy as they would like to be. And we see a Swords Dance!
Wow. I think Yushang is identifying that if he wants to win this game, he has to try and make it to the other side of the Trick Room. And the Swords Dance is going to be very valuable if that happens. But that Make It Rain doing a lot of damage. This is definitely a turn that Yushang is very happy with, and it's showing what he needs to do if he wants to win that game.
Yeah, so we can see Jack looking to counting off his turns there. We can see there's this turn, then there's next turn, and then there's no more Trick Room set up there. So we've got 2 more turns of the dimensions. Jack needs to make good use of that. Not only look, he's staring down a boosted Goldengo at +1, it's also now staring down a boosted Sneasler at +2 and +1 defense. So
yeah, that's right. The only thing in Jack Roth's favor, I'd say right now, is the speed. Like these offensive threats are very strong, but as long as we're in the Trick Room for maybe this short period of time, at least I'm moving first, is what he's probably thinking here. But the Incineroar and the Porygon 2, not known for their offensive output, he probably would have preferred to have found a way to get something else out in the back. And we've got the Terrestrialization coming out here on the Porygon 2. It's using the Terra Ground, actually. Potentially some super effective hits into, well, not the Goldengo, because it's Terra Water now, but it is going to hit super effectively into the Sneasler if that is where he chooses to target. The Flare Blitz doing a good amount of damage into that Sneasler, and the recoil. And then we've got the Terra Blast potentially finishing off this Sneasler. Very, very good move there, because it could have been a Protect. By calling out there is no Protect there.
Yeah, good call out there from Jack going for the doubling on the Sneasler, just knowing how much of a threat it can be if the once Trick Room goes down and if it's not dealt with. But Goldango has taken this opportunity to go for a second nasty plot. So now it is boosted to +3 special attack. So now those Make It Rains were hitting hard before. They're hitting even harder now. So we do know that the last Pokemon on Yu Zhang's side is that Alolan Ninetales there. It's going to be staring it down. There may potentially be some Protect because it is that last turn to Trick Room. So depending on if that option is available to exhaust from the Goldango or the Alolan Ninetales, just to see what can come out of there. Goldango may potentially have a look at trying to run through the game if it has the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, but we do know that Jack hasn't actually made any switches yet. We've only seen his lead Pokemon. He's still got 2 completely healthy Pokemon in the back here. So the Incineroar and Porygon 2 lead is quite strong, but there's still 2 more Pokemon to deal with in the back. So we'll have to see how he can capitalize with those Pokemon and maybe get a good advantage here. So the Incineroar, it looks like we're saving it for later. Maybe that fake out pressure. Maybe, I'm not sure if the Intimidate might be valuable. Not in front of these 2 Pokemon here. As the Serena comes in, we've got the Recover coming out. Of course, Porygon 2, a very bulky Pokemon, and it's even bulky if it just keeps healing itself. And this Make It Rain, it is +3. It's going to be devastating damage. Oh, it's the knockout in the Serena, and the Recover. What did it do? It just let it hang on this turn, but not with much health.
Yeah, we're going to see an attack coming out from the Alolan Ninetales as well. It could be that Blizzard. It could also potentially be this Aurora Veil. It is the last turn of that snow, so getting that just allows Goldango to be even bulkier than what it normally would be, just being able to take less damage from anything that could be arising in the back there. With the water type and knocking out that grass type on switch in, probably thinking it might be feeling pretty nice in this position, but there is still that 4th Pokemon that has been unrevealed from Jack's side that could stir up a little bit of trouble. There could be the possibility of maybe something like an Instant coming in, looking to try and call a fake out target directly, potentially getting a Trick Room. Because the snow is gone, the blizzards are not 100% accurate, so that may potentially be Jack's plan of action going into the next couple of turns. Because without the Trick Room up, it's going to be a bit tough speed advantage-wise to take big knockouts on these 2, especially with the Aurora Veil up as well.
Yeah, the speed is now firmly in Yushang's favor, and these threats, they're threatening so much damage. The fake out into the Goldengo, because we know that the Ninetales can potentially miss, but it's going for that ice move and successfully getting the knockout on Porygon 2. I think if Jack wanted to win this game, the most important thing that he needed was to get the second round of Trick Room up, because we did see in the back all of his Pokemon are quite slow, and unfortunately Yuchang's Pokemon are very fast and very, very potent offensive threats. So the Porygon 2 going down there is pretty critical for, I'd say, Yuchang's victory in this match.
Yeah, I would say so as well. So we do see the fourth one here now is that Ursaluna, a Pokemon that absolutely thrives when the dimensions are twisted in Trick Room, but unfortunately not the case here. We're going to see there's a potential way to round out this game. The Goldango is still being boosted. It's just going to put out so much damage with those Make It Rains, because even those resisted Make It Rains after a nasty plot, they're still doing just so much damage. Goldango is just so incredibly strong, and with the Aurora Veil as well, it's so incredibly bulky.
Yeah, of course, but also that Incineroar doesn't have that much hit points remaining, so I'd be surprised if it would be able to take a even resistant Make It Rain with those 2 stages of increased special attack, as we've got the attack coming out from the Ninetales here, the Icy Wind dropping the speed on the Incineroar, and the Make It Rain should be enough to finish off that Incineroar. And I think this Ursaluna, slowest thing on the field, it's going to struggle to get the damage out if it wants to end this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough spot there. It will activate its Gut at the end of the turn thanks to the held item of the Flame Orb. Goldango being Life Orb as well, just allowing those Make It Rains and Shadow Balls just to hit that much harder. It's going to be throwing out some moves, but it may potentially be curtain for Jack in the next couple of turns coming up, just with a lot of big moves coming out as we see the Icy Wind and very likely a Make It Rain follow-up with the Goldango as well to look at clinching up the game and set for Yuzhang.
Critical hit, just to add a little bit of insult to injury there. I'd like to highlight the Icy Wind, just the more accurate option. Like the Make It Rain was probably knocking out there, but it doesn't help to just put a little bit more damage in. And the Icy Wind with Blizzard doesn't make a difference. As long as it's doing some damage, the Make It Rain should be able to finish it off there.
Yeah, so very tough set, very well played from both Jack and Yuzhang. Yuzhang has made his way into Phase 2 of the tournament. Jack still has some tournament life left going into the last round, being at 5-2. If Jack looks at winning the next round, he does have the option for it.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for our final round at the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. Now, Jack, I am so excited. Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
That's good. I'm excited. Trainers, I'm excited because this is the win and in, the final round for these 2 trainers that we have to show for you today. One of them, if they win, they make it through to the next phase. They get to go all the way, potentially take it to win the whole thing. They get the chance to continue on. If they lose this round, they go home with nothing. So it's everything to play for, everything to lose, everything's on the line. It's just going to be a very intense match.
Absolutely. A lot riding on this. We've got the teams up already. So we've got Yoav versus Ronaldo here. So Ronaldo's running one of Paul's picks for the caster picks, Dusclops right there.
I know he'll be very keen to see that. In fact, there's quite a blend of our picks here. We've got the Kilowattrel, which Harry and I were both very keen on. Excalibur was one of my picks. And then obviously Paul, very enthusiastic about the Dusclops. So Ronaldo with a bit of everything there.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a man after all our hearts for sure.
Because on the other side, we've got Yoav running a very interesting but quite standard team there. We've got the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, the Goldango, the Sneasler, the Ursaluna Blood Moon, and the Ninetales there. So 6 very, very standard Pokemon there, but it looks like a very strong team. 6
Pokemon that we have seen absolutely carry their weight throughout the entire day here today. So,
absolutely. Anyone who's been watching the coverage today would know that every one of those 6 Pokemon deserves to be on there. They'll be able to see how each one of those 6 has their merit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So just waiting for the game to start right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be a really interesting one. Just looking at it right now, what are you thinking between the 2 teams?
I'm thinking that the Trick Room Tailwind dual strategy coming from Ronaldo here offers a lot of versatility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it previously today, the Kilowattrel and the Ursaluna earlier when we saw Dimitri Kosiaris running it. It will be interesting to see. It doesn't really have the same offensive pressure with that Earthquake when Rillaboom is able to come in with that grassy terrain. For those who don't know, grassy terrain actually halves the damage of the Earthquake move, which means it won't be able to put out as much damage as perhaps it would otherwise be able to threaten.
Not as much spread damage, but it still has access to that headlong rush that it's still able to go through and just single target attack with that ground type. That ground type move. Ursaluna is also a ground type, so it gets a boost to its damage whenever it goes for it.
Of course.
And Headlong Rush is already a very, very strong move at base 120 power. So, yeah, it's still able to be threatening. It just can't be threatening to absolutely everything all at once.
That's true, which is a shame because usually it likes to do that. But you're absolutely right. Those facades, those Headlong Rushes, anyone who's been watching today knows exactly how threatening that could be. So I think that's a really good shout out there. It'll be interesting to see how Yoav navigates around Reynaldo's speed control. I imagine, as you called out, there's both the Tailwind option and the Trick Room option on Reynaldo's side of the field. So he's probably going to try to vie for the speed control as much as he can one way or another. So it'll be really interesting to see how Yoav responds to that and adjusts to make sure that he's not in too much of a negative situation.
Yeah, it seems that the best way that Yoav has of dealing with that kind of speed control is, number one, hoping the Trick Room doesn't go up, and number two, throwing out those Icy Winds in order to negate the boon that is Tailwind that the Kill Watcher can set up.
Absolutely. So it'll just be a really intense game to watch, and we are going in live. We've got the Baxcalibur and the Killer Watcher coming out on Reynaldo's side, and Golden Go and Ursaluna coming out for Yoav.
Yeah, so it does seem that Reynaldo's wanting to go straight into that Tailwind strategy, make everything much faster. We've seen before just how important speed is in order to get control of the game. And it seems that Yoav has led Golden Go and the Ursaluna Blood Moon, two Pokemon which have been absolutely crucial for so many players that we've seen today.
Yeah, of course. It seems like Yoav has just opted for the hit it as hard as you can option. Big spread moves from that Hyper Voice, from that Make It Rain, threatening just like a lot of damage across the board. So we'll see how we go here, but you're absolutely right that Killer Watcher is threatening that Tailwind, which means Baxcalibur is going to be, threatening to output some decent damage.
Yeah, and we're seeing a Protect come out from the Ursaluna, most likely in fear of that damage that the Baxcalibur can throw out. But Baxcalibur instead opting for a high horsepower into Golden Go there.
Oh, it is a lot of damage, but not quite enough. Make It Rain coming out in retaliation. It's not going to pick up the Baxcalibur. That is a super effective hit. That's quite interesting to see that the Baxcalibur is toughing that one out.
Yeah, Baxcalibur is such a strong Pokemon, got very strong attacks, but also some decent bulk to it. Even taking like that super effective, really, really strong hit, it's still able to hold itself together.
Of course, yeah. But interesting turn one. It really put Reynaldo on the front foot with that Tailwind, the Baxcalibur, which I believe is Assault Vest, which allows it to tank that Make It Rain as well as it did. Now in a pretty good situation, Ursaluna having used its Protect means it's not able to protect in the face of an Ice-type move coming out from that Baxcalibur. And Killer Watcher itself might also be threatening a knockout on the Golden Go with something like a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, not a terrific situation for Yoav right here, but we see the Golden Go switching out. He's obviously recognized that as being a super important piece that he needs after this Tailwind goes down. For those of you who don't know, Tailwind is only in operation for 3 turns as opposed to Trick Room's 4 turns, or 4 turns when it's set up, 5 turns to Trick Room when it's set up, etc. So it is a lot easier for your opponent to stall it out in order to play defensively around it.
Yeah, of course. And we are seeing an Electro Web come out from the Killer Watcher. Perhaps to just maintain that speed control once that Tailwind has gone down. There is the Icicle Spear from the Baxcalibur. We'll see how many hits we get from that. As it is an Assault Vest, it's not guaranteed to get 4 or 5 hits, but we are going to get 4 hits, and it's going to go all the way. All 5 hits from that Baxcalibur. That is a very lucky swing from Reynaldo's side of the field. Blood Moon coming out into the Killer Watcher. That is going to pick up the knockout. I don't think anyone's surprised there.
Absolutely not. After that chip damage that it received from the Make It Rain, Blood Moon is a little excessive, but I think it's the only thing that this Ursaluna can use in order to hit that Killer Watcher right there.
Look, sometimes it's good to be safe, and the other thing you've got to consider as well is quite often the Killer Watcher, once it's set up that Tailwind, does like to escape off to the back so that it can come back in later, set that Tailwind up once again. So potentially, Yoav might have got lucky on that switch and something coming in, eating that Blood Moon, wouldn't have gone particularly well.
Yeah, absolutely. But we see Incineroar coming in for Reynaldo here. He now has that Fake Out Pressure to use on that Ursaluna. But also, in case he wants to call a Protect from the Ursaluna, he could very easily just Flare Blitz the Rillaboom. He is in Tailwind, so he does have that speed advantage. Rillaboom has also been hit by an Electro Web, so...
Yeah, of course, exactly. I mean, very good speed advantage here for Reynaldo. That Incineroar, like you mentioned, threatening that fake out, threatening that flare blitz. Could also go for a fake out into the Rillaboom and just allow that Baxcalibur to continue to run wild. But it's actually the switch from Yoav's side of the field, that Rillaboom switching out there, and Incineroar coming in. Weakens the attack set of both the opposing Incineroar and the Baxcalibur, so that potentially might allow the Ursaluna to tough out an extra turn or two here. Although it is going to go for the safe option of the Protect, keeping it safe from potentially another Icicle Spear or the high horsepower there from the Baxcalibur going into the Ursaluna.
Yep, and we're seeing Yoav plays Incineroar quite similarly to what we've seen earlier in the day with that grassy terrain acting as just a health replenishment for this Pokemon. It's only a small amount, but over a lot of turns, it adds up so quickly.
Oh, especially when you've got both the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery. We've seen in previous games, you can just go from low health to almost full health so quickly, and that looks like exactly what Yoav's doing here. That Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar, that Flare Blitz doing minuscule damage, which will likely be healed back up by the grassy terrain in another turn or two. So Reynaldo may actually look to go for a switch or two to start resetting his attack stats on his Incineroar and his Baxcalibur, but we'll have to see exactly what it is that he's looking to do here. There is a fake out from the Incineroar into the Baxcalibur. Looks like there hasn't been a switch from either side of the field. Flare Blitz from the Incineroar is not really going to do a whole heap. That Intimidate from Yoav's side continuing to do a lot of work there.
Yeah, absolutely. This Incineroar bring has been so crucial for this turn. Being able to bring the Baxcalibur not quite to a KO, but bring it so far down. It wasn't able to threaten the KO on the Ursaluna here, who now is able to potentially get another Protect, potentially get more leftovers and grassy terrain recovery. This Ursaluna is planning on sticking around for quite a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's doing a great job at sticking around as well. Although I will say that Baxcalibur also getting a lot of work out of its Assault Vest. Once again, being able to not get taken down by that Earth Power, taking it down to low health, but the Assault Vest weakening the damage enough that it's able to stick around here. It will be interesting to see if Baxcalibur is really going to be able to do a whole lot here, given that it is down one in its attack stat. So we'll have to see exactly what it is that Reynaldo is planning on doing, if he's going to keep it around or if he's going to switch it out.
Yep, and we're seeing a terrestrialization from Reynaldo here, actually. And it's keeping the Baxcalibur in.
Yeah, well, it's sticking around. The Terra Ground as well. Interesting. Maybe trying to bolster the damage of the high horsepower coming out into that Ursaluna. Although, once again, it is the Protect from the Ursaluna, just keeping those leftovers in that grassy terrain recovery, keeping it going back up. High horsepower instead not going into the Ursaluna, but going for the Incineroar. That is going to do a respectable amount of damage, just over half. Although Incineroar does have that Citrus Berry, it is going to restore a fair chunk of that. And we know it is quite safe from the damage coming out from Reynaldo's Incineroar, barely leaving it dead.
Yeah, Safety was covering for the Rillaboom switch in order to regain that fake out advantage. But seems that didn't work out too well. It seems that Yoav was a little more privy to that and decided, you know what? I'm pretty sure that Incineroar is going to be able to take absolutely anything that we throw at it and is going to be able to secure this KO on the Baxcalibur here. Baxcalibur cannot Protect due to that Assault Vest, so we can guarantee either A, KO, or B, knocking off the item of whatever wants to come in from behind.
Exactly. Knockoff always a very safe option into a switch in, just because, like you said, even if you're not doing a lot of damage, you're still knocking off their item, which would put that Pokemon in a bit of a disadvantaged spot. So Reynaldo down to his last two Pokemon here. Golden Go, we've seen throughout the day, it's capable of putting in a ton of work, although it will be interesting to see how much it's really able to do into this quite bulky Terra Electric Ursaluna Blood Moon. Shadow Ball may be able to do some decent damage, but the Make It Rain being resisted, I think, is really going to hamper Reynaldo's efforts to try to claw back this game.
It is also sitting that Ursaluna is also sitting next to an Incineroar who does have access to knockoff, who does have access to Flare Blitz.
And there's a Shadow Ball. Oh,
living on 4 HP.
That is very close there. Ursaluna managing to stick around. That's quite unfortunate for Reynaldo. I think if he got that knockout, he would have been able to stay in the game. There's the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, also not picking up the knockout.
That parting shot coming in very nicely for Reynaldo there.
Yep.
But it seems that
Incineroar also sticking around. This is a turn of no knockouts. They've all come very close. but it seems like every Pokemon is still managing to stick around. Grassy Terrain nursing the ball back to health again.
And slowly everyone recovers, and Grassy Terrain is gone, so we're not going to be seeing that animation unless the Rillaboom wants to come back in for an encore.
Yeah, look, I mean, Rillaboom is out the back at the moment. It is ready to come back in, set that Grassy Terrain back up,
Got the
and get that
drumsticks.
Ursaluna back to health once again. But we'll have to see what's going on here. Reynaldo has not used to Make It Rain yet, so his special attack stat on his Golden Go still entirely intact. If he does want to go for a Make It Rain now, it is highly likely it would pick out a knockout on that Ursaluna, just considering how low health the Ursaluna is. And if he's potentially expecting that the Rillaboom is going to try to switch in, get that Grassy Terrain back up again, then that Make It Rain could actually be threatening some pretty serious damage on Yoav's side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if he wants to keep the Incineroar in, which he opts for, a Make It Rain plus a high horsepower from the Incineroar.
Of course, yeah, I mean, if that's something we would expect, absolutely. But there's just the Shadow Ball into the Ursaluna. He's like, I'm not playing any games. I'm just getting rid of that bear. And
Yep, absolutely.
it works. There's the Flare Blitz. Once again into the Incineroar. Once
Not
again,
doing a lot.
doing precious little. Incineroar here. Knockoff into the Golden Go, picking up the knockout, which means it is Reynaldo's Incineroar versus the world. We've seen it time and time again today. You know, Incineroar, a very strong Pokemon, capable of doing a whole lot. Not really capable of doing a whole heap when it's the only one left against 3 enemies.
And staring down another Incineroar as well, so
Exactly.
has its own mountain to climb.
-1 in its attack stat. Doesn't really have anything to hit the opposing Incineroar. Golden Go likely to outspeed as well, so it'll put a decent amount of damage out into Reynaldo's Incineroar. So that's Protect, however, from the Golden Go. Not looking to do any damage at all. Just looking to preserve its position on the field. And well played as well, because there's the knockoff into the Protecting Golden Go with Yoav's Incineroar opting for the parting shot into Reynaldo's. He's just decided, you know what? Despite the -1, I still think your Incineroar is doing a little bit too much damage. Let me fix that. Here's the parting shot. I'm going out. And you know what? Next turn, maybe I'll come back in. Intimidate again. Make sure you're doing even less damage than you already have been. Rillaboom coming out. Full HP. Potentially with a fake out as well.
Time to get everything else back up to full HP as well. So
Exactly. That Golden Go might not have the leftovers. The Grassy Terrain still pumping its health points back up. So we'll see what's going to go on here. Drum beating. Okay. Dropping its speed stat as well as its attack stat. This just feels like bullying at this point, to be honest with you.
as I said, Rillaboom's coming back in for an encore.
It
Playing
certainly
that
is.
drum
There's the Make It Rain, and it looks like that is going to pick up the knockout, taking game 1 to Yoav.
Very well fought game from Yoav there.
Yeah. Well, what did you think of that game? I think it was. It looked pretty good for Reynaldo right at the start there. You know, maintaining that speed control in a situation where Yoav was needing to kind of protect and re-maneuver a little bit. It looked like Yoav was really just kind of able to maneuver in such a way that he was able to end up with a really oppressive board state.
Yeah, it all came down once again to preserving that Ursaluna's HP as well as you can, utilizing the leftovers recovery plus the Grassy Terrain. Being able to keep that thing healthy means that Ronaldo has to respect it at all points in time. He can't just let it just stay there, not take any damage, because it's not just that he's not dealing any damage, it's that if he doesn't hit that bear, it ends up getting, 1/8 of its health back that turn?
Basically every turn, yeah. The health points creep back so quickly, and here I think we really see the value of that leftovers Ursaluna as opposed to, we've seen Assault Vest Ursaluna, but particularly that Life Orb Ursaluna that I know is quite popular at the moment. The Terra Normal Life Orb, capable of outputting massive damage, but you know sometimes it's only swinging 2 or 3 times before it gets knocked out itself. It doesn't really have the ability to stay on the field for extended periods of time. When you compare that to that leftovers Ursaluna, with the leftovers and the Grassy Terrain, it's just able to stick around for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting into game 2 here. We're seeing a very similar lead. In fact, I think these are identical leads for both players. Yeah.
Yep, these are the same leads here. We've got the Kilowattrel and the Baxcalibur against the Golden Go and the Ursaluna. Once again, Reynaldo in a very good position to take advantage and get that speed priority, but it will be interesting to see if he's actually able to maneuver in a way that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. While the speed advantage did grant him a lot of momentum in the early game, it really ground to a halt once that speed really didn't matter anymore, and it was all about the kind of damage that you're dealing to the Ursaluna.
Of course. So Golden Go going for the switch out here on Yoav's side of the field. Once again, doing a little bit of repositioning, bringing in the Rillaboom. Once again, he wants to have that grassy terrain. He wants to make sure that Ursaluna is restoring as much health as it can every single turn. There's a terrestrialization, however, from Reynaldo's side of the field. So an adjustment from game one. I apologize. That's Yoav's side of the field. Going for the terrestrialization on the Ursaluna. Once again, just keeping it safe from those Icicle Spears, even if Reynaldo is able to get another 5 hit.
Yeah, that 5 hit still did like so much that previous game, but the fact is, if Yoav did not terrestrialize, he would have lost the Ursaluna right there.
So we've got 2 hits. It's number 3. Do we see 4? 3 times. 3 hits, still respectable damage, although, you know, with the grassy terrain and the leftovers, we'll see how relevant that ends up becoming. Blood Moon into that Kilowattrel, dealing quite a lot of damage there.
Taking it down to its focus sash.
Taking it down to its focus sash there. So Kilowattrel, it will be able to stick around. It'll be interesting to see if Reynaldo leaves it in, or if he does decide to switch it out so that it can come back in later to reset that Tailwind. Yoav here in a pretty good spot. He does have access to that fake out on his Rillaboom, which could really threaten either slot here. The Excalibur, obviously, as you called out earlier, because it has Assault Vest, it doesn't have Protect, which means it can't really do anything into that fake out. It looks like the Kilowattrel has gone for a switch in here, bringing in the regular Ursaluna to take its place.
Yep. It seems that Yoav is also wanting to preserve his Ursaluna. It hasn't taken that much damage at the moment, but keeping it in the back.
Yeah, I mean,
That seems to be
Incineroar
okay.
coming in here, it's really unfortunate for Reynaldo's side of the field, just bringing in that second physical attacker in the form of that Ursaluna, and obviously having that Excalibur there. Excalibur going for the Glaive Rush, which is really not going to do a whole heap into that Incineroar, just given the -1 that Intimidate has just put on both the Excalibur and the Ursaluna there.
Yeah, definitely. That was such a good turn for Yoav there. Getting in 2 physical attackers and then being able to bring in his Intimidate Incineroar. Such a fortunate turn of events for him.
Yeah, exactly. It puts him in a really good spot. Really unfortunate that Excalibur from Reynaldo's side of the field is not really going to be threatening that much damage output, although you do still have to respect it, even at -1. It does have a massive base attack stat. It does have access to the Icicle Spear, and if it does get a lot of hits off that Icicle Spear, it could still be threatening a knockout on that Rillaboom. So I think, Yoav would have to be considering whether or not he does want to leave that Rillaboom there without access to Revitalization, without Protect, and he does decide to switch it out just to keep it safe and keep it around.
Yep, absolutely. And bringing in Golden Go here, you're not really going to be expecting any kind of ground moves coming from that Ursaluna into that Rillaboom slot. So it's a very, very safe switch. Even though the Icicle Spear, with 5 hits, it can still do a sizable amount of damage to Golden Go. It's nothing that's too much to worry about. But we're seeing a terrestrialization here from the Ursaluna in order to gain that Fairy type, gaining that, losing that ground weak, those weaknesses that ground has.
And that's is that going to be 5 hits coming out from the Icicle Spear once
I think
again?
That was 4.
That was 5 hits.
I missed one.
For those who don't know, Icicle Spear, it's actually weighted towards the lower end of the hits. So you're far more likely to get 2 or 3 hits than you are to get 4 or 5 when you're not holding that loaded dice item. So Reynaldo actually getting very lucky with these Icicle Spears.
Getting incredibly
2
lucky.
5 hits and a 3 hit, I think is very high on the end of probability there. Unfortunately, it wasn't to a Golden Go, so it didn't end up mattering too much. But it was definitely a good call on Yoav's side to switch out that Rillaboom. Had it stayed in, it was quite likely that it just wouldn't have been able to tough out those Icicle Spears, would have actually been knocked out by those 5 hits.
Yeah, absolutely not. But switching out a super effective hit into a not very effective hit, you've cut the damage that it does by 4 times. So
Yeah, of course. And that was noted quite clearly there with that Golden Go, taking roughly that amount of damage. But we'll have to see what happens. Yoav, once again, in a really good spot. Paul Reynaldo has been playing from behind basically since turn 1 of this game. So we'll have to see if he's able to do anything to bring it back.
yep, seeing it protect from the Golden Go here, that's really smart play. It is obviously the most threatening thing that's on the field at the moment. So both Pokemon are probably attacking into it. Instead, the Ursaluna opts to go for a Facade into the Incineroar.
Facade not picking up the knockout. Once again, Intimidate from Yoav's Incineroar just paying massive dividends. That -1 attack stat into the Ursaluna meant that it wasn't able to pick up the knockout with the Facade, which means that Incineroar is just able to stick around and keep doing what it's doing, keep going for those parting shots, switch out, get that Intimidate cycle.
Getting that knockoff on the Baxcalibur right now. So now the Make It Rain that we saw the Baxcalibur take quite comfortably that previous game, it is now threatening a KO.
Yeah, exactly. So Baxcalibur in quite a rough situation here. It's got that -1 attack stat. It does no longer have access to that Assault Vest, which means that, as you mentioned, that Golden Go is threatening a knockout there. The Terra Fairy on Reynaldo's side of the field means, he doesn't have access to his Terrestrialization anymore. Baxcalibur doesn't really have anything to keep it safe from this Golden Go. Depending on how the Baxcalibur is trained, now that the Tailwind is down, it's quite possible that the Golden Go is actually moving first. This could be one of the most devastating Make It Rains we've ever seen, into a Fairy Ursaluna and a Baxcalibur that can't Terrestrialize out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also the Killer Watch Roll in the back. It's brought down to its sash, so can't even bring that in order to throw a Hail Mary.
No, exactly. If that goes in and it's a Make It Rain is going right back out again. Decent damage there from the high horsepower into the Golden Go, but really, unfortunately, not enough. I think, Incineroar really proving to be the bane here. And there is the Make It Rain, taking out the Baxcalibur and putting Yoav in quite a respectable position. Although we do need to remember, Reynaldo did preserve the Kill Watch Rule this game, so he is actually able to bring it back, get that Tailwind going, and depending on the training on the Ursaluna on Reynaldo's side of the field, it could end up moving first ahead of Yoav's Pokemon just with that Tailwind.
Yeah, it's highly likely that we'll be doing that, but we need to remember that it is also at -1 attack due to the Incineroar coming in to intimidate it, and there's also the chance for Ursaluna to head out and Incineroar come back in, show its fangs, and drop the attack another stage.
Intimidate once again. Look, you might be right, but where there's a crit, there's a way.
There is absolutely a way.
Even when you're at -2 attack, sometimes a critical hit, it ignores those attack drops, and you're just able to get exactly the damage you need. Definitely not a great spot for Reynaldo, but never say never. We will have to see what's going to go here. There is the Tailwind from the Killer Watch Roll. It is potentially going to allow, and there is the Ursaluna. It is going first. Headlong Rush into that Terra Electric Ursaluna Blood Moon. It is going to pick up the knockout, which means that bear is gone. It's not going to be able to keep restoring itself with the leftovers. However, if depending on what the Golden Go does here, might end up being a bit moot here. There is the Make It Rain coming out into the -1 special defense Ursaluna and the 1 health Killer Watch Roll. It is going to pick up that double knockout, and it is going to mean that game 2 is going to go to Yoav.
Yeah, so it would seem, I do believe that Reynaldo still has one Pokemon in the back. Does he still have the Incineroar, or if we...
Oh, he might be. Yes, yeah, I could be wrong here. I guess we'll have to... it looks like he does, yes. Still has the Incineroar on the back, so I apologize for calling it too soon. Golden Go.
Yes, Golden Go. There we go.
Yes, we hadn't actually seen his last Pokemon. Given that Reynaldo was really opposed to switching early on, even with that -1 attack stat. So I take back everything that I said. Golden Go under Tailwind, still outputting a lot of offensive pressure. Again, there's an Incineroar. It'll be very hard to get to, but we'll have to see what goes on there.
Yep, absolutely. We've seen the Shadow Ball come out from the Golden Go, just single target down to the Incineroar. Unfortunately, it's not really doing enough damage. Can't really throw out the Make It Rain if you are wanting to play the long game with the Golden Go here. Because dropping that special attack stat puts you in such a losing position so quickly.
And there's the Flablets coming out into the Golden Go. It is going to pick it up, and if I've counted correctly, this time it looks like that is game, and Yoav has taken that game too, which does mean that Yoav Rubin is going to be going through to Phase 2 of the Brisbane Regional Championship.
Unfortunately for Reynaldo, that does knock him out of the Regional Championship, so he does not get to progress to Phase 2. But very well played for Yoav. Did a phenomenal job. Playing that kind of matchup without any speed control on your side and still coming out with such commanding victories, that is a higher echelon player right there. That is.
Oh, absolutely. And, Yoav really demonstrating how he really is one of the best players in Australia. This is someone who's competed at the World Championships multiple times, many accolades under his belt. And I think he really just demonstrated there, the skill level that he's got behind him. And he really was just able to demonstrate that incredibly well, with his positioning, with the choices that he made. It really just put Reuven on the back foot in both games very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not much else to be said. It was just an incredibly played game. And it's not to say that Reynaldo didn't also put up a terrific fight as well.
No, of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, he played well. I think making a few choices. Some worked, some didn't. But none of them were bad choices. They were just the choices that didn't work at the time. And that Excalibur, I think, showing quite a lot of merit there. The merit behind the Assault Vest Excalibur, being able to tank one of those, make it rains, and then continue to stick around, threaten the damage with those icicle spears with the high horsepowers. I think it was actually quite a dominant Pokemon. It's just a shame that it was, effectively neutered by those Intimidates.
It was neutered by the Intimidates, and also Yoav's clever positioning meant that it was doing a lot of not very effective hits. It was icicle spearing into Golden Go, for example, where it could have been icicle spearing into either the Ursaluna or into the Rillaboom had it stayed in. But
yeah, exactly. So the Terra Electric, the switches, you can tell that Yoav actually really respected the Excalibur there. Really wasn't going to let it gain any ground because I think he was aware that Excalibur, given any amount of leeway, could actually very successfully have just run away with the game a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So, phenomenal play for both our players. We are going to cut to a break now, and then we're going to be back with an interview with the winner. So, we'll see you then.
Welcome back, trainers. I am joined by our Round 8 winner, Yoav Reuven. Yoav, congratulations on making it through to Phase 2. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually. There's actually a funny story about this team, right? So
Okay.
I actually played this team in the finals of a cup against another really good player named Jack Ross, and he beat me 2-0. So after he beat me, I was like, I'm not losing to this at the regional. So I prepped really hard into that matchup specifically. And then I found out earlier today, he ended up not even running the team. But luckily, somehow, the prep ended up being worth it in the end, because the prep really helped me out a lot, because before I didn't even know what to do into that team. So that's pretty good, yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's actually really great to hear. It's like you were concerned about a particular team, you trained, and it paid off in the win and in, no less, which is just probably the best time you want that sort of training to come in clutch. So that's really awesome to hear. I've got a couple of questions about the match. Obviously, in that second game in particular, that Incineroar was really impressive. We were calling out a lot, dropping the attack stat of both that Ursaluna and that Excalibur. Do you think, obviously it's a bit hard for you to know what your opponent was thinking, but do you think there was a particular reason that he was just leaving them in and not switching them out to reset that attack stat at all?
I think he was just scared of wasting his tailwind turns, because usually when you want to set up tailwind, you don't want to be switching around and stuff, because then you lose a lot of momentum. So I think he had to keep trying to put the pressure on. But my Incin was just really helping it, slowing him down. It is a bit of a harder matchup because I do have to kind of play around killer watch rolls. So my game plan was just to try and focus it down and then bring in Incin in the late game, and I ended up doing that both games, and it ended up working perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Demonstrated exactly as you called it out. Obviously, that tailwind and also the potential for Trick Room. There's a kind of tricky where the speed could really go either way. What were you really thinking to kind of play around that? Do you have a particular plan in mind to kind of deal with the fact that you were likely going to be behind in speed control?
Yeah, I kind of just had to slow play it, and because his team was faster, but I had a lot more bulk, so I knew if I could pivot around with my Ursaluna and get his Kilowatt or Saris, bring in Rillaboom, Grassy Glide it, I would be able to it would be okay, because I've got a lot of tools to slow him down.
Yeah, of course. Well, congratulations once again. That was a very well-played game.
Thank you.
You did incredibly well there. So you've made it through to the second phase. Is there anything in particular you're hoping for tomorrow? Have you got a sort of ranking that you're hoping to reach tomorrow?
My goal is top 8. I would love to win, obviously, but I've never made top 8 at a regional, and something I'm just really trying to, I've prepped really hard into this regional, and just something that I'm really trying to achieve. So I'm hoping I can get it done tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, you've made it through. You feeling particularly confident that you're going to be able to reach that goal, do you reckon?
Fairly confident, yeah.
Nice. Well, look, if you played tomorrow as well as you played today, I think you'll be just fine. Is there anything you want to shout out before we wrap up now?
Thank you to Azulite for helping me prep matchups into a bunch of teams before the regional. That's really helped me out a lot. And thank you to just the Poke Folk Sydney community in general. Their locals are what got me back into the game, and that really helped paved my journey. And
yeah, awesome. Awesome. We were shouting out locals earlier. Actually, we were just talking about how great they are for the community. So it's really glad to hear that perspective from one of our players. So that's awesome. Well, congratulations once again. All the best for tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you back on stream when you're playing once again. Thank you once again to all our viewers today. That is going to wrap up our coverage of Phase 1 of the Brisbane Regional Championships. Do come back tomorrow where we will be covering all of the rounds of Phase 2. So you can come back, you can check out, see those who are in a really good spot and see if you can catch the winner of the Brisbane Regional Championships. So thank you for joining and we'll see you tomorrow.